Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 3449, Prepare to Make Pills, Xarosa's Plan, Saint Hai Duo, 5. Someone's just a high-tier Devil Emperor. The Blood God clone smiled. Even a mid-tier Devil Emperor can defeat a high-tier Devil Emperor, especially someone who advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage with pills. He was almost calling Xarosa by her name. Wasn't this Xarosa's plan to use pills to advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor level? You. Xarosa glared at the Blood God clone. You're wrong, Saint Zaiduo, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly interrupted them. What advice does this saint have? The Blood God clone asked. Using pills to advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor level is a bad idea, but it depends on the level of the pills. Saint Haiduo smiled. There aren't many people who manage to advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor level using saint-level pills. Their foundation isn't weaker than some legacies. I made saint-level pills for some talents to help them advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor level. There are many Devil Titans among them now. Euphelia's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly looked at the Blood God clone and wanted to remind him not to offend this saint alchemist. However, that's true. A saint-level pill is naturally extraordinary. The Blood God clone had already opened his mouth and nodded. Then he shook his head and continued, however, it depends on what kind of divine-level pill it is and how high its efficacy is. If the efficacy of a rare divine-level pill is lower than 70%, its effects will be ordinary. Saint Xarosa's gaze flickered slightly before he could open his mouth. Xarosa had already mocked him. You're so arrogant. You don't like normal saint-level pills and those below 70% efficacy. Who do you think you are? It's just the truth, the Blood God clone replied calmly. Did the Blood Sun come to this area to find a saint-level Dan prescription? Saint Zaiduo asked. That's right. The Blood God clone nodded. You want to make a saint-level pill, too? Xarosa was astounded. Was he planning to become a high-tier Devil Emperor? That was impossible. He just became a mid-tier Devil Emperor, so it was impossible for him to become a high-tier Devil Emperor now. Why can't I? The Blood God clone asked. Why are you making a saint-level pill? Xarosa couldn't help but ask. I'm not telling you, the Blood God clone replied. Xarosa was so angry that her chest started hurting. Her breasts heaved up and down violently. It was a feast for the eyes. Hey, do they look good? Euphelia asked angrily using voice transmission. Cough. The Blood God clone coughed awkwardly. What are you saying? I don't understand. In that case, who is the Blood Sun planning to find to make the saint-level pill? Saint Shaiduo asked curiously, his gaze turned sharp. I'll make it myself. The Blood God clone didn't hide. Many people would know when he made the pill later. You'll make it yourself? This time Xarosa wasn't the only one who exclaimed uncontrollably. Even Saint Zaiduo was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at the Blood God clone in disbelief. The Blood God clone didn't say much and led Euphelia forward. He had wasted much time and didn't want to waste any more time on her. Xarosa looked at his back view and fell into chaos. This Blood Sun, Saint Zaiduo shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Did he know how difficult it was to make a saint-level pill? What's more, he looked down on normal saint-level pills. He was caught between laughter and tears. The other party looked down on pills with less than 70% efficacy. Did he know how difficult it was to make a 70% or above saint-level pill? If the difficulty of making a saint-level pill was 1,000 times that of a grandmaster-level pill, the difficulty of making a 70% efficacy saint-level pill was at least 10,000 times that of a grandmaster-level pill. To him, this blood son was a weirdo with high standards. "Let's go. Let's not waste any more time." Saint Xarosa said to him, at first, he thought that this blood son wouldn't be a simple person since he was able to receive the blood whale's legacy. He didn't expect him be such a disappointment. Xarosa nodded on the other side. The blood god clone and Euphelia had entered the Dan prescription area and were looking for the pill prescriptions they needed. Euphelia hesitated. "What do you want to say?" The blood god clone looked at the Dan prescriptions with interest as he asked, "That's Saint Saiduo. Will he belittle you if you say those things in front of him?" Euphelia hesitated before asking. She felt that the blood god clone was speaking up for her. It wasn't that he knew nothing about pill medicine. "It's all right." The blood god clone shook his head and said mysteriously, "You will know soon." Euphelia was puzzled. She didn't know what he meant. She had never thought that he could make a saint-level pill with 70% efficacy and above. Even though she wasn't an alchemist, she knew how difficult it was to make a 70% efficacy pill, much less a saint-level pill. Chapter 3450, Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. Gains from St. Zaiduo Blood Essence Congealing Pill. Spirit Wolf Green Flame. 1. The blood god clone ignored Euphelia's worry. He was confident in his alchemy mastery. However, it was a little troublesome to use the blood god clone's identity to make the pill. He needed to put on a show to prevent others from suspecting him. He walked between the rows of wooden shelves and sized up the Dan prescriptions with interest. Blood Spiritual Pill. Rotten Blood Pill. Dark Essence Soul Congregation Pill. In the Devour space, Wang Teng's gaze landed on the Dark Essence Soul Congregation Pill. From the introduction, this was a pill that could increase one's spiritual power. It was precious. Unfortunately, this wasn't the pill medicine he needed urgently. Also, it was expensive and required 350,000 contribution points. If it was the blood sea source crystal, it would cost a few $100,000. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Also, these pills had dark attributes too. The martial warriors in the light universe wouldn't need them. Why don't they drop some attribute bubbles? Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't even have the chance to get free attribute bubbles. Damn it. He asked the blood god clone to continue searching for pill medicines that required the Bloodheart 7 Death Flower. At the same time, he asked Roundball to check the Darklands virtual network to see if it could find any relevant information. The scripture hall was huge. It wasn't easy to find a special Dan prescription. After some time, Roundball's voice was heard. "Wang Teng, I found it. There's a Dan prescription called the Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. It's made using the Bloodheart 7 Death Flower as the main ingredient. However, Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill." Wang Teng was stunned. He touched his chin and said, "I can tell that this name is related to the Bloodheart 7 Death Flower." He complained for some time before asking, "However, what?" "This is a saint-level second calamity pill." Roundball hesitated before saying. Wang Teng felt a little numb. This was a second calamity saint-level pill. Are you kidding me? He did manage to create a second calamity saint-level pill during the alchemy exchange competition at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, but that was mostly with the help of external forces. He still lacked experience when it came to making a second calamity saint-level pill. Wang Teng couldn't help but look at his attributes board. Alchemist 3,330,000, Saint level 3,200 points. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the alchemist attribute. The Saint level was split into 9 calamities. Every calamity meant that the quality of the pill rose by a level. It was incomparable. Based on his attributes, Wang Teng would need 3,000 more attributes for an additional calamity. Now he had 3,200 points of attributes, which had exceeded the first calamity. He was already at the second calamity. He should have some confidence in making a second calamity saint-level pill. The only problem was he couldn't use the 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace here. This furnace was too conspicuous. People with ulterior motives would definitely recognize it in the undying Blood Sea when using it to make the Bloodlust shadow puppet. He did it in the Devour space. By the time the others arrived, he had already put away the 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace. No one saw him. But he couldn't do it now. It was unrealistic for him to take out the 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace if he wanted to make pills. Without the help of the 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace, I can only rely on myself. Wang Teng's expression changed as he weighed the difficulty in his heart. A second Calamity Saint-level pill was no joke. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to say that he could make a second Calamity Saint-level pill. Even Saint Duo didn't dare to promise that he could make a second Calamity Saint-level pill. At first, he could use the 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace and the Heaven Lightning and the 3 Divine Flames to refine the pill and push it to the second Calamity of the Saint level. Now that he couldn't use any of these skills, the difficulty increased tremendously. It will be great if I can pick up more Saint-level alchemy attributes. I'll be more confident, Wang Teng pondered to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Saint Duo can make a second Calamity Saint-level pill. He should have more alchemist experience than me. I might be able to get some attributes from him. If there are other second Calamity Saint-level and above alchemists making pills there, I might be able to get more attribute bubbles. That would be perfect. He immediately made his decision. Even if he was unlucky and there were no other alchemists above the second Calamity Saint level, as long as he held on to this fat sheep, Saint Duo, and worked hard, he would be able to get a lot of attributes. Now he had barely reached the second Calamity Saint level. If he continued raising it, he would have more confidence. Then there was another problem. He decided to pretend that he just advanced to the Saint level. How could he make a second Calamity Saint-level pill? Wasn't that a little inappropriate? Wang Teng felt a little helpless. He wanted to hide his ability, but things always went against his wishes. Indeed, an outstanding person couldn't hide himself anywhere. He shook his head and asked the Blood God clone to find the Blood Evil Heart revitalizing pill as soon as possible. With an accurate target, the Blood God clone immediately passed the area where the first Calamity Saint-level Dan prescriptions were and headed to the area where the second Calamity Saint-level Dan prescriptions were. Blood Sun. This is the area where the second Calamity Saint-level pills are kept. Euphelia was puzzled. She couldn't help but remind him. I know, the Blood God clone nodded but didn't explain. Euphelia was puzzled. Wasn't this fellow preparing to advance to the Saint level? Whether he could succeed was another matter. Yet he came to the area where the second Calamity Saint level Dan prescriptions were. She didn't understand what the Blood God clone was thinking. Chapter 3451, Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. Gains from Saint Duo, Blood Essence Congealing Pill, Spirit Wolf Green Flame, 2. And here the Blood God clone met Saint Duo and Xarosa again. They're here too. Euphelia's attention was attracted. She was shocked. Xarosa wants to make a second Calamity Saint level pill too. It looks like she really put in a lot of effort. She actually asked Saint Duo to help her make a second Calamity Saint level pill. The Blood God clone smiled and said, "Why are you laughing? If she managed to become a high-tier Devil Emperor with a Saint-level second Calamity pill, her foundation will be as strong as a normal legacy. At that time, based on her vengeful personality, she will definitely come and mock you." Euphelia was speechless. Let her jeer us. We won't lose anything. What's there to be afraid of? The Blood God clone said nonchalantly. Euphelia was speechless. She didn't know if she should say that he was carefree or heartless. Xarosa noticed the Blood God clone and sneered again. Are you going to tell us that you want to make a second Calamity Saint-level pill? Saint Duo was astounded too. His gaze landed on the Blood God clone. I'm just looking around. It's easy for others to misunderstand since you're paying so much attention to me, the Blood God clone replied. Misunderstand? Xarosa was stunned for a moment. Then she felt speechless and glared at him. "Misunderstand your ass." The blood god clone shook his head and walked past them. Euphyllia smiled. She felt that Xarosa was making things difficult for the blood son. She wasn't on the same level as the blood son, and was completely suppressed. St. Aiguo's gaze stopped on the blood god clone. He frowned. He felt that this blood son was a little insensible. He even suspected that the other party was looking for trouble. If he was making a saint-level pill based on the other party's age, he should be making a beginner's saint-level pill, which was just enough, and not a second calamity saint-level pill. The other party came to the area where the second calamity saint-level Dan prescription was. Wasn't he here to annoy them? However, he didn't care about the other party. He looked at the Dan prescription in front of him and said to Xarosa, "I will exchange for this Dan prescription. It should be enough for you." "Okay." Xarosa regained her senses. She didn't question St. Zaiduo's decision and immediately took out her token to exchange for the Dan prescription. After exchanging for the Dan prescription, they didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, they looked in the direction of the blood god clone, who stopped a few steps away and didn't go far. On the other side, the blood god clone saw the Dan prescription too. His eyes lit up. Finally, the blood evil heart revitalizing pill. A second calamity saint level pill. It's made using the blood heart 7 evil flower as the main ingredient and the blood spirit branch, the essence evil herb and other spiritual herbs. The effects of the blood heart 7 death flower can be pushed to the maximum. It can help poison path martial warriors to improve their physique. A few short lines of description appeared in front of the blood god clone. "Yes, this is the pill." Roundball's voice appeared in his mind. "Exchange." The blood god clone took out the blood sun token and exchanged for the Dan prescription. The blood sun token could not only be exchanged for 3 treasures in the treasure vault, but it could also be exchanged for 3 scriptures, battle techniques, Dan prescriptions, and smithery skills in the scripture hall. As long as they were in the scripture hall, they could be exchanged. This was the special treatment of the blood sun. Normal people wouldn't be able to enjoy it. There was a limit to the 3 exchange opportunities in the scripture hall. Just like the one in the treasure vault, there were 2 Devil Emperor treasures and a Devil Titan one. Thus, the blood god clone could exchange for a saint-level Dan prescription for free. The saint level was equivalent to the Devil Titan level. As for scriptures and battle techniques, Wang Teng had too many of them. It didn't matter if he exchanged them or not. Before Euphyllia could say anything, she saw the blood god clone exchanging for a second calamity saint-level Dan prescription. She opened her mouth and looked at him helplessly. "You actually exchanged for a second calamity saint-level Dan prescription. What do you want to do?" "I exchanged for Dan prescriptions because I need to make pills," the blood god clone said. "You do? That's a second calamity saint-level pill. How are you going to make it?" Euphyllia was caught between laughter and tears. "Blood evil heart revitalizing pill? You exchanged for this pill?" At this moment, St. Zaiduo's surprised voice came from the side. At first, he didn't plan to care about the blood god clone, but after seeing him exchange for the blood evil heart revitalizing pill, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "I have a few ingredients, so I want to make use of them," the blood god clone replied calmly. He noticed the change in the other party's attitude, so he stopped being polite. "Make use of them." St. Zaiduo was speechless. He shook his head and said to Xarosa, "Let's go, all right." Xarosa smiled at the blood god clone in disdain and left with St. Zaiduo. To her, the blood son's martial arts talent was not bad, but he still had the aura of a bumpkin from the lower realm, a second calamity saint level pill. Did he think that the higher the level, the better? What a joke. "Let's go," the blood god clone said to Euphyllia. "All right." Euphyllia didn't know what to say. She felt that the blood god clone was fooling around, so she sighed and stopped persuading him. Since he wanted to play, she would play with him. It was already impressive that the blood son was able to become a peak grandmaster alchemist at his age. She mustn't ask for too much. Chapter 3452. Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill, Gains from St. Zaiduo. Blood Essence Congealing Pill, Spirit Wolf Green Flame, 3. Even St. Zaiduo wouldn't look down on him after seeing his mastery in alchemy. Anyone who looked down on this young Grandmaster alchemist would be an idiot. The blood god clone and Euphelia left the scripture hall and rode on the bird formed by the blood puppet. They flew towards the alchemy room. He was familiar with this place. It was at the same place as the Smithery studio. He came here when he was breaking down the blood essence kettle. After some time, they arrived at the west side of the Blood City. The surroundings were getting more and more secluded, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and scorching heat spread out from the crack, distorting the surrounding space slightly. The blood puppet flew into the dimensional rift and landed on a platform. Many buildings could be seen. Blood Sun. Why is he here again? He caused a huge commotion the last time he came. Is he planning to do something again? Many vampire dark apparitions recognized the blood god clone, and their expressions changed slightly. The last time Wang Teng raised the blood god physique here, many people failed in their alchemist and smithery. They had a huge grudge against the blood god clone. You're really famous. Your name has spread all the way here, Euphelia said, using voice transmission with a strange expression. She knew what happened to the blood god clone, so she wanted to laugh when she heard the discussions around her and saw the alchemists and blacksmiths from the vampire race hating the blood god clone. This blood sun seemed to cause trouble wherever he went. The blood god clone was speechless. This had nothing to do with him. It was an accident. He didn't know that there was the blood god's holy grail hidden in the blood essence kettle. What's more, there was a small cup of source blood in the blood god's holy grail that could raise his blood god physique. Accident. It was an accident. He walked into a stone room and was about to look for Zapuk, who was in charge of this place, so he could arrange an alchemy room for him. However, the moment he entered, he saw Zapuk walking out with Xarosa and Saint Zaiduo. Your Highness Blood Sun. Zapuk immediately recognized the blood god clone. His expression changed slightly. Why? You don't seem to welcome me. The blood god clone glanced at Saint Zaiduo and Xarosa and ignored them. He smiled at Zapuk. No, how is that possible? A hideous smile appeared on Zapuk's face. He asked, Is your Highness going to forge something this time? Forge? Saint Zaiduo and Xarosa were stunned. They exchanged glances and saw a strange look in each other's eyes. Could it be that the blood sun was also a blacksmith? I'm not forging this time. I want to make pills, the blood god clone said. Make pills? Zapuk was stunned too. What was this blood sun doing? Did he know how to make pills? It wasn't that he didn't believe it. Normally, no one would dabble in smithery and alchemy at the same time. Having the talent was one thing, energy and time were another. Both forging and alchemist required a lot of time. It wasn't something an ordinary person could grasp at the same time. Arrange an alchemy room for me, the blood god clone said directly. Oh, okay. Zapuk regained his senses. He didn't care if this blood sun wanted to make pills. Since he wanted an alchemy room, he would arrange one for him, he smiled and said. It just so happens that this saint is making pills too. I'm bringing him along, Your Highness. Why don't we go together? Sure. The blood god clone glanced at Saint Zaiduo and nodded. Zapuk felt relieved. He immediately led the way and entered the stone path that led in all directions. They walked deeper into the cave. He still remembered the blood sun's request, quiet and not to be disturbed. There weren't many places like this, but it wasn't a problem to empty an alchemy room for His Highness. The blood sun, you're really multi-talented. You're a blacksmith and an alchemist. I wonder how's your mastery? Along the way, Xarosa glanced at the blood god clone and sniggered again. Euphelia rolled her eyes and said using voice transmission, This is true love, the blood god clone replied, using voice transmission. Piff! Euphelia burst out laughing. This blood sun was too cheeky. She wouldn't believe him if he said that Xarosa was his true love. The other party wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Why are you laughing? Xarosa's expression changed slightly. It was fine if the blood sun didn't reply to her, but Euphelia was laughing. She was mocking her. Nothing, Euphelia replied calmly. Did anyone say that I can't laugh? Xarosa snorted and kept quiet. Saint Xaduo, Your Highness Blood Sun, these 2 alchemy rooms are empty. They are in a secluded area, so no one will disturb you. Which one do you like? Xapuk stopped in his tracks and pointed at the 2 alchemy rooms. The blood god clone looked at the 2 alchemy rooms with a strange expression. These 2 alchemy rooms were opposite each other. They were only a few meters apart. Xapuk really knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3453, Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill, Gains from Saint Xaduo, Blood Essence Congealing Pill, Spirit Wolf Green Flame. 4. Did the guy know that he wanted to get more attributes from this saint the blood god clone? Gave him a look of approval. Then he said to Saint Xaduo, Saint Xaduo, you can choose first. There's no difference between these 2 alchemy rooms. I'll choose the one on the left, Saint Xaduo said. I'll take the one on my right, the blood god clone said. All right, I wish the 2 of you success in your alchemy. Xapuk smiled. Then he turned and left. He felt that the atmosphere between Your Highness Blood Sun and Xarosa was a little strange. Who knew what was going on between them? He had heard of Xarosa before. He would stay as far away from this talent as he could. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. He couldn't afford to offend either side, so he left quickly. The blood god clone always felt that Xapuk was sly. Now, it seemed that he was right. The other party ran away quickly, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble because of him. He shook his head and smiled. Then he spoke to Euphelia and entered the alchemist room. On the other side, Saint Xaduo gave some instructions to Xarosa and entered the alchemy room opposite. After the 2 alchemy rooms closed, only Euphelia and Xarosa were left outside. They exchanged glances with one another and snorted softly. Then they turned their heads away between ladies, especially beautiful ladies. There was always a repulsion in the alchemy room. The blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to start making pills. He sat down cross-legged in front of the fire vent and sniggered. His spiritual kinesis turned into strings and spread towards the alchemy room opposite. The other party was a saint-level alchemist, so his spiritual power must be strong. Hence Wang Teng was extremely careful. He even used his space concealment skill, afraid that the other party would discover him. Fortunately, he didn't have any evil thoughts. He just wanted to get some attributes out of the other guy so he wouldn't be discovered easily. At this moment, his spiritual power was like small snakes hiding in the cracks of space, observing Saint Xaduo and waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. Saint Xaduo hadn't started making pills, so he didn't drop any attribute bubbles. He was very cautious. He didn't start making alchemists immediately. Instead, he took out the damn prescription and looked at it carefully a few times. Then, he closed his eyes and started enlightening himself. After some time, an attribute bubble appeared on his head. That's it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately asked his spiritual kinesis to come out from the crack in space and pick up the attribute bubble at the speed of lightning. Then, he continued hiding. Blood Essence Congealing Pill. 1. Blood Essence Congealing Pill. The relevant information appeared in Wang Teng's mind and turned into a complete Dan prescription. At the same time, he understood the use of the Blood Essence Congealing Pill. This was a pill that could cleanse one's marrow and condense one's essence. It could increase one's foundation and help one to achieve a breakthrough. It was more than enough for Xarosa to advance from mid-tier Devil Emperor level to high-tier Devil Emperor level. It wouldn't be a problem for a high-tier Devil Emperor to have a breakthrough. This pill is not bad. Since Saint Xaduo chose this pill to strengthen Xarosa's foundation and help her with her breakthrough, he must have some ability. I wonder how high its success rate is. How much efficacy can he make? Wang Teng thought to himself with shimmering eyes. For alchemists, the pills that they came into contact with the first time weren't easy to make. This was true even for saint-level alchemists. This had high requirements for the alchemist's alchemy mastery. A normal alchemist wouldn't be able to make a pill without many trials and errors. Hurry up and start making the pills, Wang Teng urged in his heart. A few days later was the gathering day for the dark apparitions. He didn't have much time to waste here. However, Saint Jaiduo didn't fulfill his wish. After studying the Dan prescription, he sat there for a long time as if he was digesting it, too slow. Wang Teng placed his hand on his chin in boredom. He observed the situation on the saint's side while releasing his spiritual kinesis to search for attribute bubbles in the other alchemy rooms. Huh? They're really here? He didn't expect to find so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He picked up the attribute bubbles excitedly. Alchemy, saint level, 20. Alchemy, saint level, 50. Alchemy, saint level, 120. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into different alchemy enlightenment. His alchemy mastery rose gradually but steadily. He took his time because there weren't many attributes, so he didn't have much enlightenment, but it was still stable. These attributes were the essence. They were the best nourishment for Wang Teng's alchemy mastery. They could strengthen his foundation. Alchemist, 3450, 3000, cent level. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng's alchemist attribute rose by 250 points. Actually, this was quite a lot. After all, he had improved so much in half a day. It looks like there aren't many alchemists who can reach the second calamity of the saint level. Wang Teng shook his head. In the past, when he advanced to the first level of the saint level, his speed was much faster than this. Now his speed had slowed down. This could only mean one thing. There weren't many second calamity saint level alchemists. His attention was back on Saint Jaiduo. Fortunately, he was finally going to start making pills after half a day. Chapter 3454, Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. Gains from Saint Jaiduo, Blood Essence Congealing Pill, Spirit Wolf Green Flame, 5. Wang Teng was invigorated. He sat up straight and his spiritual kinesis got restless in the space crack. It was like a poisonous snake that had laid its eyes on its prey. Bang. Saint Jaiduo took out a furnace and placed it on the vent. It gave off a dull sound. This furnace is not bad. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly. With his mastery as a saint-level blacksmith, it wasn't difficult for him to tell that this furnace was a divine-level weapon. There was a faint, dark aura exuding from it. It was obviously different from the furnaces in the light universe. This is the first time I've seen a dark element furnace. Wang Teng was surprised. He sized up the furnace carefully. There were many dark element runes carved on it, which was very suitable for dark element smithery. Using this furnace to make dark element pills would yield twice the result with half the effort. Boom. The next instant, Saint Jaiduo waved his hand and wisps of green flames swept out from his hand. They landed in the fire vent. Huh? Wang Teng exclaimed softly. This was a special flame, as expected of a saint-level alchemist with 2 calamities. His foundation was strong. Not only did he have a saint-level furnace, but he also had a special flame. Wang Teng wondered what kind of fire this special flame was. As he was thinking, attribute bubbles emerged from the flames and dropped to the side. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Huh? Saint Jaiduo frowned and looked at the dark green flame. Was he being delusional? He felt a space fluctuation just now. The flames might have affected the space. Saint Jaiduo shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He focused on his refining. Materials flew out from his storage ring and entered the furnace. He started refining them. That was dangerous. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like he had to be more careful later. Saint Jaiduo's spiritual power was extremely sharp, as expected of a second calamity saint-level alchemist. He only picked up the attribute bubbles from the other saint-level alchemists once, so he wasn't worried of getting discovered. However, he had to keep collecting attribute bubbles from Saint Jaiduo. Hence, he had to be more careful to prevent himself from getting discovered. He stopped thinking about it and looked at the attributes board. Spirit Wolf Green Flame, 100. Spirit Wolf Green Flame, 18. Spirit Wolf Green Flame. It's a dark and wood element spiritual flame. No wonder. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was enlightened and nodded in deep thought. Normal alchemists would choose flames that contained wood attributes if they wanted to make pills. It would be better if they were milder and easier to control. This was the Spirit Wolf Green Flame that Saint Saiduo chose. This special flame came from a powerful dark wood and fire element star beast called the Spirit Flame Giant Wolf. This star beast had a good talent and had a chance of reaching the Titan level. Hence, its flame was precious. Not bad. I didn't expect this gain. Wang Teng smiled and nodded in the past. He didn't encounter any fire attributes when he farmed attribute bubbles from the Saint-level alchemists. In the end, when Saint Saiduo acted, he not only provided a Dan prescription attribute, but also a special fire attribute. He was a lucky star. Continue. Wang Teng stared at Saint Saiduo excitedly, waiting for more attribute bubbles to appear. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion occurred in Saint Saiduo's furnace. A burnt smell spread out. Saint Saiduo, Wang Teng. This was it? Didn't everybody say that he was a second calamity saint-level alchemist? Why did he make mistakes when he was refining ingredients? Are you kidding me? What's going on? Saint Saiduo was stunned too. His face turned black as he muttered to himself. I feel uneasy. It's as if I'm being watched. Wang Teng immediately hit himself even more. Am I discovered? Was it because of his influence that Saint Haiduo made a mistake? This was possible. Alchemists needed to be extremely focused in their alchemy. Any external factors could cause them to make mistakes. However, Saint Haiduo's mistake had its benefits. He dropped attribute bubbles again. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to pick them up. He waited for the other party to start making pills before releasing his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles. Alchemy, Saint level, 100. Alchemy, Saint level, 50. 150 points of attributes. Looks like I need to pick second calamity, Saint level alchemists. Wang Teng smiled and lamented. 150 points of attributes entered his pocket. His alchemy enlightenment rose again. Wang Teng waited patiently. Time passed slowly. As the refining process continued, more and more attribute bubbles were dropped. He picked them up carefully, allowing his alchemy mastery to become more and more profound. Another half a day passed. Saint Saiduo's alchemy mastery was not bad. He didn't make any mistakes and successfully refined most of the ingredients. In the devour space, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his attributes board. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Alchemist, 4150, 30,000, Saint level. It should be enough. Wang Teng smiled uncontrollably. He felt that his alchemy mastery was enough to make a second calamity saint-level pill. He was more confident than before. Chapter 3455, Increase in Alchemy Level, Unforeseen Events. Saint Saiduo failed. Wang Teng's confidence was boosted by the attribute bubbles he received from Saint Saiduo. 450 points of attributes meant that he had been in this field for many years among the second calamity saint-level alchemists. What's more, Wang Teng's experience was the essence. It allowed him to have a deeper understanding of alchemy. This was the benefit of picking up attributes. The hard work of these alchemists couldn't be compared to it. The life of cheating was so lonely. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt emotional. If Saint Saiduo knew that Wang Teng was able to make a second calamity saint-level pill because of him, what would his expression be like? Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and immediately started making alchemists. He waved his hand and spiritual herbs flew out. Space fluctuated and they appeared outside. This time he wanted to use the blood god clone's body to make pills, so he needed to take over his body. The blood god clone could use some of the skills of the main body, but it wasn't as powerful as the main body. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the blood god clone opened its eyes. There was a strange glow shimmering in them, as if it was a different person. Although the blood god clone was similar to the main body, there were still some differences. However, at this moment the gaze was exactly the same as the main body's. The red light flickered slightly, but there was a deep and pitch-black light flashing in the depth of the red light. It was like the vast emptiness. Wang Teng didn't say much. He looked at a corner of the alchemy room. There was a furnace at the peak of the Grand Master level there. It was specially made for alchemists who didn't have a furnace. He didn't have a furnace now. Bang, he grabbed the furnace with one hand and it flew over from afar. It landed on the vent and gave off a dull thud. The quality is not bad. I'll use it reluctantly. Wang Teng sized up the furnace and nodded. It wasn't elite class, but it was passable. It couldn't be compared to his 9-dragon lightning La Furnace. After all, it was made from all kinds of precious materials collected from the mining planet in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Boom! The next instant, a ball of black flame appeared in his hand. It turned into a strange python and shot into the fire vent enveloping the furnace. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He took out more than 10 spiritual herbs and threw them into the furnace. He started refining them simultaneously. He had already wasted a day, so he needed to make the best use of his time. This refinement step wasn't difficult for him. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be any problems. Wang Teng had all the supplementary ingredients for the Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. He had snatched too many treasures in the past, including those from the first level of the vampire's treasure vault. Hence, he didn't lack the ordinary supplementary spiritual herbs. Most importantly, the Bloodheart 7 Death Flower was a rare spiritual flower. Normal people wouldn't be able to find it. This spiritual flower might not even exist in the vampire's treasure vault. Wang Teng was lucky. He managed to get one from the blood swordfish, and it was at the saint level. If not, he wouldn't be able to make a second Calamity Saint-level pill. Saint-level pills had high requirements for spiritual herbs. The age was the most important factor. If it wasn't old enough, the efficacy wouldn't be strong enough. It wouldn't be able to support the refining of a saint-level pill. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng frowned. He felt that it was still a little slow. There were thousands of ingredients needed for the Blood Evil Heart Revitalizing Pill. He would need a lot of time if he wanted to refine all of them. Even if Wang Teng could multitask and refine more than 10 spiritual herbs at once, it would still take up a lot of time. He waved his hand again, and the spirit wolf green flame he just received swept out, enveloping the other spiritual herbs. The spirit wolf green flame was gentle. It was easier to control compared to the dark flame. With Wang Teng's fire control ability, controlling a spirit wolf green flame was a piece of cake. That way, Wang Teng could refine more than 30 spiritual herbs at once. His speed increased 2 times. Wang Teng didn't give up farming attributes from Saint Saiduo either. The other party hadn't finished refining the ingredients. Before this, he was only refining the simplest ingredients. Now, he went straight to the point and started refining the main ingredients. His expression was stern, and he seemed extremely serious and focused. There were even beads of sweat on his forehead. Attribute bubbles dropped from his body and floated at the side. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles when the guy wasn't looking. He felt even more outstanding. What a good person. It looks like I can get more attributes from this saint. Wang Teng thought to himself happily as he refined the spiritual herbs. Time passed again. Approximately 5 hours later, Wang Teng had finished refining all the spiritual herbs. He was about to start refining the main ingredients. As for Saint Saiduo, he had finished refining the main ingredients and was about to start merging them. More and more attribute bubbles dropped from Saint Saiduo. They were all picked up by Wang Teng. He glanced at his attributes board, Alchemist, 460 3000 cent level, 460 points. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. However, the amalgamation of the spiritual herbs wasn't smooth for Saint Saiduo. A mistake occurred in the amalgamation of the spiritual herbs and they turned into scrap. Hence, he had to refine them again. He didn't drop any more attribute bubbles. He seemed to have reached his limit. Chapter 3456, Increase in Alchemy Level, unforeseen events, Saint Zaiduo failed, too. Wang Teng was disappointed. He stopped looking at Saint Zaiduo and focused on refining the main ingredients. One of the spiritual herbs was the blood spirit branch, except the blood heart 7 death flower. It was the most important ingredient. It was an extremely rare and precious spiritual herb, but Wang Teng had it. The vampire clans gave him many good things to win him over, including the blood spirit branch. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red spiritual material that looked like a tree branch landed in his hand. He observed it carefully. He was extremely careful when dealing with these precious spiritual herbs. First, he needed to understand the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs. The medicinal properties would affect the temperature of the flames and the time it took to refine the spiritual herbs. He mustn't be careless. 9 patterns, 9,000 years old. Wang Teng looked at the 9 blood-red patterns on the blood spirit branch and determined its age. Although it wasn't as old as 10,000 years, it was still 9,000 years old. This was enough to prove how generous the Remor race was. Generally speaking, it was extremely difficult for any spiritual herb to reach 10,000 years old. After all, the older it was, the more powerful star beasts it would attract. Some star beasts wouldn't wait for it to reach 10,000 years old. When they needed it, they would swallow it and turn it into their own power. The survival of the fittest in the star beast world was no worse than the martial warrior world. They needed to race against time. Time waited for no man. If they reached 10,000 years old, they would suffer a lightning calamity. If they weren't careful, the spiritual herbs would be destroyed by the lightning. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. That would be frustrating. Hence, even though the blood spirit branch was only 9,000 years old, it was already a rare spiritual material. Wang Teng studied it for some time and understood the medicinal properties of the blood spirit branch. He started refining it immediately. The blood spirit branch in his hand flew up automatically. Wrapped by his spiritual kinesis, it flew towards the furnace. Boom! The dark flame enveloped it naturally. A divine flame was needed to forge this precious spiritual material. The spirit wolf emerald flame was milder, but it wasn't as powerful as the divine flame in other areas. A divine flame was the best choice if he wanted to refine it thoroughly. Under the burning of the dark flame, the 9 patterns on the blood spirit branch started to glow. They seemed to be resisting the scorching heat. Wow, you know how to resist. Wang Teng was surprised. Dark constellation force surged out of his body, raising the temperature of the flame instantly. However, he still held back. If he released the full heat of the dark flame, the blood spirit branch might not be able to withstand it. Hiss. A low hiss was suddenly heard. The dark flame turned into a small single-horned snake and clung on to the blood spirit branch in an instant. The blood spirit branch gave off a hissing sound. The skin started falling off, revealing the jade-like inside. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The temperature dropped instantly. The inside of the blood spirit branch couldn't withstand the high temperature. The outside was the protective layer, while the inside was where the efficacy was concentrated. Under the control of Wang Teng's exquisite flames, the crystal-clear interior started melting. Gray residue kept getting removed from the furnace. It fell and landed below the furnace. Wang Teng remained calm. He wasn't in a hurry. He slowly refined the blood spirit branch, extracting all the impurities and turning them into the purest medicinal liquid. Approximately half an hour later, only a ball of glistening blood-red liquid was left on the blood spirit branch. Its original appearance could no longer be seen. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a small sigh. He smiled gently and wrapped the blood spirit branch medicinal liquid with flames. Then he moved to the side. He repeated the process and made a few more important auxiliary materials on the other side. The amalgamation of Saint Zaiduo was still ongoing. He didn't know that the person in the alchemy room, who he thought was messing around, had caught up with him. Boom. An explosion suddenly came from his furnace. Another spiritual herb had failed. Saint Zaiduo's expression turned ugly. He underestimated the difficulty of making the blood essence congealing pill. He thought that he would succeed with the successful experience, but reality slapped him in the face. All kinds of spiritual herbs had different medicinal ingredients. They were different from the spiritual herbs in the past, so the medicinal ingredients they made were different too. Naturally, there were slight differences when they merged. This small difference could easily cause the merging to fail. At this moment, St. Shaiduo felt the pressure. Xarosa had only prepared 3 sets of ingredients, and they were all supplementary spiritual herbs. There was only 1 set of main ingredients. There were already many mistakes when merging the supplementary spiritual herbs. It was hard to imagine what it would be like when the main ingredients were merged. Even if he failed, Xarosa wouldn't blame him. After all, they had agreed on this beforehand. It was normal for an alchemist to fail in his alchemy. Also, the other party didn't dare to say anything in front of a saint-level presence like him. But failure wasn't good. It would damage his reputation as a second calamity saint-level alchemist. St. Shaiduo wouldn't allow himself to fail. He took a deep breath. He wasn't in a hurry to continue merging. Instead, he swallowed a pill and closed his eyes to recover his exhausted force and spiritual power. Refining was extremely exhausting for the mind. He had already used up most of his force. Now, in order to ensure that the rest of the refining would go smoothly, he needed to adjust his condition to the optimal state. Chapter 3457. Increase in alchemy level. Unforeseen events. St. Shaiduo failed. 3. Outside the alchemy room, Xarosa had been waiting for almost an entire day. She seemed a little anxious. This time, she paid a huge price to invite St. Shaiduo to make a pill. She almost emptied all her savings. Also, he needed to exchange for Dan's prescription and buy all kinds of ingredients. The cost was huge. Some of them came from the clan in advance. She would return them in the future. If it weren't for her great contributions over the years and her talent, they wouldn't have allowed her to do this. Who knew if she could return the favor? If she accidentally died outside, she wouldn't be able to return the resources she received in advance. Hence, the pressure on Xarosa was huge. She knew that many people in her race were waiting to laugh at her, especially after she came back from the undying Blood Sea. Many people mocked her for overestimating herself and fighting for the Blood Whale's legacy. In the end, she couldn't even defeat a low-tier Devil Emperor. But who knew how powerful the low-tier Devil Emperor was? How monstrous was he? Those who hadn't experienced the war personally had no right to speak. This time she couldn't afford to lose. If she lost, she would become a marital partner and have no status at all. There were too many people who were stuck at the peak of mid-tier Devil Emperor level. She wasn't an exception. Losers had no status. In comparison, Ophelia was much more relaxed. She leaned against the door of the alchemy room in a relaxed manner, as if she wasn't worried that the blood god clone would fail. She even glanced at Xarosa occasionally and shook her head in her heart. She didn't expect the Bloodslayer Devil Princess to end up in this state. Fate made a fool of her. You don't have to look at me like this. If you fail one day, you will end up like me, Xarosa said calmly. She had already noticed her gaze and took a deep breath to suppress her frustration. Ophelia's heart skipped a beat. She knew that the other party was right. That was why she struggled to catch such a genius like the blood god clone. Either way, it was better to act earlier than later. She had the advantage now. As long as she could marry this blood son, her position would be guaranteed. My situation is much better than yours. Ophelia didn't want to reveal her weakness, so she just smiled. Him? Xarosa sneered. He can't even take care of himself. He might not be able to bring you anything. I think he can. Ophelia said, Also, I don't place all my hopes on him. He's just an investment. I have my own talent and the family behind me. As for the other talents, there's nothing for me to look at. Xarosa moved her lips, but she didn't know what to say. She had to admit that the Bloodslayer Princess was in a better state than her. In the end, she snorted and said, Let's see if he can make a pill first. He's just putting on an act. Ophelia smiled. Xarosa was agitated, so she had nothing to say. Approximately 2 hours later, St. Shaiduo finished recuperating. He started merging the spiritual herbs and herbs again. As for Wang Teng, He had finished refining all the supplementary spiritual herbs. Only the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower was left. He took out a jade box from his space ring and opened it carefully. A strange, dark red spiritual flower appeared in front of him, Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. Wang Teng had studied this spiritual flower carefully and was familiar with it. Hence, he took it out without any hesitation and wrapped it with his spiritual kinesis before sending it into the dark flame. But a special situation suddenly occurred. Buzz. A buzzing sound was suddenly heard. A shadow congregated on the dark red spiritual flower. It looked exactly like the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. It covered the main body of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower and protected it. You can do this? Wang Teng was astounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had encountered many situations, such as when the blood spirit branch resisted the flames. This was normal. Many spiritual herbs had self-protection instincts. However, it was extremely rare for the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower to form a shadow. This meant that it possessed high intelligence. That's right, intelligence. Just like the blood camphor tree that gave birth to the 10,000 years old bloodwood crystal. It had intelligence. If this Blood Heart 7 Death Flower hadn't been picked, it might have possessed a powerful attacking ability. However, this problem had been solved by the blood swordfish. Now, Wang Teng just needed to whittle down this intelligence. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He allowed the temperature of the dark flame to rise continuously, exceeding the temperature when he was refining the blood spirit branch. This shadow was more stubborn than the outer shell of the blood spirit branch. But after some time, he frowned uncontrollably. "We can't continue like this. The dark flame won't be able to break this shadow in a short time with its temperature." Wang Teng touched his chin. He waved his hand and the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower disappeared on the spot. It reappeared in the Devour space. Boom, 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 the emerald glazed flame, the soul of 1,000 beasts, flame, holy flame. The 3 divine flames enveloped the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. With the addition of the dark flame, there were 4 divine flames burning the outline of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower from different directions. This time, after some time, Wang Teng felt the outline of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower vibrating. Chapter 3458, Increase in Alchemy Level. Unforeseen events, Saint Sai Duo failed. 4. It feels good to use a few divine flames at once. Wang Teng exclaimed uncontrollably. After being burned by the 4 divine flames for approximately half an hour, the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower's shadow finally disintegrated. It turned into a thick force and circled around the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. Success, a sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to move the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower out of the Devour space and continued refining it with the 4 divine flames. This Blood Heart 7 Evil Flower was 12,000 years old. If he used the normal method, he would need to spend a lot of time refining it. However, if he used all 4 divine flames at once, the time required would be greatly shortened. Of course, this was another challenge for Wang Teng's fire control ability. At this moment, under Wang Teng's control, the 4 divine flames were evenly distributed around the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. They didn't interfere with each other and used their spiritual kinesis as the dividing line to prevent them from affecting each other. Under the scorching heat, the flowers on the surface of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower finally started to fall. They turned into broken pieces and floated in the air. After the flowers fell, it was the center of the flower. This was where the medicinal effects were concentrated and where the core of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower was. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the center of the flower blossomed with a dark red glow. It flickered like a heartbeat and gave off a dull thud. Wang Teng squinted. He remained calm on the surface, but he was on his guard. This Blood Heart 7 Evil Flower was full of troubles. He felt a little nervous. Thud, thud! The frequency of the heartbeat became more and more rapid. The entire center of the flower flickered and contracted, expanding, contracting, and expanding. Every time it contracted, it would expand even more, as if it was about to explode. It was frightening. What's going on? Wang Teng turned serious. Damn it. Round Ball's shocked and furious voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, this is the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower's self-protection ability. Once it can't protect itself, it will self-destruct and return the effects to the world. Fuck. Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Teng widened his eyes. His expression changed entirely. I just found this information. This situation is rare and only a few people meet it. There's little record of it. Round Ball said helplessly. Think of a way quickly. If not, this 10,000-year spiritual flower will be destroyed. Thud, thud as it spoke, the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower's heartbeat reached a frightening level. Wang Teng didn't have the time to curse. His expression turned ugly, and he started thinking of ideas furiously. At the same time, he scanned the attributes board quickly to find a way to deal with this situation. Yao Wang Cauldron. Suddenly, an attribute appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He was stunned. Maybe. He didn't have the time to think. He immediately used his force to form a Yao Wang Cauldron. Wang Teng got the Yao Wang Cauldron from a poison talent during the exchange event at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It was said that this was the legacy of the Yao Wang sect. It was extraordinary and had a special effect. It might have an unexpected effect now. Wang Teng had to make a last effort. He had no other choice. Not enough. This Yao Wang Cauldron is only at the 3rd rank. It won't be able to resist the self-destruction of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. But soon he realized the problem. His expression changed and he gritted his teeth. He could only use his blank attribute. The attributes of the Yao Wang Cauldron rose exponentially. Yao Wang Cauldron, 12,530,000, 3rd rank. During the exchange event, Wang Teng's Yao Wang Cauldron attribute had already reached the 3rd rank. It could reach 12,500 points. If he wanted to break through to the 4th rank, he needed 17,500 points. He spent 17,500 points on blank attributes. Wang Teng didn't care about the pain. He pushed the Yao Wang Cauldron to the 4th rank directly. Yao Wang Cauldron, 140,000, 4th rank. During the Poison Path competition at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, Wang Teng merged the Yao Wang Cauldron and the Lightning Le Furnace to form a special furnace that was comparable to a 4th rank furnace. This was how he managed to make the 6-winged heavenly devil worm. Now that the Yao Wang Cauldron had reached the 4th rank, it should be able to handle the self-destruction of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flowers. Also, Wang Teng didn't just use the Yao Wang Cauldron to bind the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. He had 4 divine flames, too. With the help of the divine flame, the effects wouldn't spread easily, even if the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower self-destructed. What Wang Teng needed to do now wasn't to stop the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower from self-destructing. He had no way of stopping it, so he could only stop the spread of the medicine. He wanted to seal all the medicinal effects of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower in the Yao Wang Cauldron. Not a single drop must leak. As the Yao Wang Cauldron attribute rose to the 4th rank, strange patterns appeared on Wang Teng's Yao Wang Cauldron. They seemed to be carved on it, giving it a hint of charm. The Yao Wang Cauldron was a combination of wood, metal, and fire forces. Thus, there were 3 powers of laws of origin on it. This greatly increased the strength of the Yao Wang Cauldron. Wang Teng didn't have the time to think. The moment he formed the Yao Wang Cauldron, he waved his hand and opened the lid, sealing the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower inside. Boom! The next instant, a loud explosion came from the Yao Wang Cauldron. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately released the 4 divine flames and enveloped the Yao Wang Cauldron. Chapter 3459, Increase in Alchemy Level, Unforeseen Events. Saint Agduo failed. 5. Clang, clang, clang. Metallic clangs were heard from the Yao Wang Cauldron. The Yao Wang Cauldron vibrated violently. Wang Teng could feel a thick energy sweeping through it and hitting the Yao Wang Cauldron continuously. The efficacy of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower is really strong. Wang Teng turned serious. He didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, the Yao Wang Cauldron withstood the self-destruction of the Blood Heart 7 Strikes Flower. The 4th rank Yao Wang Cauldron was indeed powerful. There were 4 divine flames surrounding it, so no efficacy leaked out from the cauldron Wang. Tang heaved a sigh of relief. His guess was right. The Yao Wang cauldron wasn't just suitable for making spiritual herbs, it could also preserve the effects of spiritual herbs effectively. When he was making the 6-winged heavenly devil Gu Worm in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, all the spiritual herbs he used were well sealed in the cauldron. This allowed him to successfully make a saint-level poison like the 6-winged heavenly devil worm. At that time, he didn't think too much. This time, when he met a problem, he suddenly remembered this. Fortunately, he made the right bet. The Yao Wang cauldron was indeed useful. You want to self-destruct? Refine? Wang Tang stopped hesitating and shouted. He activated the 4 divine flames and started refining and purifying the efficacy of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. Although the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower exploded, the medicinal power remained intact. It could still be used after some refinement. Finally, there was no problem this time. Another half an hour later, the efficacy of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower was completely refined. It turned into a ball of dark red liquid. I'm finally done. Wang Tang let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the medicinal liquid made from the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower appeared outside. Next was the merging stage. Wang Tang controlled the blood god clone's body and started merging the various medicinal liquids. At the same time, Saint Zaiduo finished merging the various medicinal liquids. He was at the last stage of merging the main ingredients. After a round of recuperation, his condition got better. Hence, he successfully merged the medicinal liquids made from the spiritual herbs. There were no more failures. Sigh. Saint Zaiduo heaved a sigh of relief and chose to recuperate again. He wasn't in a hurry to absorb the last main ingredient. This step was extremely important. Even he didn't dare to be careless. After all, if anything went wrong, he didn't have a second set of main ingredients to make the blood essence congealing pill. Time passed slowly. Wang Tang's merging process was very smooth. There were no problems. 3 hours later, all the medicinal liquids made from various supplementary materials were completed. Then he started merging the medicinal liquids made from the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. He turned serious and activated his real eye. He looked at the 2 balls of medicinal liquid in the furnace. The ball of medicinal liquid was colorful and exceptionally rich. Its aura was extremely complicated, but it reached a delicate balance. As for the other ball of medicinal liquid, it was dark red in color and had a pure aura. If he wanted to merge the dark red medicinal liquid into the colorful ball of liquid, he needed to break the existing equilibrium and re-establish it. This was undoubtedly very difficult. The medicinal efficacy of the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower was too great. If he recklessly added it into the colorful liquid, it would affect the balance of the liquid and cause chaos. Fortunately, Wang Tang had the real eye, so he could monitor the changes in the efficacy of the medicine. His spiritual kinesis was extremely powerful, so he could sense the changes in the medicine. Hence, no matter how difficult it was, he was confident. Wang Tang slowly controlled the 2 balls of liquid to get closer to each other. He held his breath and was extremely focused. Swoosh! A green smoke floated up from the intersection of the 2 medicinal liquids. The colorful ball of medicinal liquid started to fluctuate violently as if it was about to collapse. Wang Tang immediately used his spiritual kinesis to maintain the balance inside and slowly merged the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower's medicinal liquid into it. Time passed slowly. Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Tang's forehead. The refinement of this second Calamity Saint-level pill was more difficult than he imagined. His force and spiritual kinesis were exhausted too. If his force and spiritual kinesis weren't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even so, at this moment, he felt a hint of exhaustion and weakness. He didn't rest ever since he started making the pill. He did everything in one go. His progress even caught up with Saint Zaiduo. If the other party saw this scene, his eyes would probably pop out. However, Wang Tang didn't have the time and effort to recover his force and spiritual kinesis. The fusion was at the crucial moment, so he couldn't be distracted. Any distraction could have unimaginable consequences. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion occurred in the alchemy room. Even with the excellent soundproofing of the alchemy room, one could still hear the commotion outside. Xarosa's expression changed entirely. She looked at the door of the alchemy room and her face turned pale. The explosion wasn't caused by a successful alchemist. Instead, it sounded like an explosion. However, her heart was filled with unwillingness. She stared intently at the door of the alchemy room as if waiting for St. Xaiduo to tell her the answer personally. Chapter 3460, Black Lightning Calamity, Astonishing. I made a second Calamity Saint level pill, 1 explosion. Euphelia looked at the door of the alchemy room opposite her and raised her eyebrows slightly. She was surprised. Honestly, she did think that the Blood Sun would fail in his attempt, but she didn't think that the Blood Eagle Saint would fail. This situation was out of her expectation. Everybody makes mistakes. It looked like St. Xaiduo wasn't 100% successful in refining. She looked at Xarosa again and felt sympathy for her. From her expression, she knew that Xarosa wouldn't have a chance if she failed this time. Tragic. This was tragic. Euphelia felt emotional and melancholic when she thought about the other party's situation. There was a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes. She must cozy up to the Blood Sun. From the looks of it, the rise of the Blood Sun was inevitable. There were some obstacles, but with the help of the Brute and Gangrel clans, the Blood Sun's position would be unshakable. Boom. The door of St. Xaiduo's alchemy room opened with a bang. A burnt smell wafted out slowly. There was no fragrance of the pill at all. Xarosa's body swayed and her face turned pale. The unwillingness in her eyes turned into disappointment. St. Xaiduo walked out of the alchemy room. His blood-red robe was burnt and torn, and his blood-white hair was a little messy. He glanced at Xarosa and coughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I failed." Xarosa's last hope was destroyed. She shook her head and didn't even have the energy to speak. For someone at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor level, this was a huge blow to her. Euphelia didn't want to stimulate her anymore. This result was enough for her to bear with. There was no need to say anything else. She wondered how the Blood Sun's medicine was. If he succeeded, it would be another blow to Xarosa, even if it was just a peak Grandmaster level pill. Euphelia couldn't help but feel excited. She looked at the door of the alchemy room opposite him was still closed. He asked in surprise. Yes. Euphelia nodded. She was still polite to this St. Xaiduo. Even if he failed in his alchemist, it didn't mean anything. The saint level was still the saint level. In the future, there would still be many people begging him to make pills. He has been in there for so long. Is there any movement? St. Xaiduo's eyes flashed as he asked No, Euphelia replied. The astonishment in St. Xaiduo's eyes got thicker. He was prepared to leave, but he still decided to stay and take a look. He was like an elder looking at a younger generation. Hence, he wasn't worried at all to him. The Blood Sun was at most a Grandmaster alchemist. It was hard for him to make a saint-level pill, but even a Grandmaster was impressive at this age. What's more, the other party's martial arts talent was extremely powerful. It would be even more impressive if he had an exceptional alchemy talent. This was what he was curious about. In the alchemist room, Wang Teng was still focused on the final merging process. He didn't know that St. Xaiduo had failed ever since he started merging the Blood Heart 7 Death Flower. He didn't have the time to care about anything else. The commotion caused by St. Xaiduo's explosion was blocked by the 2 doors of the alchemy room, so he couldn't hear anything. More than an hour passed quickly. Wang Teng's forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was a little pale at this moment. Pop! A soft sound suddenly came from the merging medicinal liquid. It was so faint that if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. Happiness flashed past his eyes. The fusion was finally completed. He was extremely careful, as if he was treading on thin ice. Now that he had finally finished merging the medicinal liquid, it was time for the final pill. Wang Teng lowered the temperature of the flame and enveloped the medicinal liquid with a gentle flame. At the same time, strands of eternal matter seeped out of his body and merged into the medicinal liquid, forming a sublimation. Actually, the 10,000 years old Blood Heart 7 Death Flower contained eternal matter too. However, the eternal matter wasn't enough to make a second Calamity Saint level pill. Hence, Wang Teng had to merge his eternal matter into it and complete the final transformation and sublimation. This was why there was an unspoken rule in the alchemy field. You had to have universe-level spiritual power before you could advance to the saint level. If his spiritual power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to control the eternal matter. But this wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. His spiritual power was only at the heaven realm, but it was on par with a normal universe-level martial warrior. After the eternal matter merged into it, the medicinal liquid became even more divine. It gave off a dazzling divine glow like a pearl. Suddenly Wang Teng did something crazy. He actually separated the ball of medicinal liquid gradually and turned it into two similar balls of liquid. The process was very slow. It was like cell division. Wang Teng was extremely careful too. His control of his spiritual power had reached its peak. He evenly split the effects of each spiritual herb into two. The two balls of medicinal liquid got more and more separated. The center, where they had been tightly connected, gradually turned into a thin thread. It got thinner and thinner, as if it would break at any moment. Chapter 3461, Black Lightning Calamity. Astonishing. I made a second Calamity Saint-level pill, too? Slap? A soft sound was heard. The two balls of medicinal liquid separated completely. The effects of the medicine didn't show any signs of dispersing. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded to himself and controlled the two flames to refine the two balls of medicinal liquid. Under the refinement of the dark flame, the medicinal liquid, which was originally the size of an adult's head, started condensing. Gradually, it became the size of an infant's head. Then it became the size of a fist. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out and filled up the entire alchemy room. The happiness on Wang Teng's face grew stronger. He finally had some energy left. He took out a few healing pills and swallowed them to recover his exhausted spiritual power and force. Refining a second Calamity Saint-level pill is harder than fighting with a high-tiered devil emperor. Wang Teng lamented in his heart. During a battle, there would be a large number of attribute bubbles to pick up. During the alchemist process, he didn't even have the chance to pick up attributes. Fortunately, this was a difficult task for Wang Teng, but compared to the others, he was lucky. Pill fragrance. Outside the alchemy room, Saint Shaiduo's expression changed slightly. He stared at the door of the alchemy room in astonishment. He smelled the fragrance of pill. This was unbelievable. This was because the alchemy room was sealed. Before it was opened, the fragrance of the pill wouldn't leak out, unless the pill fragrance was extremely thick. Pill fragrance? Euphelia was stunned. Then she looked at the door of the alchemy room in surprise. Did he succeed? Xarosa regained her composure and widened her eyes in disbelief. Did he really succeed? This fragrance, it must be a saint-level pill. Saint Shaiduo took a deep breath and finally regained his senses. A saint-level pill? Xarosa and Euphelia looked at Saint Shaiduo at the same time. There was disbelief in their eyes, especially Xarosa. She found it unbelievable. She always felt that he could only make Grand Master-level pills. Hence, when she heard what the saint said, she found it even more unbelievable. Saint-level pill. Could the Blood Sun really make a saint-level pill? Saint Shaiduo, are you speaking the truth? Euphelia's eyes were shimmering with joy as she asked hurriedly. Xarosa looked at him too. She even hoped that he would say no. Saint Shaiduo, whom she had high hopes for, failed in his alchemist attempt. On the other hand, the Blood Sun she mocked managed to make a saint-level pill. This was too cruel for her. She couldn't accept it. Such a strong fragrance, this must be a saint-level pill. Saint Shaiduo couldn't remain calm either. However, he remained patient and nodded. That's great. Euphelia finally couldn't hide her happiness. How? How is this possible? Xarosa's expression was exceptionally interesting. It alternated between green and white. Boom! As they were conversing, a loud explosion was heard above their heads. The outline of an array appeared and spun slowly. Then the dome opened, revealing the sky outside. Dark clouds enveloped the area and gathered in the sky. Bolts of pitch-black lightning darted around like small black snakes. A terrifying pressure spread down from the sky, enveloping the entire area. The air seemed to have frozen. At the same time, a faint fragrance of pill wafted out from the alchemist room below and spread in all directions. The fragrance was so strong that everyone within a few hundred miles could smell it. Also, this was just the start. What's going on? Lightning calamity. This is a lightning calamity, a saint-level lightning calamity. What a strong fragrance. Someone made a saint-level pill. Could it be Saint Xaqiro? I saw him making pills here. It's about time. Exclamations were heard from all directions. Many people who came here to forge or make pills stared at the sky in astonishment. What? Zapuk walked out of his office and looked at the sky with his mouth agape. He sensed its position and his expression turned strange. He felt a complicated mix of astonishment, shock, and disbelief. Outside the alchemist room, Saint Xaqiro let out a long sigh. His expression turned complicated. I didn't expect him to succeed. He shook his head uncontrollably after he finished speaking. He wondered if he was getting old. Xarosa gritted her teeth. She couldn't accept this result. On the other hand, Ophelia was elated. She looked at the sky in anticipation. Boom! Deafening thunder resounded in the sky, attracting more and more dark apparitions. The birth of every single saint-level pill was a cause for curiosity and yearning. In the alchemist room, Wang Teng controlled the body of the blood god clone and stood up, slowly. His eyes were glistening as he waved his hand. Boom! The lid of the furnace opened instantly, and a dazzling dark red pillar of light rose from within. It soared into the sky and connected to the pitch-black calamity clouds. 2 rays of light shot into the sky from the dark red pillar of light. They circled the pillar of light like fishes frolicking. Chapter 3462, Black Lightning Calamity. Astonishing. I made a second calamity saint-level pill? 3, 2. Saint Xaqiro's eyes widened. He was flabbergasted. Making one normal saint-level pill was enough. Yet this blood son managed to make 2. He suddenly remembered what the other party said. The guy didn't care about normal pill medicines, and he didn't care if their efficacy was lower than 70%. At that time, Xaqiro thought that the other party didn't know anything and was just looking down on him. However, looking at it now, that wasn't the case. The fact that he was able to make 2 pills proved one thing. The blood son's control of the efficacy had reached a profound level. Normal saint-level alchemists wouldn't be able to do it. At least, he knew that he couldn't do it. 2 saint-level Dans. Ophelia was astounded, too. This blood son was giving her more and more surprises. 1 saint-level pill was already extremely precious, but this fellow managed to make 2 at once. Was his alchemy mastery really so high? He didn't know how the guy cultivated. The guy came from the lower realm, but he possessed a talent that surpassed all the other talents in his race. Was he really an ancestor who was reborn? Recently, someone made this comment, and some people believed it. Ophelia didn't believe it at first, but when she saw the blood son's talent getting more and more monstrous, she started to waver. After all, the appearance of the blood son was too sudden. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Anyone would be suspicious. Naturally, no one suspected that he was a human martial warrior. No matter how you looked at it, the difference was huge. It was hard to link them together. On the other side, Xarosa was gritting her teeth furiously. She begged for a saint-level pill, but failed. This fellow managed to make 2. The difference was enough to make her go crazy. Boom! At this moment, the lightning in the sky got thicker. They gathered together and turned into a giant lightning dragon. It soared through the dark clouds, black lightning calamity. Wang Teng looked up. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He just met a dark red calamity lightning in the undying blood sea, and now he met a black one. He wondered what kind of calamity lightning this was. The black calamity lightning was giving off a glow. It was conspicuous even in the pitch-black calamity clouds and was giving off a terrifying aura. It was terrifying. Boom! It sounded like the roar of a lightning dragon. In the sky, the lightning force that had been brewing to its maximum potential shot out instantly and plummeted down. Go. Wang Teng opened his eyes and shouted. A ray of light shot out from his hand and congregated into the outline of the blood whale. It shot up the dark red pillar of light. Roar. A strange roar was heard. It shook the earth. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the giant figure of the blood beast. They were astounded. Blood whale! Exclamations were heard outside. Many dark apparitions immediately recognized the true identity of this blood beast and were even more astounded. Why is it the blood whale's shadow? It's the blood sun. It must be the blood sun. Is he making alchemists? Really? When did the blood sun learn alchemy? He didn't say that he doesn't know alchemy. There was an uproar. All the dark apparitions were stunned. Many people knew that the blood god clone had inherited the blood whale's legacy, so this blood whale's shadow must have come from the blood god clone. However, no one knew that he knew how to make pills. Boom. The next instant, the blood whale phantom collided violently with the calamity lightning. A violent explosion resounded in the sky. The dark apparitions held their breaths and stared at the blood whale without blinking. They wondered if it could withstand the attack. In an instant, countless bolts of black lightning exploded and engulfed the blood whale phantom. They crackled and whittled down the power of the phantom. Roar, a strange roar resounded in the air. The giant blood whale shadow released a terrifying bloodlust and forcefully pushed the black lightning away. So powerful. This is the blood whale legacy. He's indeed powerful. No wonder no one succeeded in the competition. The blood sun is indeed extraordinary to be able to snatch the legacy of the blood whale. The dark apparitions widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. Blood whale. Xarosa looked at the outline of the blood whale flying towards the lightning calamity with envy. This was the legacy of the blood whale. If she could get this legacy, her foundation would definitely surpass most talents, and she would become the top talent of the Bloodslayer race. But these belonged to other people now. It had nothing to do with her. Is this the legacy of the blood whale? Euphelia was surprised. She was envious, but most of it was admiration. The blood sun was able to receive the legacy of the blood whale, so his talent must have exceeded the top talents in the clan. These talents thought that they were better than others, but they didn't know how they felt in front of the blood sun. A strange expression appeared on Saint Zaiduo's face when he saw the situation in the sky. He had only seen a few alchemists bearing the lightning calamity personally. Most alchemists asked powerful presences for help to resist the lightning calamity. However, it wasn't easy to resist the saint-level lightning calamity. Would this blood sun be able to withstand it? Chapter 3463, Black Lightning Calamity. Astonishing, I made a second calamity saint-level pill. 4. Boom. As expected, the black lightning exploded again. Lightning power flowed in continuously, making the lightning dragon bigger and bigger. It slammed violently on the blood whale's figure. Both parties were at a standstill. The blood whale continued to release its evil aura. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at this scene with a serious expression. There was a hint of anxiety in the blood whale's figure. This was the blood whale Hellblade's blade soul. Even this semi-divine weapon found it a little strenuous in front of this saint-level lightning calamity. After all, its controller was too weak. If it was in the hands of an eternal-level presence, the blood whale Hellblade would naturally be able to release greater power. Boom. Wang Teng finally stopped hesitating. He controlled the body of the blood god clone and stomped his feet on the ground. Then he leaped up and turned into a beam of light as he shot towards the blood whale. Roar. At the same time, the blood whale gave a roar and started retracting its aura. In the end, it turned into a huge dark red battle blade. The blood god clone stretched out his hand and grabbed the battle blade covered with lightning. Black flames spread out from his palm and blocked the black lightning. Oh my God, it's a battle blade. Many dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise when they saw this scene. They stared intently at the blood-red figure that suddenly appeared and the weapon in his hand. Euphelia's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect the blood god clone to fight with the saint-level lightning calamity directly. He was too bold. Even high-tier devil emperors at the 3rd level and below didn't dare to say that they could withstand the saint-level lightning calamity. Go! A shout came out of the blood god clone's mouth. He held his battle blade and slashed it at the sky. Devil Titan-level battle technique, mad blood blade, a blade glow a few hundred meters long erupted instantly. The 4th level integration phase, bloodlust domain, merged into the blade glow and turned into billowing bloodlust aura. It was exceptionally terrifying. Boom. Explosions were heard. In an instant, the blade glow collided with the black calamity lightning. Numerous bolts of lightning exploded, and the power was greatly reduced. A strange suction force swept out from the dark red pillar of light, attracting the power of the calamity lightning around it. It congregated towards the 2 pills and formed a purifying force after receiving the lightning calamity and completing the final baptism. This was the real saint-level pill. However, the calamity lightning didn't disappear. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and lightning power kept pouring down. The calamity lightning didn't stop for a long time. The blood god clone held his battle blade. The blade glow resisted the black calamity lightning head-on. With a stern expression, the origin of blood in his body surged out. Buzz, buzz, strange runes congregated on the blade glow. They intertwined around it like chains and gave off a powerful force. Activate! The blood god clone held the handle of the blade with both hands and released a powerful force. He pushed the blood whale hellblade down. The blade glow slashed into the calamity lightning. Boom! In an instant, the entire calamity lightning shattered and exploded. It turned into countless bolts of lightning and filled up the sky. Silence. There was dead silence. The dark apparitions were flabbergasted. This blood sun was a little fierce. He managed to destroy the saint-level lightning calamity with a single strike. No wonder it was said that the blood sun was powerful. From the looks of it, it was true. There was a reason why the other party was able to kill an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. With his ability, he could probably fight with a high-tier devil emperor and below, right? Such strength. Xarosa took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the astonishment in her heart. She didn't want her performance to be too unbearable, but she still couldn't hide the emotions on her face. In the blood whale's nest, the other party was able to fight with the devil emperor. She always thought that he relied on external forces to do this. But now the other party resisted the saint-level lightning calamity forcefully and slashed it apart with his own strength. What could they say about his true ability? If they were talking about external forces, the other party was just using the blood whale's weapon. But that was part of the legacy. There was nothing wrong with it. Gasp. Many dark apparitions regained their senses and gasped, too powerful. This blood sun's ability is so terrifying. I didn't expect the blood whale's shadow to be a weapon. It must be from the blood whale's legacy to be able to form the blood whale's shadow. Also, it's able to withstand the lightning calamity. It must be a saint-level weapon, right? A saint-level weapon. Oh my God, how many good things does the blood whale legacy have? Isn't that a saint-level weapon? Suddenly, a voice was heard. It attracted the attention of many dark apparitions. Saint Zosimo. When the surrounding dark apparitions saw the person who spoke, they were stunned. Then they were astounded. Saint Asimo was quite famous among the vampires. This was a saint in the smithery field. He was able to forge a 3rd calamity saint-level weapon and was highly sought after by many formidable presences. However, he wasn't a pure vampire. He was a mixed blood with vampire blood. One could tell from his appearance. Saint Asimo had a muscular body. There were dark red scales on his skin, too. His expression was cold. If Wang Tang was here, he would have noticed that the scales on St. Zosimo's body were similar to the blood shark race. Without a doubt, this was a mixed blood born from a vampire and the blood shark race. Chapter 3464, Black Lightning Calamity. Astonishing, I made a second Calamity Saint level pill, 5. At this moment, St. Zosimo ignored everyone. He stared intently at the battle blade in the blood god clone's hand with a burning gaze. This is a semi-divine weapon. His words stunned the dark apparitions around him. Then there was an uproar. A semi-divine weapon. That's a semi-divine level weapon. Really? This is unbelievable. There's a semi-divine weapon in the Blood Whale's legacy. This blood son is lucky. I'm so jealous that I'm unrecognizable. Why isn't this semi-divine weapon mine? Outside the alchemist room, with the ability of Xarosa and the others, it wasn't difficult for them to hear the noises outside. The appearance of St. Zosimo and his words were naturally seen and heard by them. For a moment, they were dumbstruck. A semi-divine weapon? Xarosa's expression changed. She stared at the battle blade with complex emotions. At this moment, she couldn't control the envy and jealousy in her heart anymore. Who could bear with this? A semi-divine weapon. There was a semi-divine weapon in the Blood Whale legacy. Gasp. Euphelia took a deep breath and stared at the blood god clone intently. In her eyes, this blood sun was glowing like a gemstone. She wasn't shallow, but who could reject a wealthy and powerful person? The blood god clone possessed a semi-divine level weapon in her heart. He had already become a treasure trove full of resources. There were even semi-divine weapons in the Blood Whale legacy. Would there be a lack of other treasures? Even Saint Saiduo couldn't help but feel envious. A semi-divine weapon. Even a saint-level presence like him didn't have one. Also, he knew that Saint Zosimo was even more famous than him. Yet he appeared personally. One could imagine how shocked he was by this semi-divine weapon. Huh. Suddenly, Saint Saiduo's expression changed. He looked up at the sky in astonishment. The calamity lightning gathered in the dark clouds again. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it congregated into a larger lightning dragon. The pressure it gave off was many times more terrifying than before. It filled up the entire sky, and the dark apparitions present felt a strong pressure. The second calamity lightning. A voice of disbelief came out of St. Saiduo's mouth. His expression had changed entirely, and he couldn't maintain his composure anymore. At first, it thought that the blood god clone had just advanced to the saint level. The fact that he was able to make a first-level saint-level pill was enough to prove his talent. However, there was a second lightning calamity. Didn't that mean that the pill he made had reached the second calamity saint level? This scene was like a younger generation suddenly catching up and surpassing its senior. How could he accept this? The second calamity lightning. Xarosa was in disbelief, too. She widened her eyes in confusion, truly stunned. She didn't understand how that fellow was able to make a second calamity saint-level pill. Didn't the other party just advance to the saint level? This didn't make sense. Euphelia looked up at the sky and then at Saint Xarosa and Saint Saiduo. Then she pinched her thigh secretly. Ouch, pain. Did that fellow really make a second calamity saint-level pill? Was he joking? Didn't you say that you were just going to make it for fun? I already believe you. Why are you doing this now? Euphelia felt that she was fooled outside. The dark apparitions' jaws dropped when they saw the calamity lightning congregating in the sky again. They were filled with disbelief then. There was an uproar. Second calamity saint-level pill. This is a second calamity saint-level pill. How is that possible? How can that blood son make a second calamity saint-level pill? Could he be a saint-level alchemist already? They were flabbergasted when the first calamity lightning struck them, but now, when they saw the second calamity lightning, their minds were in a whirl to them. It was impossible for someone to reach the second calamity of the saint level. Yet, he managed to do it. It was unbelievable, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, all the dark apparitions forgot about this impossibility. They stared absent-mindedly at the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! Explosions echoed in the air. The entire Blood City could hear it. Many formidable warriors were alerted. The commotion caused by the second calamity of the Saint level was more than 10 times worse than the first calamity. Many figures appeared in the sky. They were astounded when they saw the situation in the sky. Then they flew over from afar. These figures were majestic. They didn't hide their auras at all as they swept through the sky. They saw the figure under the calamity lightning and felt even more astounded. It was as if they saw a figure they shouldn't have. A figure appeared above the vampire treasury. He looked through the layers of space and saw the figure below the calamity clouds. His gaze flickered and he disappeared on the spot. Did I make a second calamity saint-level pill? At this moment, an astounded voice came out from the mouth of the figure below the calamity clouds. It echoed in the air and stunned many people. They were speechless. Chapter 3465, Power of the Bloodlust Shadow Puppet. Success. Congratulations to the Blood Sun for becoming a Saint-level second calamity alchemist. 1. Did I make a second calamity Saint-level pill? The Blood God clone's astounded voice made all the dark apparitions speechless. Is this fellow serious? Don't you know the pill you made yourself outside the alchemist room? Saint Shaiduo was in a daze too. He stared at the figure above him in a daze and started doubting himself. Was this really his first time making a saint-level pill? Then he made a second calamity saint-level pill in a daze. It felt magical just thinking about it. Xarosa was deeply stimulated. The Blood God clone's astounded words seemed to be telling her that he was just fooling around with alchemy. He wasn't serious at all. In the end, as he was refining, he managed to make a second calamity saint-level pill. It was infuriating. If Xarosa wasn't powerful enough, she would have vomited a mouth of blood. Euphelia didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Was he joking? This guy made his own pill, but he didn't know what grade it would reach. Boom! At this moment, the second calamity lightning, which had reached its limit, plummeted down at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the Blood God clone in an instant. Fuck! He didn't seem to have reacted in time. He hurriedly raised his battle blade to block the attack. However, he was a step too late. He was engulfed by the black lightning and slammed down violently under the terrifying force. The surrounding dark apparitions were shocked. The Blood Sun didn't seem to have made any preparations. If not based on his ability to handle the first bolt of lightning, he wouldn't have been thrown off his feet. At this moment, the figures rushing over from afar had arrived too. They were astounded when they saw this scene. Boom! The lightning calamity didn't slow down. It headed straight for the 2 saint-level pills. The 2 saint-level pills scurried frantically in the pillar of light as if they wanted to break free from it and escape into the distance. They had already felt how terrifying the lightning calamity was. They didn't dare to resist the second calamity of the saint level. Oh no! Saint Shaiduo's expression changed entirely. He immediately looked at the 2 saint-level pills in the sky. The dark apparitions around them held their breaths and stared intently at the 2 pills. Were these 2 saint-level pills going to be destroyed? Euphelia's expression changed. She was nervous. It would be a pity if the saint-level second calamity pill the Blood Sun took so much effort to make got destroyed by the lightning calamity. Even Xarosa's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to see the Blood God clone succeed in making the saint-level pill, but anyone would find it a pity if a precious second calamity saint-level pill was destroyed. Those that just arrived were all devil titans. They squinted. When they saw the lightning calamity landing on the 2 saint-level pills, they couldn't help but prepare to attack. No matter what, keeping the 2 second calamity saint-level pills was the most important thing now. If they helped now, they would definitely leave a good impression on the alchemist. It would be a good chance for them to form a good relationship with him. Bloodlust, shadow puppet, go, however. At this moment, a shout came from the Blood God clone's mouth. He waved his hand and a figure appeared in mid-air. Then he dashed towards the lightning calamity at a frightening speed. Boom! The next instant, the figure collided violently with the second bolt of lightning. A violent explosion occurred. Under everyone's gaze, a dark red glow erupted from the figure's body and turned into a dark red outline of a small world. The lightning calamity that struck the small world exploded and turned into countless bolts of lightning. They covered the small world and obliterated the power inside. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in astonishment. However, it only lasted for a split second. Then the figure was enveloped by the outline of his small world. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. Bloodlust Shadow Puppet. The Blood Sun seemed to have shouted this name just now. Could it be a kind of puppet? It can create a small world. Oh my God, isn't this a high-tier devil emperor-level puppet? I heard that the Blood Sun managed to kill a few ultimate stage imperial-level star beasts with the help of a puppet in the undying Blood Sea. Is this the one? Good riddance. This is a high-tier devil emperor-level puppet. Is it from the Blood Whale legacy too? Discussions erupted among the dark apparitions. They were all curious about the puppet that suddenly appeared. A high-tier devil emperor puppet was too rare. Even devil titans might not have one yet. This Blood Sun had one. No one dared to underestimate him. Bloodlust, Shadow Puppet. The devil titans that just arrived were astounded when they appeared. They sized up the small world in front of them with interest. A devil titan. The dark apparitions around them were attracted by the appearance of the devil titans. They were flabbergasted. Even devil titans were attracted by this second calamity saint-level pill medicine. It was a little astonishing. Thisk, Zapak, smacked his lips. He found this scene familiar. He glanced at the Blood Sun who got struck by the lightning and felt his head hurting. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 3466, Power of the Bloodlust Shadow Puppet. Success. Congratulations to the Blood Sun for becoming a saint level. Second Calamity Alchemist, 2. As expected, this Blood Sun was a troublemaker. What's more, he always caused big trouble. It was better to stay away from him in the future. Who knew what would happen? Of course, he still had to cozy up to him when he needed to. This Blood Sun was a strong support. What's more, he was the kind that was inlaid with gold. He must cozy up to him tightly. A nobody like Zapak had his own way of survival. He wouldn't be too conspicuous, but he could still get some benefits and live a happier life than most people. Even devil titans have appeared. Outside the alchemist room, Euphelia and the others had just heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the devil titans. They were astounded again. It's normal for a second calamity saint-level pill to attract devil titans, Saint Sai Duo said. Xarosa didn't say much. Her gaze landed on the shadow of the bloodlust shadow puppet's small world. Her emotions were in turmoil. She remembered that this puppet didn't exist when she was in the blood whale's nest. How did it really appear now? Did he get it from the blood whale's legacy? These two saint-level second calamity pills are safe. Even if the Blood Sun can't resist it, the devil titan will act. Saint Sai Duo said. Euphelia blinked and nodded. She could finally feel at ease. That was dangerous. The blood god clone stabilized himself in midair. Black lightning crackled around him, but he patted his chest nonchalantly. He still had lingering fears, everyone. Can this fellow be more reliable? The two saint-level second calamity pills were almost destroyed. The devil titan dark apparitions' gazes landed on the blood god clone. Their expressions were strange, and their gazes flickered slightly. No one knew what they were thinking. Many of these devil titans were old friends of the blood god clone. Devil Titan Shui Ying, Devil Titan Shui Sha, and many others were present at this moment. The space fluctuated slightly, and another figure appeared, Xagnia. Devil Titan Shui Shang and the other Devil Titans were stunned when they saw who it was. Then they were astounded. Why didn't he stay in the vampire's treasure vault? Why did he come out? However, ever since the treasure vault was robbed, the manager of the treasure vault had been roaming around as if he wanted to find the person who stole it. Unfortunately, this wasn't an easy task. There was something strange about it. The 13 clans sent people to search for the thief, but they couldn't find any traces. This was unbelievable. The vampire ancestral ground was the most important place for the vampires. No one knew better than them how heavily guarded this place was. It was almost impossible to rob the vampire's treasure vault and leave safely without getting discovered. However, the truth was laid out in front of them. The thief hadn't been found. This was a huge humiliation for the vampires. It was also a thorn in the hearts of the 13 clans and Xagnia. No one would be able to let go of this pain until the thorn was removed. Many members of the 13 families guessed that the thief hadn't left the vampire's ancestral ground. He was still hiding in the ancestral ground and hid well. That was why they didn't discover his traces. Many people were surprised by Xagnia's appearance. Was he paying attention to the Blood Sun too? After Xagnia appeared, he saw Devil Titan Shui Ying and the other Devil Titans. His eyes shimmered and he nodded at them. Then his gaze landed on the Blood God clone. The Blood God clone noticed the Devil Titans and Devil Titan Xagnia too. He was moved. He didn't forget that this Devil Titan Xagnia was still suspecting him. However, he was confident in himself. If the other party discovered that his true form was a human martial warrior, he had to admit that the guy was powerful. Wang Teng found the feeling of walking on a tightrope a little exciting. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time he did this. Everybody would get used to it. The Blood God clone remained composed and looked at the calamity lightning in the sky. Boom. After being blocked by the bloodlust shadow puppet, the lightning calamity seemed to have received a provocation. Dark clouds churned and gathered a large amount of lightning power, pouring down. Boom. The second calamity lightning doubled in size and slammed heavily on the small world of the bloodlust shadow puppet. Crack. 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 The outline of the small world started cracking and disintegrating. The runes on it cracked as if they couldn't withstand the lightning calamity. Can't he block it? Many dark apparitions were shocked outside the alchemist room. Euphelia clenched her fists nervously. She knew that nothing would happen, but she was still nervous. These were 2 saint-level second calamity pills. Also, if this Blood Sun was able to resist the lightning calamity with his own strength, the situation would be different from if the Devil Titans helped him. The Devil Titans would probably view him with more importance. She couldn't help but look at the Blood God clone. He squinted, but there wasn't much expression on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Xarosa stared at the Blood God clone with a complicated gaze. Saint Zaiduo didn't say anything else. However, his flickering gaze proved how agitated he was. It was almost certain that this was a saint-level second calamity pill, Chapter 3467. Power of the Bloodlust, Shadow Puppet. Success. Congratulations to the Blood Sun for becoming a saint-level second calamity alchemist. 3. He felt that he should leave as soon as possible. However, Xarosa and Euphelia prevented him from leaving directly. If he did leave, it would prove that he was a sore loser. He ran away when he knew that he couldn't defeat the other party. If word got out, it would damage his reputation. Devil Titan Shu Ying and the others frowned, but they didn't move. They continued standing in the air and stared calmly at the lightning calamity. Roar at this moment. An angry roar came from within the small world. Then everyone saw 2 blade glows shooting out from within, heading straight for the lightning calamity above them. Boom. The 2 dark red blade glows clashed against the calamity lightning and caused an explosion. Bolts of lightning exploded and filled up the sky. The lightning calamity was blocked for a split second and even retreated more than 10 meters by the blade glow. However, a large amount of lightning power gathered and merged into the lightning calamity. Roar! Lightning roared like a real pitch-black dragon. It gave off a majestic aura as it filled up the entire space. The expressions of the dark apparitions around them changed. They were flabbergasted and had no choice but to retreat. Some mid-tier devil emperors and dark apparitions couldn't withstand the pressure. They felt that if they stayed any closer, they would be traumatized, and it would be harmful to their cultivation. This was the power of heaven. That was why many dark apparitions were astounded when they saw the blood god clone resisting the lightning calamity. Without enough courage and firm willpower, he would only be asking for humiliation and suffering in the end. But in the end, the blood god clone proved its ability. He wasn't afraid of the lightning calamity. He looked as if he was facing a normal bolt of lightning. There were many bolts of black lightning around him, but he pretended that he didn't see them. They couldn't hurt him at all. These dark apparitions didn't know that there was a lightning spirit in the blood god clone, absorbing the lightning calamity and using it as its food. In the eyes of these dark apparitions, the blood god clone wasn't just a genius, even his willpower was astonishing. No wonder he was able to rise from the lower realms. This talent was 1 in a million. He was extremely rare. The devil titan dark apparitions around him blinked too. Their gazes landed on the blood god clone. Some were in awe, some were relieved, some were calm, and some were indifferent. Boom. Under the installation of the lightning force, the lightning calamity skyrocketed again. It was 3 times its original size. It turned into a lightning dragon and plummeted down. Roar. The next instant, the small world below shrunk, revealing the body of the bloodlust shadow puppet. It roared in anger and stomped its feet on the ground. The air cracked and it shot up into the sky, heading straight for the calamity lightning. This puppet is quite interesting. Devil Titan Shui Sha shifted his gaze and looked at the bloodlust shadow puppet. Many Devil Titans nodded and agreed with Devil Titan Shui Sha's assessment. Even Devil Titans like them had never seen such a powerful high-tier Devil Emperor puppet. Naturally, they were astounded. Boom! In an instant, the bloodlust shadow puppet slashed its blade into the calamity lightning. Its blade glow was completely converged on the blade. Runes intertwined around it. It looked divine. There was even a small world floating inside. This was the power of the world. This attack contained the greatest power of the bloodlust shadow puppet. Amidst the resounding explosions, the residual impact swept out in all directions. There was a large amount of black lightning power mixed in. Some dark apparitions screamed in pain when they got hit by the black calamity lightning. Green smoke rose from their bodies. To the dark apparitions, this lightning calamity was even more frightening than a human martial warrior. Fortunately, this lightning calamity was a lightning calamity unique to the Darkland. If not, the Light World's lightning calamity would be a greater threat to them. Even so, many dark apparitions couldn't take it anymore and retreated. They didn't retreat far enough, so they got affected by the lightning calamity. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning struck the bloodlust shadow puppet continuously. Its endurance was astonishing. The second lightning calamity at the saint level was terrifying. Even the bloodlust shadow puppet couldn't withstand it anymore. The runes on its blade glow were collapsing, and the world power was disintegrating under the black lightning. Huh? The blood god clone was stunned. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. There were dark red patterns on the bloodlust shadow puppet's body. The black patterns were giving off a glow. It wasn't eye-catching, but there were signs of the black lightning getting absorbed by the dark red patterns. Indeed, I can use the lightning calamity to temper my body. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself in the devour space. The bloodlust shadow puppet told him that he could use the power of the divine flames and the calamity lightning to strengthen his body. He didn't expect it to be confirmed so quickly. Although this kind of refinement wouldn't be completed in a day or two, the bloodlust shadow puppet's strengthening was definitely not just empty talk. This was a feasible path. Besides this, the bloodlust shadow puppet could also become stronger by devouring the Bloodsea spirit or using the Bloodslayer force to nourish its body. There were many ways to do this absorb. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart and sent a voice to the bloodlust shadow puppet. At first, he wanted to help, but he allowed the bloodlust shadow puppet to absorb the calamity lightning. Chapter 3468, Power of the Bloodlust Shadow Puppet. Success. Congratulations to the Blood Sun for becoming a Saint-level 2nd, Calamity Alchemist 4. I'm afraid the puppet can't hold on much longer. Devil Titan Shui Sha suddenly opened his mouth when he saw the bloodlust shadow puppet resisting the lightning calamity. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, The blade glow on the bloodlust shadow puppet's bone blade shattered. Then the lightning calamity landed on the bloodlust shadow puppet and engulfed it. Even a high-tier devil emperor can't resist it. Euphelia was astounded. She couldn't help but worry. But soon, she realized that the blood god clone wasn't worried at all. He was just watching from the sidelines. He showed no intention of interfering. Silence. Euphelia was speechless. This fellow was even calmer than her. Who was the alchemist? Xarosa and Saint Zaiduo were speechless too. They noticed the blood god clone's expression and felt that this fellow didn't care about the lightning calamity. Look, the surrounding dark apparitions were shocked too. Suddenly someone exclaimed, a huge ball of bone could be seen faintly amidst the black lightning. It managed to block the lightning calamity once again. What's that? It looks like it's formed from bones. It can resist the power of the lightning calamity? Is this some kind of defense skill of the puppet? Many dark apparitions were puzzled. They stared at the giant ball of bone in astonishment and started guessing. The bloodlust shadow puppet surprised all the dark apparitions present. They felt exceptionally envious. Who wouldn't want a powerful puppet? He blocked it. Devil Titan Shui Sha felt a little awkward as he exclaimed in surprise. It looks like there are many things we can't tell about this puppet. Devil Titan Shui Ying placed his hands behind his back and said with a glint in his eyes. He was astounded, too. He didn't expect the Blood Sun to have such a huge gain after entering the undying Blood Sea. With his current ability, and this puppet, normal, high-tier devil emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Sigh, outside the alchemist room, Euphelia heaved a sigh of relief. She felt as if her heart was on a roller coaster ride. It looks like he's confident. Why am I worried? She rolled her eyes at the person in the sky and wondered to herself. Xarosa's gaze changed slightly. She felt that the puppet was powerful and troublesome. She suddenly felt that even if she became a high-tier devil emperor, she wouldn't be able to deal with that fellow, unless she was able to reach the middle rank of a high-tier devil emperor. But was that possible? It was unrealistic. At the high-tier devil emperor level, every rise in rank would cause a huge change in his ability. Mid-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him anymore. This was why it wasn't easy for a high-tier devil emperor to climb by one rank. It would take a lot of time to accumulate them normally. Xarosa felt a little dejected. The feeling of being surpassed in all aspects made her extremely uncomfortable. No matter what, she was a top talent of the Bloodslayer race. It was heartbreaking for her to end up in this state. Boom. The calamity lightning struck the giant ball of bone continuously. There were dark red patterns on the surface of the ball of bone. The black patterns were shimmering and absorbing the power of the calamity lightning silently. At first, no one noticed anything amiss. They thought that the bloodlust shadow puppet was using this method to resist the lightning calamity, but soon the devil titans were astounded. It's absorbing the power of the lightning calamity. Devil Titan Shui Ying hesitated before exclaiming in surprise. The Devil Titan's eyesight couldn't be compared to ordinary dark apparitions. They noticed the abnormality on the ball of bone. Devil Titan Shui Sha and the other Devil Titans observed the ball of bone carefully and noticed the change. They were even more astounded. They were already astounded by how powerful this puppet was. They didn't expect this to happen. What was the structure of this puppet? It could absorb the power of the lightning calamity. Many Devil Titans even wanted to take it apart to take a look. Could it be that there are ancient lightning runes carved on the body of this puppet? Saint Zosimo couldn't help but ask. Engrave ancient lightning runes in the puppet's body? The Devil Titan dark apparitions were stunned. That's right. Saint Zosimo looked at the Devil Titans and bowed slightly. He nodded and said, some ancient lightning runes absorb the power of lightning. However, it's not easy to carve ancient lightning runes on these dark element puppets. If you're not careful, the puppets might be destroyed. Oh, you can do that. Devil Titan Shui Ying and the Devil Titan were astounded. To be able to do this, the person who forged this puppet must have a high level of rune mastery. Saint Zosimo said, "How brilliant!" Devil Titan Zagna suddenly interrupted and asked, "Devil Titan Zagna, I didn't expect you to be alerted too." Saint Zosimo glanced at Devil Titan Zagna in surprise. Then he continued, "He must be at least a saint-level rune master." Saint level? Devil Titan Zagna's eyes shimmered. He asked again, "Can someone who just advanced to the saint level do it?" Just advanced to the saint level? Saint Zosimo was stunned. He shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. I have never seen it before, but I can't guarantee that others won't be able to do it." Devil Titan Zagna nodded in deep thought. Chapter 3469, Power of the Bloodlust Shadow Puppet Success. Congratulations to the Blood Sun for becoming a saint-level second Calamity Alchemist. 5. Devil Titan Shui Ying, Devil Titan Shui Sha, and the other Devil Titans looked at Devil Titan Shui Ying in confusion. They seemed to be thinking about the reason for his question. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The lightning continued striking the ball of bones until cracks finally appeared on it. Crack, crack, frightening, cracking sounds resounded in the sky. Many dark apparitions felt their hearts skipping a beat. "Looks like it has reached its limit," Devil Titan Sui said calmly. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the bones shattered completely. Devil Titan Sui Sha, the Devil Titan, was inscrutable. He was confident in his prediction. But an unexpected situation appeared in front of all the dark apparitions. There was a new layer of bones below the shattered bones. It formed a slightly smaller ball of bone. All the lightning force was blocked and couldn't move an inch forward. Devil Titan Shui Sha, the dark apparitions. For some reason, he felt that he was being teased. It was like opening a box. There was a small box in the big box. Was there a smaller box in the small box? Devil Titan Shui Sha, the Devil Titan, felt exceptionally awkward. He was so confident that the puppet wouldn't be able to withstand it, yet, in the blink of an eye, he got slapped in the face. As a Devil Titan, didn't he care about his reputation? Devil Titan Shui Ying and the others glanced at him strangely. They didn't say anything, but the meaning in their eyes made him feel even more embarrassed. Devil Titan Shui Sha, do you think the Devil Titan will be able to withstand it after this layer of bone is shattered? Devil Titan Shui Ying asked with a smile. It's good enough to have a second layer of defense. After all, this is just a high-tier Devil Emperor-level puppet. Devil Titan Titan Shui felt the corners of his eyes twitching as he replied calmly. Does this mean that you don't think it can survive the second level? Devil Titan Shui Ying asked. That's right. Devil Titan Shui Sha glanced at him and knew that he wanted to make a fool of himself. Anger flashed past his heart, but he still snorted and nodded. I think it can continue holding on. Devil Titan Shui Ying smiled. Let's see who's right. Devil Titan Shui Sha said, How about 50,000 blood sea source crystals? Sure. Devil Titan Shui Ying nodded. The Devil Titans at the side looked at them with interest. They didn't interfere in this gamble. As they spoke, cracks started to appear on the ball of bones again. Cracking sounds echoed in the air, attracting the attention of all the dark apparitions at this moment. The bloodlust shadow puppet gradually became a puppet. The blood god clone was ignored, and no one cared about it. Bang! After some time, the ball of bones shattered and turned into broken bones. They shot out in all directions. Devil Titan Shu Sha's expression froze. He saw a ball of bone below the shattered bones. Ha ha ha, Devil Titan! Shui Ying laughed uncontrollably. 50,000 blood sea source crystals. Thank you. Devil Titan Shui Sha snorted in anger. This puppet was like a tortoise. There were layers and layers of its shell. Even he misjudged it. This puppet seems to have some kind of spiritual bone ability. It's quite similar to the spiritual bone race. Saint Zosimo was in deep thought. To be able to gather all these abilities on a puppet, the person who made it must be extraordinary. I wonder who made it. Could it be him? Devil Titan Sui Ying suddenly looked at the blood god clone below the lightning calamity. Him! The Devil Titans were astounded. They found it unbelievable. I don't think so. Did he get it from the Blood Whale's legacy? We'll know after asking him. All the Devil Titans were curious. They wanted to know the background of this bloodlust shadow puppet. After all, this puppet was too special. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, the power of the lightning calamity finally weakened. It was obvious that no more lightning force was gathering in the dark clouds in the sky. It's ending. Devil Titan Shui Ying. The Devil Titan said, boom, in the end, as the dark clouds churned, all the lightning force congregated in one spot and slammed down. It was like the last shot of a gamble. The dark apparitions' hearts skipped a beat. They immediately looked at the ball of bones. Bang. The ball of bone exploded, and a figure flew out. It was the bloodlust shadow puppet. The lightning calamity finally dissipated. It didn't hurt the 2 saint-level, second calamity pills below. The lightning force was absorbed by the 2 pills and refined continuously. The thick fragrance of the pill wafted through the air and filled up the air. All the dark apparitions were astounded. It smells so good. As expected of the second calamity of the saint level. Wait, why do I feel dizzy? Oh my God, this pill is poisonous? The dark apparitions around them got dizzy when they smelled the fragrance of the pill. The force in their bodies started boiling and they were about to go berserk. They immediately realized that these 2 saint-level pills were poisonous pills. Devil Titan Shui Ying was astounded. He glanced at the 2 pills and waved his hand to disperse the fragrance. Swoosh, swoosh. The pillar of light dissipated gradually. The 2 second calamity saint-level pills turned into 2 rays of light and escaped in different directions. Are you still trying to run? The blood god clone chuckled. His spiritual kinesis had been waiting for a long time. It swept out instantly. The 2 saint-level second calamity pills stopped in mid-air and started struggling violently. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from the blood god clone's spiritual power. He pulled him back and sealed him in the jade bottle. Stay here obediently. The blood god clone smiled and was about to keep the pills. Blood Son, congratulations on becoming a second calamity saint-level alchemist. A soft laughter was heard from afar. Chapter 3470, Devil Titan Xagna Strikes. 100% efficacy. Bragging with dark apparitions 1. Congratulations to the Blood Son for becoming a second calamity saint-level alchemist. A soft laughter came from afar. The blood god clone paused and looked over uncontrollably. Thank you, Devil Titans. I was just lucky. He immediately bowed at the Devil Titans and smiled. Being able to make a second calamity saint-level pill isn't just luck. That's right. If anyone is lucky enough to make a second calamity saint-level pill, this pill will be extremely common. Ha ha ha, the Blood Son is too humble. The Devil Titan Dark Apparition smiled and complimented him. The status of the Blood God clone was on par with them, since he was able to make a second calamity saint-level pill. After all, even Devil Titans would need a saint-level alchemist. Of course, there were a few Devil Titans who didn't open their mouths. They maintained their composure and blinked. No one knew what they were thinking. I'm really lucky. I didn't expect my spiritual power to increase exponentially after receiving the Blood Whale's legacy. I tried making a saint-level pill, and I succeeded. I'm really lucky. The Blood God clone shook his head. The Blood Whale legacy is an extremely important legacy in the undying Blood Sea. No one has been able to get it for many years. But the Blood Son came and got it. This isn't something an ordinary talent can do. Devil Titan Shui Ying lamented. He suddenly felt that Xagorm had good eyesight. If the other party didn't strongly recommend supporting this Blood Son, the Gangrel clan might have lost this chance. It looked like Xagorm could be entrusted with heavy responsibilities. It was rare to have such a sharp subordinate. The dark apparitions around them were astounded when they heard the Devil Titan's words. They had their guesses, but their gazes turned different when they gazed at the blood god clone. I didn't expect the saint-level pills to be made by the blood sun. A second calamity saint-level alchemist. The blood sun's identity is getting more and more impressive. That's right. Even the devil titans have to be polite to a second calamity saint-level alchemist. With his identity as a blood sun, it won't be easy for the higher authorities of the 13 families to touch him. Discussions were heard. Many dark apparitions started to respect the blood sun. A second calamity saint-level alchemist was enough to earn their respect. The blood whale legacy allowed your spiritual power to rise exponentially, Devil Titan. Sha asked curiously with a glint in his eyes. That's right, Devil Titan Sha. Don't you know? The blood whale was a powerful rune master. Naturally, there are ways to raise one's spiritual power in the legacy he left behind. The blood god clone glanced at him and pretended that this should be something that everybody knew. Ancient space rune. The devil titans were astounded. They didn't know this, after all. The legacy of the blood whale was left for the younger generations. Devil titans couldn't interfere. I see. I've long heard that the blood whale legacy had many mystical abilities. Many talents couldn't even enter the core area. Thinking about it, it must be because of space, a devil titan pondered. Space skills? No wonder the legacy of the blood whale was so difficult to obtain, another devil titan said. In that case, how did the blood sun acquire the blood whale's legacy? At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. It was Devil Titan Xagna. He stared at the blood god clone and asked, could it be that the blood sun grasped the ancient space rune too? The devil titans were stunned. Then their gazes turned strange ancient space rune, Xagna, the vampire's treasure vault, and the reverse space shrinking array in the treasure vault. Many thoughts went through their minds. At this moment, all the devil titan dark apparitions regained their senses. They seemed to have guessed Xagna's motive for coming here. He was suspecting the blood sun. Many thoughts went through the minds of all the devil titans. Speaking of outsiders, this blood sun was indeed an outsider. If Xagna didn't mention it, based on the blood sun's performance, they would have ignored his identity and treated him as a talent from the 13 clan. However, they felt that it was impossible for the blood sun to rob the treasure vault. Mind you, the blood sun was just at the peak of the low-tier devil emperor stage. How much did he look down on devil titan Xagna for stealing his treasures? No, devil titan Xagna was looking down on himself. After all, he was the first one to suspect the blood sun. I'm lucky to have grasped some ancient space runes. I can use them? The blood god clone didn't panic, even though everyone was looking at him strangely. He glanced at Devil Titan Xagna and nodded with a smile. Oh. Devil Titan Xagna stared into his eyes and asked, I wonder how high Blood Sun's rune mastery was before he received the blood whale's legacy. Devil Titan Xagna asked me before. The blood god clone smiled. I told him that I was only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Peak of the Grandmaster level? The Devil Titan dark apparitions were stunned. Then they looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. His alchemy mastery had reached the second calamity of the saint level, and his rune mastery was at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Chapter 3471. Devil Titan Xagna Strikes. 100% efficacy. Bragging with dark apparitions too. This blood sun's talent was a little monstrous. I went to the lower realm to investigate. You seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Blood sun, where did you come from? Devil Titan Xagna asked calmly. The Devil Titan dark apparitions were shocked. They didn't find out the background of this blood sun. How was this possible? They didn't investigate the origins of the blood sun because they felt that the blood god physique was enough to prove his vampire bloodline. There was no need to investigate further. What's more, there were dark apparitions everywhere in the Darkland. What did it matter where he came from? But after what Devil Titan Xagna said, it seemed a little strange. Why couldn't he find anything? The lower realm is vast. Devil Titan Xagna, have you checked all the places? The blood god clone asked calmly. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh in the devour space. He sacrificed many dark apparitions in the first level of the Darkland and annihilated all the higher authorities. It would be a miracle if they could find his identity. Of course not. Devil Titan Xagna shook his head. What does your investigation mean? The blood god clone shook his head. Besides, I have the blood god physique. How can I be a fake vampire? That's right. Devil Titan Xagna. Blood Sun possesses the blood god physique. Even the devil god confirmed it personally. There's no doubt about it. Devil Titan Sui Ying squinted as he stepped forward. No matter what, since the Gangrel clan was on the Blood Sun's side, they would support him firmly. They mustn't push him out just because of a baseless suspicion. Devil Titan Xagna remained silent. The blood god physique was Xue Zhou's greatest reliance. It was like a golden body that no one could break. Comparatively, the information he found couldn't prove anything. There were too many vampires with unknown origins. For instance, the blood god altar didn't get discovered when it landed in the lower realm. Too many vampires had the same background as the blood god altar. No one knew how many vampires it had. This was why he couldn't attack Xue. He had heard of Devil Titan Xue before. He was sent to the front lines because he attacked Xue Jue. He might die at any moment. Of course, it wasn't easy for Devil Titans to die. This was a moderate punishment. However, this meant that the Devil God had high hopes for this Blood Sun. If not, he wouldn't have punished a Devil Titan for someone who was at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage. It's hard to say internal theft has happened before. Devil Titan Shui Sha suddenly opened his mouth and said, gasp. He had shed all pretense of cordiality. The dark apparitions finally understood why Devil Titan Xagna said that. There was an uproar. The Devil Titan suspected that the Blood Sun robbed the vampire's treasure vault. How is this possible? How did the Blood Sun rob the vampire's treasure vault? Who knows? This Blood Sun came from the lower realm. Who knows what his character is like? The dark apparitions discussed among themselves. Their gazes changed when they looked at the blood god clone. Some didn't believe him while others were fanning the flames at the side. They wished that the blood god clone was the thief. What, Euphelia, who was flying up from below, was shocked when she heard Devil Titan Shui Sha's words. The Blood Sun robbed the treasure vault. What kind of joke was that? This was impossible. Xarosa's gaze flickered. She looked at the blood god clone and saw that he was extremely calm. He didn't seem affected by the discussions around him. Rob the vampire's treasure vault, actually she found it a little absurd too. No matter what, the other party was the Blood Sun. Did he have to become a thief when he was supposed to be a Blood Sun? This didn't make sense. The blood god clone couldn't help but glance at Devil Titan Shu Sha. Good riddance. Did this Devil Titan finally realize that he was tricked? Was that why he was looking for him now? He used the blood essence kettle to trick Devil Titan Shui Sha into giving him 500,000 blood sea source crystals and a saint-level weapon, the Crow Emperor blood feather bow. In the end, the blood essence kettle didn't give him anything good. It was only a matter of time before Devil Titan Shui Sha noticed something amiss. Lord Devil Titan Shui Sha, even if you're a Devil Titan, I will sue you for slandering me. The blood god clone's gaze turned cold. He continued calmly, you mustn't humiliate the Blood Sun title. I'm just stating the truth. Internal theft did happen in the past. As for the Blood Sun, I have no opinion on whether you robbed the vampire's treasure vault. Is the Blood Sun anxious? Devil Titan Sui Sha asked calmly. Does this mean that Devil Titan Sui Sha isn't referring to me? The blood god clone asked. Of course, Devil Titan Sui Sha nodded. Then why are you spouting bullshit? The blood god clone scoffed silence. The Devil Titan dark apparitions were stunned. Then they looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. They knew that this fellow had scolded Devil Titan Shui Kan in the past, but he didn't give any face to Devil Titan Shui Sha. They had a new understanding of his ferocity. Euphelia and Xarosa felt the corners of their lips twitching. They were frightened. Does he have a death wish? How dare he talk back to the Devil Titan, impudent? The muscles on Devil Titan Shui Sha's face twitched as he shouted angrily. When did a junior dare to speak to him like this? Even if the other party was the Blood Sun, his words were a little impudent. Chapter 3472, Devil Titan Xagna Strikes. 100% efficacy. Bragging with Dark Apparitions 3. The Blood God clone stared at him coldly, not afraid at all. This caused Devil Titan Shui Sha's expression to turn even colder. His gaze turned sharp. He finally understood why Devil Titan Shui Kan couldn't control himself and attacked this young man. The other party didn't care about Devil Titans at all. This young man was different from the other juniors. He wasn't afraid at all. What an audacious fellow. If they allowed this person to rise, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Vanstone family. There was already a grudge between them. He wanted to resolve this grudge, but this fellow had no intention of doing so. Instead, he tricked him. The blood essence kettle was useless. It used a large amount of resources, but it wasn't able to purify the blood of origin. This meant that the other party was the one who dug the trap. Yet a Devil Titan like him actually jumped in stupidly. But now he could only suffer in silence. Was he supposed to tell others that he got tricked by the other party? In that case, he would become the laughingstock. All right, there's nothing to say if you don't have evidence. Devil Titan Shui Ying glanced at Devil Titan Shui Sha with an ambiguous smile. This is just a guess. The Blood Sun was just a low-tier Devil Emperor at that time. Even if he grasped the ancient space runes, he wouldn't be able to enter the treasure vault, right? A Devil Titan from the Brute family spoke up. Devil Titan Xagna, are you so unconfident in yourself? The Devil Titan from the Mokave race smiled and glanced at Devil Titan Xagna. He paused for a moment before continuing. Do you think that the Blood Sun, who was at the peak of low-tier Devil Emperor level, could steal the treasures from you? This sentence was equivalent to pushing away Devil Titan Xagna's sore spot. He wasn't giving him any face. It's impossible for a low-tier Devil Emperor to do so. But what if he was also a saint-level rune master? Devil Titan Xagna felt the corners of his eyes twitching. A saint-level rune master? The Devil Titans were stunned again. Didn't the Blood Sun say that his spiritual power rose tremendously after receiving the Blood Whale's legacy? Does Devil Titan Xagna think that he was lying? Devil Titan Shui Ying asked calmly. Only the Blood Sun knows if he's lying. Devil Titan Xagna glanced at the Blood God clone and continued. No one can prove that he had already reached the saint level. How can you be sure that he wasn't a saint-level rune master in the past? You should know that some Cosmos stage martial warriors have reached the saint level too. The human race has a Cosmos stage martial warrior who has reached the saint level. The Blood God clone was astounded. He couldn't help but ask, who is it? How can his talent be compared to me? Everyone's expression turned strange. This isn't the time to discuss who has better talent than yours, right? You are being suspected. Can you feel a little nervous? But his conceited appearance lowered everyone's suspicion of him. It's a human martial warrior called Wang Tang. He's not a simple person. He might become a huge threat to the Dark Apparitions. Also, he's already on the must-kill list of Asur. Anyone who sees him must kill him immediately, Devil Titan Shui Ying explained. Oh, his talent is so strong. The Blood God clone was even more surprised. Is his martial arts strong too? That's right. He might be a Cosmos stage martial warrior from the human race, but he's strong enough to fight with a high-tier Devil Emperor. Devil Titan Shui Ying nodded. He was astounded, too, to think that the human race was able to give birth to such a talent. Indeed, this was a race blessed by heaven. Fight with a high-tiered Devil Emperor. With my ability, I can do it. The Blood God clone was unconvinced. I want to see how powerful Wang Tang is. In the Devour space, Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. These Dark Apparitions didn't suspect that he was a human martial warrior. If you go to the battlefield, you might have a chance to meet him. The Devil Titan Shui Ying said, He looked at Devil Titan Shui Ying and said in a meaningful tone, "It's rare for the vampire race to have such a talent. He might be able to fight with the talents of the human race. I'm afraid this is the Devil God's intention. Are you planning to stop him?" Devil Titan Xagna's expression finally changed slightly. He didn't dare to disobey the Devil God's will, nor could he. You could even say that the treasures on the first floor of the vampire's treasure vault were nothing compared to the Devil God's will. What's more, besides the Devil God, there was also that, sir. Even Devil Titan Shui Sha was silent. However, there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He sneered and said, "Who knows if the Blood Sun can fight with the talent from the human race? If he can't, Sir Devil God will be disappointed. It's not up to us to decide if Sir Devil God will be disappointed." Devil Titan Shui Ying smiled and said, "Previously, Devil Titan Xagna said that the talent of the human race is at the saint level too. I wonder if his alchemy mastery is on par with mine." The Blood God clone suddenly asked, "It's said that the other party can make the second Calamity Saint level pill too. Its efficacy can reach 100%. Devil Titan Xagna said, 100% efficacy. Dragging with dark apparitions. 4. A cry of surprise came from the side. It was Saint Zaiduo. He looked at Devil Titan Xagna in disbelief and asked, "Is it really 100% efficacy?" Yes. This information was sent back from the front line. "There's no mistake," Devil Titan Xagna said. "We know about this too. The talent of the human race is astonishing. He's able to make 100% efficacy pills. If it wasn't for him, our invasion would have been more successful. However, this person caused a huge flaw in our plan." The Devil Titan Shui Ying said in the Devour space. Wang Teng touched his nose. "A huge flaw. I feel that these dark apparitions have a lot of resentment. Wang Teng, you're treading on a tightrope. It's too dangerous." Round Ball was frightened. "Don't worry. They don't suspect my identity," Wang Teng replied calmly. "We should be careful. If we're discovered, we're all dead." Iseeth was speechless. "Don't worry," Wang Teng nodded. Outside, the Blood God clone smiled and continued, 100% efficacy is nothing." "Oh?" Devil Titan Shui Ying and the others were shocked when they heard his words. They weren't alchemists, but they knew how rare 100% efficacy medicines were. Only an alchemist who had a profound mastery of alchemy would be able to make them. You could say that 1 in 10,000 alchemists might not be able to make a 100% efficacy pill. What's more, this was a saint-level pill. The difficulty increased exponentially. This Blood Sun looked down on them. Others might think that he could make a 100% efficacy pill. Saint Zaiduo didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He recalled the words of the Blood Sun and felt that he had a powerful aura. However, since he was able to make 2-second Calamity Saint-level pills at once, it meant that his talent was extraordinary. "I wonder how high the efficacy of the Blood Sun's pill medicine is," he asked curiously. "Oh, I haven't checked it." The Blood God clone seemed to have remembered this matter. All the dark apparitions were speechless. He didn't even know how much efficacy he had made. What was he saying? "Blood Sun, you're lucky to be able to make a 60% to 70% efficacy pill medicine." Devil Titan Shui Ying smiled and said, "I hope it's not just 30% to 40% efficacy." Devil Titan Shu Sha replied calmly, 60% to 70% efficacy is too little. It's no different from a useless pill." The Blood God clone opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the pills. He counted the patterns on the pills in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. 60% to 70% efficacy is useless? The Devil Titans were speechless. This fellow was too arrogant. Euphelia and Xarosa didn't have the chance to interrupt at this moment. However, when they heard the Blood God clone's words, they couldn't help but complain. However, when the Blood God clone counted the patterns on the pill, the expressions of the dark apparitions changed. 8, 9, 10. The Blood God clone heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. Not bad. 10 patterns. The pill is not useless. All the dark apparitions were stunned on the spot. They stared at the blood god clone in confusion. Is it really 100% efficacy? St. Jaduo asked after some hesitation. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You can count it yourself, the blood god clone threw the jade bottle to the other party indifferently. St. Jaduo took the jade bottle in a flurry. Normally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't do this. However, at this moment he was completely stunned by the blood god clone. When the jade bottle was thrown at him, he instinctively caught it with his hand. There are 2-second Calamity Saint level pills inside. Can you be more careful? He didn't have the energy to complain. His gaze landed on the pills and he started counting them carefully. Devil Titan Shui Ying and the other dark apparitions looked at his hand and started counting. 10 patterns. There were really 10 patterns. Everyone counted and confirmed that there was no mistake. Then they looked at the blood god clone as if he was a ghost. Both pills have 10 patterns. St. Jaduo's voice was trembling. Both of them? Devil Titan Shui Ying and the other dark apparitions didn't notice it until they heard his words. They finally realized that Blood Sun was making 2-second Calamity Saint level pills. They hurriedly looked at the 2 pills and counted them again. After confirming that they had 10 patterns, they heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. There were really 10 patterns. This Bloodmaster's alchemy, mastery was terrifying. This is amazing. Saint Jaduo looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. He made 2 saint-level, 2 calamity pills at the same time. Both had 100% efficacy. He had never seen this level of mastery on any of the 5 or 6 calamity alchemists at the saint level, yet he saw it on a young alchemist. He couldn't describe his astonishment. At first he thought that the Blood Sun was joking and didn't know what was going on. But now that he thought about it, he was too naive and didn't understand the world of talents. This Blood Sun was definitely a genius among geniuses. Devil Titan Shui Sha's gaze changed entirely when he looked at the blood god clone. His gaze flickered furiously. He wasn't calm at all. Chapter 3474. Devil Titan Xagna strikes 100% efficacy. Bragging with dark apparitions. 5. A second Calamity Saint level alchemist who could make a 100% efficacy pill was worth much more than a normal second Calamity Saint level alchemist. Euphelia witnessed the entire process from the side. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at the blood god clone. This Blood Sun was far more outstanding than she had imagined. Xarosa remained astounded and envious when she saw the blood god clone. There was also a tinge of unwillingness. This person remained a monster. Fighting with a talent like him remained their nightmare. Then she looked at Euphelia and felt envious for some reason. Yes, envious. She was envious of this girl's with the Blood Sun. If she didn't meet this blood master in the wrong way, she might have a good relationship with him. But it was too late now. No, it might not be too late. Xarosa's eyes lit up. She thought of something and looked at Euphelia. Was her appearance worse than the other party? Since she couldn't win against the Blood Sun, she might as well befriend him. Even Devil Titans would be polite to a second Calamity Saint level alchemist who could make 100% efficacy pills. There was nothing wrong with her making friends with him. It wasn't embarrassing. However, because of what happened in the past, this matter must be quite difficult, but this might be an opportunity. She would get married sooner or later. Wasn't it right to find a better partner? It's not amazing. I just have a stronger foundation, the blood god clone replied. A stronger foundation? St. Jaduo suspected that he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Was this something that could be done with a stronger foundation? This Blood Sun was amazing. He was so good at boasting. I wonder how my 100% efficacy pill is compared to that human talent? The blood god clone ignored the astounded saint-level alchemist and turned to look at Devil Titan Xagna with a smile. This was how he dispelled the suspicion of this Devil Titan Xagna. Within a short time, his alchemy mastery had increased tremendously. At first, it was extremely difficult to make a second Calamity Saint-level pill, but now he was able to make 2 second Calamity Saint-level pills at once. The difference was huge. A normal alchemist wouldn't be able to rise so quickly, hence most people wouldn't think that they were the same person. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to use this method to prove his worth. He wanted to make the other party more fearful of him and make the families that supported him more resolute. Devil. Titan Xagnia's eyes lit up. He glanced at the alchemy room below and saw an ordinary Grandmaster-level furnace in the alchemy room. He smiled and said, "Blood Sun's alchemy mastery is amazing. I think that the human talent is inferior to you." "I'm so happy to be praised and acknowledged by Devil Titan Xagnia," the Blood God clone smiled and said. But Devil Titan Xagnia shook his head. "But what?" the Blood God clone asked. "However, that human talent is a 7-class saint," Devil Titan Xagnia said. 7-class saint. Saint Jaiuduo and Saint Zosimo were astounded. They looked at Devil Titan Xagnia in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Devil Titan Xagnia nodded. Gasp! The two saints gasped. Even they found it unbelievable. They had never seen such a talent before. This was even more astonishing than seeing the Blood Sun making 200% efficacy second Calamity Saint-level pills. The Blood God clone snorted. 7-class saint. He's so unfocused. How can this guy be compared to me in terms of alchemy? Ha 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 ha. Wang Teng was overjoyed in the Devour space. He didn't expect the Dark Apparitions to view him as such a stunning talent. But then again, it was interesting to cooperate with them and boast in front of them. If the Dark Apparitions knew that the human talent they were talking about was standing in front of them, what would their expression be like? It's good that the Blood Sun is so confident. Devil Titan Xagnia looked at him and said, "However, if you can't prove your innocence, you won't be able to convince everyone. Does it mean that Devil Titan Xagnia still doesn't believe me?" The Blood God clone looked at him in surprise. "Before I find the stolen vampire treasures, anyone is my suspect, including you, Blood Sun," Devil Titan Xagnia said. Devil Titan Xagnia. This is too much. Devil Titan Shui Ying couldn't stand it anymore. He said coldly, "If the Blood Sun is so skilled in alchemy, why does he need to steal the treasure vault? He can just make a saint-level pill and earn a lot of resources." Before this, the Blood Sun hadn't advanced to the saint level, Devil Titan Xagnia said. "You're twisting the truth," Devil Titan Shui Ying said angrily, "based on Devil Titan Xagnia's intention. How can I dispel your suspicion?" The Blood God clone raised his eyebrows and asked. "It's very simple. Let me search your body, and we will know the result," Devil Titan Xagnia said. "Search his body?" The surrounding Dark Apparitions looked at Devil Titan Xagnia in astonishment. They didn't expect him to make such a request. This was a humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. Anyone who was asked to search their body wouldn't be able to bear with it. What's more, to the Blood Sun, this was a challenge and contempt for his status. Devil Titan Xagnia was trampling on the reputation of the Blood Sun. If word got out, no one would admire the Blood God clone anymore. Chapter 347-5, Support of the Race's Blood Sun. What a Blood Sun when the sky turned, eerily silent. The atmosphere tensed up. The Dark Apparitions who were just watching the show continued watching the show. They were astounded. The Blood Sun, who was supposed to be the center of attention after making the second Calamity Saint-level pill, became the suspect of Devil Titan Xagnia. It was a double reversal. At first they thought that the Blood Sun's position would be stabilized after the Blood Sun made the 100% efficacy second Calamity Saint-level pill. No matter how suspicious Devil Titan Xagnia was, he wouldn't flare up. However, they underestimated his determination. He wanted to investigate until the end. Even Devil Titan Swack, Devil Titan Sui Ying, and Devil Titan Sui Ying looked at him in astonishment and frowned. Actually, they understood why Devil Titan Xagnia was so firm. It was his fault for letting the treasure vault get robbed. As long as he couldn't find the thief, he would carry this humiliation with him. To a devil titan. This was unacceptable. They sympathized with him, but they couldn't allow him to humiliate the Blood Sun. Euphilia looked at the blood god clone worriedly. She was anxious, but she couldn't open her mouth. She finally understood how weak she was. In front of a devil titan, she had no right to speak. She wasn't the only one. Even a mid-tier devil emperor like Xarosa was nothing in front of a devil titan. At this moment, a soft laughter was heard. Everyone looked at the blood god clone in bewilderment. This blood sun was still able to laugh. "Search my body." The blood god clone ignored everyone and looked at devil titan Xagna calmly. He wasn't afraid of this devil titan at all. His expression turned cold and he said calmly, "Are you kidding me?" There was dead silence. All the dark apparitions stared at the blood god clone strangely. He was so courageous. This blood sun was too courageous. After talking back to Devil Titan Shui Sha, he talked back to Devil Titan Xagna. He was seeking death all the way. Many people knew that Devil Titan Xagna was extremely powerful. The fact that he was able to become the guardian and manager of the vampire treasury was enough. Devil Titan Shui Sha was probably much weaker than him. Was this blood sun fearless, or was he really so courageous? Even Devil Titan Shui sneered and looked at the blood god clone mockingly. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was the blood sun? In this world, ability was everything. A mid-tier devil emperor was no different from an ant in front of a devil titan. He wanted to see how the other party would overcome Devil Titan Xagna. Now, everyone could tell that Devil Titan Xagna wouldn't let go of the blood sun easily. Even Devil Titan Shui Ying and the others couldn't resist his determination to continue investigating. Devil Titan Xagna stared at the blood god clone calmly. He didn't show any signs of anger at all. His composure was frightening. Even though the blood god clone was disrespecting him, he didn't show any signs of anger. This was the contempt brought about by the difference in ability. He shook his head and said calmly, "You're really bold. I've always been bold." The blood god clone didn't back down. "Death is nothing. What's there to be afraid of? If you plan to use the Devil Titan's power to bully me, you will be the one getting embarrassed. If I give it my all, I can tear off a part of your skin. Do you believe me?" Gasp. The surrounding dark apparitions gasped in shock. They were flabbergasted. Was he declaring war on Devil Titan Xagna? "Your courage is commendable." Devil Titan Xagna suddenly laughed as if he heard something funny. The blood god clone stared at him coldly without saying anything, already prepared to act. "Enough," Devil Titan Shui Ying shouted coldly. "Xagna, I respect you as the guardian of the treasure vault, but this isn't the reason why you can humiliate the blood sun. If you want to touch him, you have to get past me first." He stood in front of the blood god clone and stared coldly at Devil Titan Xagna. The Devil Titan dark apparitions were astounded. They didn't expect Devil Titan Shui Ying to fight with Xagna for the blood sun. It looked like the Gangrel family was indeed a strong supporter of the blood sun. The blood god clone raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't surprised. This was within his expectation. It would be strange if there was no effect after he displayed his worth. He believed that these dark apparitions would be tempted by a second Calamity Saint-level alchemist who could make 100% efficacy. "Do you want to be my enemy?" Devil Titan Shui Ying squinted as he looked at Devil Titan Shui Ying. As a Devil Titan, he had to take him seriously. He didn't expect the Devil Titan of the Gangrel clan to become his enemy for the sake of the blood sun. "I think you're the one who wants to be my Gangrel clan's enemy." Devil Titan Shui Ying snorted. He didn't back down. The 13 clans were the ones who lost their treasures because of the theft in the treasure vault. "Your Gangrel clan has a loss too," Devil Titan Xagna said. "This isn't a reason for you to touch the blood sun," Devil Titan Shui Ying said. "Shui Ying, your Gangrel family is one of the top 3 families in the universe. Don't you find it embarrassing to bootlick a junior like this?" Devil Titan Shui Sha sneered, Chapter 3476. Support of the race's blood sun. What, a blood sun? Too, bootlick? The Devil Titans had strange expressions on their faces. Devil Titan Shui Sha was indeed vicious. He actually said that the Gangrel clan was sucking up to the blood sun. He remained trampling on the Gangrel family's face. Impudent. Devil Titan Shui Ying remained infuriated. He looked at Devil Titan Shui Sha and shouted, "How dare you humiliate the Gangrel clan? Shui Sha, do you think I don't dare to touch you? You can try. I haven't acted in a long time. I wonder how powerful the Devil Titan of your Gangrel clan is." A cold glint flashed past Devil Titan Shui Sha's eyes as he said fearlessly, "My brute family is on the Blood Sun side too. If you want to fight, you can count me in." Suddenly, the Devil Titan of the brute family stood up and gave Devil Titan Shui Sha a meaningful smile. You, Devil Titan Shui Sha's expression changed. If it was just the Gangrel family, the Vanstone family might be inferior, but they wouldn't be too afraid. They were both vampires, so there wouldn't be a war between the two families. It would just be a fight between powerful presences to decide the winner. But with the addition of the Brute family, the nature remained different. The Brute family remained also one of the top 3 families in the 13 families. They were the top 1 of this generation, and their overall ability was above the Gangrel family. Now, the 2 top 3 families were standing on the Blood Sun's side. One could imagine the pressure it gave Devil Titan Shui Sha. Euphelia heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was afraid that her clan would abandon the Blood Sun. That would put her in an awkward position. "Why don't you add us the Spinal clan to the list?" Another Devil Titan smiled and suggested, "Spinal clan." Devil Titan Shui Sha's expression turned ugly. His face turned green. Another top 3 clan. That meant that the 3 most powerful clans were on the Blood Sun side. This was a huge weight. Even Devil Titan Xagna's pupils constricted slightly. He scanned the Devil Titans from the 3 clans. "Are y'all really going to do this?" He was a little unwilling and asked in a low voice, "Xagna, this is too much." The Devil Titan from the Spinel clan shook his head. "We won't stop you from looking for the thief. We will even cooperate with you. However, you can't touch the Blood Sun. If you have enough evidence to prove that the Blood Sun is the thief, we will stand on your side without any hesitation. However, you don't have it now. If I let you touch the Blood Sun so easily, the Blood Sun of the vampire race will become a joke. Who will be willing to be the Blood Sun in the future?" That's right. The Blood Sun is the leader of the vampire talents. This is a tacit agreement. If you touch the Blood Sun without enough evidence, everyone will be able to imitate you in the future. The young talents of the vampire race won't be able to protect themselves. The Blood Sun title will become a joke. If we don't take it seriously, how can the other dark apparitions take it seriously? How can the talents of the vampire race compete with the talents of the other dark apparitions? The Devil Titan from the Brute family stared at Xagna sternly and spoke in a low voice. Devil Titan Xagna turned silent. Devil Titan Shui Sha was silent too. The other Devil Titans who didn't speak turned silent too. Euphelia was a little excited. This was the Blood Sun. Even Devil Titans couldn't touch him easily. This was the role model of the vampire talents. This was the leader of the vampire talents. Nobody could humiliate the Blood Sun. There was a strange glimmer in Xarosa's eyes. She finally understood the importance and loftiness of the Blood Sun's identity. The talents she had seen in the past couldn't be compared to the Blood Sun. No wonder the Bloodslayer Princess had to throw herself at him. Cough. A soft cough broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone looked over. Under the gazes of all the dark apparitions, Saint Xagna opened his mouth and said, "Since the Blood Sun has made a saint-level pill, he's a member of the Darkland Secondary Career Alliance. If Devil Titan Xagna doesn't have evidence, we can't touch him." Darkland Secondary Career Alliance, the Blood God clone was stunned. There was a Secondary Career Alliance in the Darkland. The Secondary Career wasn't mainstream, but it had its weight. On the other side, there was finally a slight change in Devil Titan Xagnia's expression. He was no longer calm. Even he had to treat the Secondary Career Alliance of the Darkland with caution. There were too many secondary professionals here. They came to form a team to keep warm. If he touched a Saint-level secondary professional, it would definitely cause a strong backlash from the other secondary professionals. At that time, he would be blacklisted by the Darkland's Secondary Profession Alliance. He wouldn't even be able to find someone to make pills and weapons. This had happened before. In the past, there was a Devil Titan who thought highly of himself and looked down on a certain saint-level presence. In the end, he even wanted to kill him. He stirred up a hornet's nest. The Secondary Career Alliance in the Darkland would never serve him again. This Devil Titan was dumbfounded. He wanted to find someone to make pills or forge weapons, but he was rejected. Even a meal of Force dishes was a luxury. No Force chef was willing to serve him. This kind of soft power was terrifying. Whether it was the Light Universe or the Darkland, secondary professionals weren't easy to deal with. Devil Titan Shui Ying and the others were stunned too. They didn't expect Saint Saiduo to speak up for the Blood Sun. However, it was understandable. The Secondary Career Alliance would definitely worship an alchemist who could make a 100% efficacy pill. Devil Titan Xagnia, let's end this matter here. Saint Zosimo walked over and said calmly. The Blood God clone was even more astounded. He didn't have any relationship with these two saints, but they were willing to confront a Devil Titan for him. This wasn't easy. Devil Titan Shu Sha had already stopped talking. There was no point in saying anything now. The Devil Titans from the top 3 families had spoken. With the addition of the 2 saint-level presences from the Secondary Profession Alliance, even Xagnia wouldn't dare to offend them. He couldn't help but look at the Blood God clone. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. This junior managed to gain so much support in such a short time. This was impressive. It wouldn't be a good thing for the Vanstone family if they didn't eradicate them completely. Devil Titan Xagnia took a deep breath. He felt frustrated. He never expected a Devil Titan like him to suffer in the hands of a mid-tier Devil Emperor today. He suddenly attacked the Blood Sun because he wanted to use some doubts to search his body and see if he could find any clues. This Blood Sun was the most suspicious presence among them. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough evidence. What's more, the Devil Titans from the other races and the Secondary Career Alliance had a whole new level of respect for him. They stood up and spoke up for him. This exceeded his expectation. If he was just an ordinary saint-level alchemist, he wouldn't have such charisma. However, the weight of a talented saint-level alchemist who could make a 100% efficacy pill was vastly different. This young man probably had a plan to expose his saint-level alchemy mastery. Devil Titan Xagnia stared intently into the Blood God clone's eyes and seemed to see a hint of mockery in them. Was he mocking him? That's right, he wasn't wrong. This fellow was mocking him, a Devil Titan. An indescribable anger surged out of Devil Titan Xagnia's heart. It almost spurted out of his eyes. He was extremely angry. At this moment, Devil Titan Xagnia couldn't maintain his composure anymore. At first, he was high and mighty and looked down on the mid-tiered Devil Emperor, the Blood God clone. Even if the other party was the Blood Sun, he thought that he could deal with him easily. However, reality gave him a tight slap and he woke up instantly. Good, very good. A low voice came out of Devil Titan Xagnia's mouth. He laughed in anger and looked at the Blood God clone. You taught me a lesson today, Blood Sun. What a good Blood Sun. Chapter 3477, a scheme called Blood Sun 1. Blood Sun. What a good Blood Sun. Devil Titan Xagnia's low voice echoed in the sky. Anyone could hear the anger in his voice. The dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. This Blood Sun was impressive. He was able to anger Devil Titan Xagnia to this extent. From the start, no one expected Devil Titan Xagnia to be unable to deal with the Blood Sun. This result exceeded the expectations of all the dark apparitions present. The Devil Titans had never fought before, but the tense atmosphere meant that there was an invisible battle between the Devil Titan Xue. Ying and the others stood in front of the Blood God clone and looked at him vigilantly. They were afraid that the Devil Titan would lose control of his anger and attack the Blood God clone. All right, since you want to protect him, I have nothing to say. Devil Titan Xagna glanced at Devil Titan Xue Ying and the others. In the end, he suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart and said in a low voice, "I hope you won't regret it." After he finished speaking, he turned and wanted to leave. He didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He had embarrassed himself today. With ruining his reputation as Xagna, the Blood Son's reputation was fulfilled. Devil Titan Xue Ying and the Devil Titan heaved a sigh of relief. Wait. However, at this moment a voice came from behind Devil Titan Xue Ying and the other Devil Titans. All the dark apparitions were stunned. They looked behind them and saw the Blood God clone. This matter had finally ended. Everybody wondered what this Blood Son wanted to do. Devil Titan Xue Ying and the other Devil Titans frowned. Devil Titan Xagna wasn't an easy person to deal with. Since he had decided to leave, the Blood Son would be asking for trouble if he provoked him again. However, they understood how the Blood God clone felt. He was forcefully escorted and almost got searched. Who could bear with this? What's more, the Blood Son wasn't a weak person. He wouldn't give up easily after suffering such injustice. Devil Titan Xagna stopped and looked at the Blood God clone with a frown. He didn't say anything. "Aren't you going to search me?" The Blood God clone suddenly smiled. "What do you mean?" Devil Titan Xagna's eyes shimmered. "Now, I'm willing to cooperate with your body search." The Blood God clone paused for a moment before continuing. "However, I have a request." "Cooperate with the body search?" Devil Titan Xue Ying and the other dark apparitions were dumbfounded. No one expected the Blood God clone to voluntarily cooperate with the body search. What was he thinking? "What requests do you have?" A sharp glint appeared in Devil Titan Xagna's eyes. He had already given up, but things had changed. He had hope again, so he wouldn't let it go. "If you're sure that I'm not the thief, you must apologize to me in front of everyone and compensate me for my spiritual damage," the Blood God clone said slowly. Compensate. Devil Titan Xue Ying and the other dark apparitions finally knew what the Blood God clone wanted to do. He wanted Devil Titan Xue Ying to apologize personally. What a bold fellow. As for the spiritual damage, no one cared. To a Devil Titan, apologizing was 1,000 times harder than asking him to compensate for any mental damage. At Devil Titan Xagna's level, reputation was more important than anything else. Euphelia and Xarosa were flabbergasted too. This Blood Son was too bold. They felt that he was tempting fate, but they had no evidence. What do you think? Does Devil Titan Xagna dare to do it? The Blood God clone asked. Why are you so confident? Devil Titan Xagna stared at the Blood God clone and asked with shimmering eyes. Of course. The Blood God clone smiled. Devil Titan Xagna looked at him for some time before breaking the silence. Suddenly he smiled and said, In that case, why don't I play with you? But I hope you won't regret it. Regret? I never know what regret means. The Blood God clone sniggered. Devil Titan Xagna frowned uncontrollably. Was it true that the Blood Son didn't steal the vampire's treasure vault? If not, why was he so confident? But the arrow was already on the bow. He had no choice. With so many people watching the show, it would be a joke if he didn't even dare to search the guy's body. Before this, the initiative was in his hands. Now it was in his opponent's hands. The situation was reversed just now. He tried all ways and means to search his body. Now, he had no choice but to do so. This was how life worked. Blood Son, are you sure you want him to search your body? Devil Titan Xue Ying asked via voice transmission. He was still worried. He didn't want the Blood God clone to be the thief. If any evidence was found, the clans that supported the Blood God clone would become a laughingstock. How would the 13 families view them if they protected someone who stole their treasures? There was another problem. If the blood god clone had any treasures, they would be exposed if Xagna searched them. It would be more dangerous in the future, especially in the eyes of Devil Titan Xagna. The blood god clone wouldn't have any secrets. It's all right. The blood god clone shook his head calmly. Devil Titan Shui Ying didn't say anything else when he saw the Devil Titan's reaction. He stared intently at the blood god clone. This blood son was a ruthless person. He allowed them to search his body just like that. A normal person wouldn't be willing to have their body searched, even if they were misunderstood. However, the other party was willing to cooperate with the body search because he wanted Devil Titan Xagna to apologize. He would rather break than bend. Others didn't know what to say. Chapter 3478, A Scheme Called Blood Sun. 2. What a savage young man, he should be ruthless to himself. Devil Titan Shui Ying felt that the blood sun was ruthless towards him. He was using this method to force Devil Titan Shui Ying to apologize and fight for himself. Devil Titan Xagna didn't care about this. He walked towards the blood god clone step by step, with crimson light shimmering in his eyes. He wanted to see through this blood sun. The dark apparitions at the scene got nervous. They couldn't help but feel worried for the blood god clone. Don't be impatient. The blood god clone said, "We haven't discussed the compensation. All the dark apparitions were speechless. Your emotions are already at this stage, but you still remember the compensation. What compensation do you want?" Devil Titan Xagna held his breath and asked coldly. 3 million blood sea source crystals and 1 saint-level weapon, the blood god clone said. 3 million blood sea source crystals, a saint-level weapon. There was an uproar. The compensation was heaven-defying. This blood son was really daring. No wonder he was willing to cooperate with the body search. He was waiting for Devil Titan Xagna. Even Devil Titan Shui Ying and the Devil Titan Shui Ying and the Devil Titan Shui Ying and the Devil Titan Shui Stun. They stared at the blood god clone in disbelief. You're really ruthless. This was worse than extortion. Devil Titan Shui Ying felt that his evaluation of the blood sun was too low. This guy was black-hearted. Euphelia and Xarosa stared at him in a daze. They suddenly felt that this blood sun wasn't a good person. Saint Jaiduo and Saint Jasimo felt the corners of their lips twitching. They stared at him strangely. Devil Titan Xagna was astounded. This was a rare moment. He thought he heard wrong and asked after some hesitation, "What did you say? 3 million blood sea source crystals, a saint-level weapon?" the blood god clone said. "Do you think it's so easy to search my body? I'm a blood son. Can you show me some respect?" The dark apparitions, for some reason, they felt that this blood son was a little cheeky. Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? "Why don't you just rob me?" Devil Titan Xagna took a deep breath and said coldly. He admitted that he was infuriated. He wasn't even so angry when he couldn't search the guy's body. If he could, he wanted to slap this brat to death. "It doesn't feel so good to rob. I don't like to rob." The blood god clone was straightforward and smiled. "You." Devil Titan Xagna suspected that the other party was mocking him. He took a deep breath to calm down. He was a Devil Titan. How could he be angered by a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Then he said calmly, 3 million blood sea source crystals is impossible. A saint-level weapon is impossible too. You don't have to think about it. It means there's no room for discussion. The blood god clone shook his head and sighed. He said in disappointment, "It looks like Devil Titan Xagna doesn't want to find the thief." The muscles on Devil Titan Xagna's face twitched. He didn't know if this fellow was lying or telling the truth. He felt that the guy was tricking him. This fellow was as sly as a fox. He didn't look like a mid-tier Devil Emperor. After his interference, the surrounding dark apparitions felt that he wasn't the thief. Instead, they felt that Ocht was wronged. As for Devil Titan Xagna, he became the antagonist who used his presence to pressure others and framed the good people. Many dark apparitions looked at Devil Titan Xagna differently. This was a huge blow to Devil Titan Xagna's reputation. 1,000,000 blood sea source crystals, no more. Devil Titan Xagna glanced around him and felt the strangeness of the situation. He frowned. He was being held up. If he gave up now, he would be laughed at. It looks like Devil Titan Xagna still wants to find the thief. However, it's just 1,000,000 blood sea source crystals. Are you looking down on a blood sun like me? You need to add more money. It will cost at least 1.5 million blood sea source crystals and a saint-level weapon, the blood god clone said. I can give you 1.2 million blood sea source crystals, but I can't give you a saint-level weapon. Devil Titan Xagna suppressed his anger and said, as the manager of the treasure vault, you can't even take out a saint-level weapon. The blood god clone frowned. Poof! The dark apparitions around them burst out laughing. They couldn't hold it in anymore. A devil titan was being looked down upon. What's more, the blood sun's words were interesting. He was hinting that Devil Titan Xagna had the same chance to get his hands on the treasure vault. The Devil Titan's expressions turned strange, too. They glanced at the blood god clone and then at Devil Titan Xagna. They shook their heads uncontrollably. Devil Titan Xagna's reputation plummeted when he met the blood sun. That's the treasure vault. It has nothing to do with me. Devil Titan Xagna couldn't bear with it anymore and waved his hand. The laughing, dark apparition flew out as if struck by lightning and vomited blood. This fellow was framing him for no reason. Damn it, Blood Sun, you can't say that. As the manager of the treasure vault, Devil Titan Xagna is very fair and impartial. He has never lost a treasure before. Devil Titan Shui Ying suddenly remembered something and added, oh, except this time, Devil Titan Xagna. There's no need to specially add the last sentence. Thank you. At first, he was grateful to Devil Titan Shui Ying for speaking up for him. However, the last sentence stabbed his heart. This Devil Titan Shui Ying must have a black heart, too. The Devil Titans were caught between laughter and tears. They felt that Devil Titan Shui Ying must have done it on purpose. He cooperated with the Blood Sun to embarrass Devil Titan Xagna. This must be true love. Chapter 3479, a scheme called Blood Sun. 3. Those who didn't know might think that the Blood Sun was the direct descendant of Devil Titan Shui Ying. How about 1.5 million blood sea source crystals? The Devil Titan from the Brute family suggested, comparatively, a saint-level weapon was more valuable. Saint-level weapons were hard to come by. If Devil Titan Shui Sha didn't believe the blood god clone's bullshit, he wouldn't have exchanged a saint-level weapon for the blood essence kettle. He even added 500,000 blood sea source crystals. What a huge loss. Now the Blood Sun wanted 1.5 million blood sea source crystals and a saint-level weapon. This was daylight robbery. He didn't want the other party to push Devil Titan Xagna too far. After all, he was the guardian of the treasure vault. No one wanted to offend him. Hence, he came out to mediate the situation. Since the Devil Titan from the Brute family spoke, I will give him some face. 1.5 million it is, the blood god clone said. All right. Devil Titan Xagna gritted his teeth and nodded. He had a bad feeling when he saw the other party's firm expression, but at this stage, he couldn't reject him just because he wanted to. The Blood Sun had dug a hole for him. He must jump in. No, he dug this hole himself. Devil Titan Xagna was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. He glared at the blood god clone coldly. He must find something from the Blood Sun today. Since the compensation was agreed, the blood god clone didn't stop him anymore. He stood on the spot and opened his arms, allowing Devil Titan Xagna to search his body. The dark apparitions around them got nervous again. The result of this body search would affect the reputation of the Blood Sun. This would also affect Devil Titan Xagna's reputation, and it would cause the huge compensation. All the dark apparitions present paid close attention to them, including the Devil Titans. Their gazes landed on the blood god clone and Devil Titan Xagna. Boom. An invisible fluctuation swept out from Devil Titan Xagnia's body, enveloping the Blood God clone and scanning it. He searched all the spaces on the Blood God clone that he could hide his items in. Even the few pieces of space equipment he was wearing were opened automatically for Devil Titan Xagnia to search. The corpses of the ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts were revealed. The devil cores formed by the 8 Devil Emperors were opened too. All the treasures inside appeared in Devil Titan Xagnia's eyes. There were also all kinds of treasures in the Blood Whale's nest. He was silent. Was this the wealth of a mid-tier Devil Emperor? The items here were comparable to the first level of the vampire's treasure vault. How is it? The Blood God clone asked with a smile. Devil Titan Xagnia's gaze was complicated. He grabbed the Blood God clone's hand unwillingly and instilled his spiritual power into his body, searching it carefully. Xagnia, you... Devil Titan Shui Ying's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and wanted to stop Xagnia. The Blood God clone squinted and waved his hand, signaling Devil Titan Shui Ying that he was fine. He released his spirit and allowed Devil Titan Xagnia to investigate. After some time, Devil Titan Xagnia released his grip and took a step back. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "How is this possible?" All the dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another when they saw this scene. They were astounded. Did he fail to find the stolen treasures? From Devil Titan Xagnia's expression, it wasn't hard to tell that he didn't find the stolen treasures. Also, why did he seem to have seen something unbelievable? Devil Titan Shui Ying and the Devil Titan from the Brute family and the Spinel clan exchanged glances with one another and heaved a sigh of relief. "Devil Titan Xagnia, you should apologize to me," the Blood God clone said calmly. Devil Titan Xagnia's expression changed slightly. He regained his senses and finally remembered what happened. If he didn't find the stolen treasures, he would have to apologize to the Blood Sun in front of him. Why are you trying to go back on your words? The Blood God clone gave an ambiguous smile. Devil Titan Xagnia's face turned green and white. He wished he could leave this place immediately. This was the cruelest torture for him. The Blood God clone wasn't in a hurry. He looked at him quietly, unafraid that the guy would go back on his words. There were so many people watching. It was impossible unless the other party couldn't afford to lose. In the end, Devil Titan Xagnia took a deep breath and looked at the Blood God clone intently. He bowed slightly and said, "I misunderstood you. I apologize." Gasp. There was an uproar. Devil Titan Xagnia really apologized to the Blood Sun. He didn't find the treasures. The Blood Sun was wronged. This result was unexpected but expected. But no matter what, the entire process was astonishing. Many dark apparitions regained their senses, from the Blood Sun getting forced to search his body to the Devil Titans and the Saint-level presences protecting him, to the Blood Sun voluntarily having his body searched, and finally Devil Titan Xagnia apologizing. This series of events was like a trap. This was a trap called the Blood Sun. Many dark apparitions looked at the Blood God clone with fear. This was too scary. This Blood Sun's heart was so dirty. Chapter 3480, The Center. Malicious Intentions of Devil Titan Shui Sha. No Food Sharing 1. This matter ended with Devil Titan Xagnia apologizing to the Blood Sun. This was unbelievable. This Devil Titan was apologizing to a mid-tier Devil Emperor. This might be the first time in the history of the vampire race. No, even among the other dark apparitions, this was their first time. Even the talented and outstanding Blood Suns in the past wouldn't be able to do this. To be able to reach this stage, whether it was scheming, ability, or talent, none of them could be missing. This Blood Sun was indeed formidable. Even Devil Titan Shui Ying and the other Devil Titans, as well as the 2 saints, were astounded. They had felt this amazement before, but it was still uncontrollably felt now. It was stronger than before. They knew what kind of person Devil Titan Xagnia was. They might not be able to make him lower his head, yet This Blood Sun managed to do this when he was a mid-tier Devil Emperor at the start. They were at a disadvantage then. The tides turned and they gained an absolute advantage, turning the tides. They felt that they were part of the other party's plan, but they didn't dislike it. They were just taking advantage of the situation. How could they not be astounded by this method? Euphilia and Xarosa looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. They couldn't calm down for a long time. 1.5 million blood sea source crystals. Thank you. The blood god clone didn't show any mercy towards Devil Titan Xanya's apology. The guy brought this upon himself. As for the compensation, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. What was supposed to be his? Was his not a single cent less? Devil Titan Xanya didn't say much. He waved his hand and a space ring flew towards the blood god clone. Then, the space in front of him vibrated slightly, and he disappeared on the spot. The blood god clone saw Devil Titan Xanya's cold gaze before he left. However, he smiled and didn't care. He kept the space ring without counting it. With so many people present, Devil Titan Xanya would definitely not hold back his blood sea source crystals. He couldn't afford to lose face. Devil Titan Shui Ying frowned when he saw the spot where the Devil Titan disappeared. He sighed and spoke to the blood god clone using voice transmission. You might have to be careful of Devil Titan Xanya now. The blood god clone nodded. However, he didn't regret it. It wasn't a good thing that Devil Titan Xanya had his eyes on him. It would be a good thing if he revealed the truth and solved all future troubles. That way, he only needed to guard against some revenge from the other party. His identity as the Blood Sun would be confirmed, and no one would be able to touch it. Many thoughts went through the blood god clone's mind. He cupped his fists and smiled at Devil Titans Shui Ying, the Devil Titans from the Brute clan and the Spinel clan, and the two saints. Thank you for your help. Devil Titan Shui Ying waved his hand casually. He felt that based on the relationship between the Gangrel clan and the Blood Sun, there was no need to be so polite. You're the Blood Sun, so we have to maintain the Blood Sun title. The Brute clan smiled. They weren't as high and mighty as Devil Titans. Instead, they seemed amiable. The Blood Sun is a saint-level and talented alchemist who can make 100% efficacy pills. Our Darkland's Secondary Career Alliance needs a talent like you. Saint Saiduo smiled and said, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, the blood god clone muttered to himself. It was impossible for him to work for the Secondary Career Alliance in the Darkland. He was a member of the Secondary Career Alliance in the Light Faction. They were born at loggerheads. I didn't know the mastery of the Blood Sun, so I lacked respect. Blood Sun, please don't take it to heart. Saint Saiduo hesitated and shook his head awkwardly. How can that be? You're a real alchemy saint? You're a generous person. You're worth learning from, the blood god clone said sternly. Everyone respected him. Since Saint Saiduo was willing to stand up and help him, he wouldn't care about the unhappiness in the past. In summary, in Darkland, this Saint Saiduo was still useful. Good, good, Saint Saiduo heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to offend such a talent. Also, the other party was able to make a second Calamity Saint-level pill, so his mastery must be higher than him. He didn't dare to be careless. Ha ha ha, Devil Titan Shui Ying laughed. It's a happy thing that the Blood Sun is able to enter the Secondary Career Alliance. Thank you, Saints, for thinking so highly of me, the blood god clone said. As for joining the Secondary Career Alliance, we will be your recommenders. The application will pass very soon, Saint Dasimo said. Also, with my mastery in alchemy, entering the Secondary Career Alliance will be a piece of cake. In that case, our vampire race can be considered to have a worthy talent among the dark apparitions. They were eager to pull the blood god clone over because they had their own selfish motives. If this Blood Sun was able to shine in the Secondary Career Alliance, they would gain many benefits. Thank you, Saints. The blood god clone cupped his fists. Chapter 3481, The Center. Malicious intentions of Devil Titan, Xiu Sha, no food sharing. 2. This is just a small matter. Blood Sun, you don't have to be so polite, Saint Zosimo said. Everyone chatted happily. The Blood God clone became the center of attention. The Devil Titan and the Saint-level presences gathered around him. It was enviable. "Oh, right, can I take a look at Blood Sun's Blood Whale Blade?" St. Zosimo suddenly rubbed his hands and asked in embarrassment. "You must be referring to the Blood Whale Hellblade, right?" The Blood God clone was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and took out the Blood God clone, passing it to the other party. "I found this in the legacy of the Blood Whale. If you like it, you can take a look at it." Thank you, thank you." St. Zosimo took over the battle blade carefully. He sized up the blade in front of him with an intoxicated expression. Then he stretched out his hand and caressed the blade carefully as if he was caressing a beauty. The Blood God clone felt goosebumps all over his body. "This is indeed a semi-divine weapon." After some time, St. Zosimo opened his eyes and felt his surroundings. He was envious and amazed. The artifact soul inside has already reached a powerful stage. One more step, and it will be able to step into the immortal level. Divine level. Devil Titan Shui Ying and the others were astounded. They looked at the battle blade in front of them with envy. This was unbelievable. Why would Devil Titans be envious of mid-tier Devil Emperor level weapons? People might think that these Devil Titans were poor, however, this semi-divine weapon was enough to make Devil Titans envious. Luck. It's all luck. The Blood God clone smiled. I didn't expect the Blood Whale legacy to have such a good thing. The Devil Titan from the Brute family shook his head emotionally. The Devil God spared no effort to groom our vampire talents. The Devil Titan from the Spinel clan said. The Devil Titans nodded uncontrollably. The Blood Whale legacy had always been there and was prepared for the vampire talents. Normal races wouldn't have such a strong foundation. It's a pity that semi-divine weapons aren't easy to upgrade. It's just a step away. The Blood God clone shook his head. These words were half-truths to others. It was difficult for a semi-divine artifact soul to reach the immortal level. However, to Wang Teng, it was much easier. However, there was no need to tell others about these secrets. He mentioned the difficulty because he didn't want too many people to lay their eyes on it. His current ability was still too low. He had no ability to resist Devil Titans. He was able to resist Devil Titan Zangya because he had external help. However, he wouldn't be able to succeed without a certain plan. He might win once or twice, but he couldn't always win. Indeed? St. Zosimo nodded in agreement. As a saint-level blacksmith, he knew how difficult it was, as expected. The envy in the Devil Titan's eyes subsided a little when they heard this. After all, a semi-divine weapon wasn't an immortal-level weapon. There was a huge difference between them. If he was unlucky, the Blood Sun might not be able to raise it to the immortal level even if he became a Devil Titan. The Blood God clone smiled in his heart when he saw the Devil Titan's reaction. Huh? However, at this moment he suddenly felt a scorching and greedy gaze. He turned and realized that it was Devil Titan Shui Sha. He stared at the Blood Whale Hellblade as if it was a rare treasure. Compared to the other Devil Titans, he preferred this battle blade. The scripture and battle techniques he practiced were extremely compatible with the Blood Whale Hellblade. If I can get this battle blade, I'll be like a tiger with wings, the Devil Titan thought to himself. He had already noticed the Blood God clone when he used this blade. Now that he was observing it at a close distance, he couldn't get rid of the love in his heart. He wished he could snatch it from him. However, the Blood Sun was in the limelight now. He knew that he wouldn't succeed, so he couldn't do that. The other Devil Titans wouldn't allow him to do that. Suddenly, Devil Titan Sui Sha noticed the Blood God clone's gaze. He took much effort to pull his gaze away from the Blood Whale Hellblade and looked at the other party. The two parties exchanged glances. Devil Titan Shu Sha didn't hide his excitement. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the Blood God clone mockingly. The Blood God clone squinted when he saw the Devil Titan's unscrupulous intention. It looked like even though many vampire dark apparitions were willing to protect the Blood Sun's name, there were still some who had evil intentions and didn't take the Blood Sun seriously. Devil Titan Shui Sha was one of them. Of course, this was partly because the blood god clone had a bad relationship with the Vanstone family. Actually, even without the blood whale Hellblade, this grudge wouldn't have ended after the blood god clone tricked him. The blood god clone suddenly smiled when he saw the Devil Titan's evil gaze. His lips moved slightly and a voice entered the Devil Titan's ear. "Do you want it?" Devil Titan Shueisha was stunned. He didn't expect this brat to be so bold. He even dared to provoke him using voice transmission. He squinted, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. He sneered, "Brat, take good care of this battle blade. You can't get it." The blood god clone sniggered. "With your mid-tier Devil Emperor ability, without Shui Ying and the others protecting you? How long can you be proud?" Devil Titan Shueisha said. "I'll kill anyone below the Titan stage. Do you believe me?" The blood god clone smiled and said, "How arrogant." The Devil Titan squinted and sneered. "Based on your ability, you should be able to deal with 5th level and below Devil Titans." "Oh, right. If you don't have the array, you can only deal with 3rd level and below high-tier Devil Emperors. It looks like you've investigated me thoroughly." The blood god clone smiled. "In that case, why don't you send someone to give it a try? Do you think I don't dare?" The Devil Titan said coldly, "I believe you." The blood god clone said, "However, you still can't get the blood whale Hellblade. Do you know why?" "Why?" The Devil Titan raised his eyebrows and asked. This fellow was too confident, which made him a little unhappy. If other people said this, he would snort in contempt. However, the blood sun in front of him refreshed his understanding again and again. Sometimes he had no choice but to believe his words. "I'm not telling you," the blood god clone replied calmly. Devil Titan Shueisha felt the corners of his eyes twitching. "Ha ha ha!" The blood god clone's laughter entered the other party's ears. "Are you messing with me?" The Devil Titan's expression turned ugly. The blood god clone was too lazy to care about the Devil Titan. He just wanted to disgust him. It was impossible for this guy to obtain the blood whale Hellblade. Devil Titan's saints, I just succeeded in my alchemy, so I need to absorb some alchemy gains. I won't disturb you anymore. He turned and cupped his fists at the Devil Titan and the others. "Go ahead." The Devil Titans didn't stop him. They nodded and allowed him to leave. The blood god clone nodded at them and headed towards the alchemy room below. As the door of the alchemy room closed, the array started working and the open dome closed. No wonder the blood sun is able to make a 100% efficacy pill. It's perfect, yet he still wants to review the alchemist process and absorb the knowledge. The talents work harder than ordinary people. St. Shiduo praised. Devil Titan Shui Ying and the other Devil Titans nodded. They suddenly felt that this blood sun wasn't just talented, he was extremely hardworking too. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. "Euphelia, grab this chance," the Devil Titan from the Brute clan said using voice transmission. His gaze turned sharp. Yes, Euphelia was stunned. She hurriedly looked at the Devil Titan and nodded to herself. After the blood god clone left, the Devil Titans didn't stay any longer and dispersed. St. Shiduo and St. Zosimo exchanged glances with each other and disappeared on the spot. They were going to make a recommendation for the blood sun. They should pull the blood sun into the secondary career alliance as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. In the end, only Euphelia and Xarosa were left. Euphelia wouldn't leave just like this. She immediately flew down to the alchemy room and waited for the blood sun to come out. However, to her surprise, Xarosa caught up with her. "Why are you still here? St. Shiduo has left." "Why aren't you leaving?" Euphelia frowned and asked coldly, "Is this place yours?" "I can stay if I want to. What does it have to do with you?" Blood Rosa smiled and looked at her mockingly. "Also, is the blood sun related to you? Why are you so protective of him?" Chapter 3482, Adaptive Xarosa. The harder you are, the softer she will be. 1 bitch. Euphelia gritted her teeth in anger when she heard Xarosa's mockery. She cursed in her heart. Xarosa smiled proudly when she saw that the other party didn't know what to say. Some distance away, Zapok looked in the direction where the two ladies went and shook his head. He muttered to himself, "I hate myself for not being a beauty." Although he didn't know the relationship between the two beauties and the blood sun, he knew that they wouldn't let him go. He was walking on thin ice all the time. He wasn't even as carefree as the two beauties. He was born with the wrong gender. If she was a beauty, she would be at least 10 times better than she was now. The two ladies stopped outside the alchemy room and continued arguing. No one liked each other. Euphelia could sense a sense of threat from Xaiduo. The fact that she remained behind even after St. Xaiduo left proved that there was a problem. The other party must be here for the blood sun. This lady was shameless. She mocked and ridiculed the blood sun in the past, but now she still had the face to stay here. That's right, she mocked and ridiculed him. Euphelia finally found her advantage. She fainted from anger and almost lost her composure. She regained her composure and looked at Xarosa calmly. "Do you think you can get any benefits by staying here? Who do you think the blood sun is?" "I don't want any benefits. I just want to apologize to the blood sun," Xarosa said. "Tisk, do you believe yourself?" Euphelia scoffed. "Whether I believe it or not will depend on the blood sun." Xarosa fiddled with her voluptuous body and said pitifully, "Pfft, despicable." Euphelia widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect her to be so shameless. "Aren't you the same?" Xarosa smiled indifferently. "As a beauty, wasn't this normal?" Euphelia squinted and stared coldly at Xarosa. She had to admit that this lady was hard to deal with. Her only advantage was that she knew the blood sun earlier than Xarosa did and had a good relationship with him. She must remain calm now. She mustn't make any mistakes. She mustn't give the other party any chances. Xarosa turned serious when she saw Euphelia keeping quiet. Although she pretended that she didn't care about the other party, the Bloodslayer princess's beauty was on par with hers. Thus, she couldn't underestimate her. She posed a huge threat regarding whether she could change her impression of the blood sun or not. This woman would be the greatest obstacle. After all, the other party had the upper hand. In the alchemy room, the blood god clone stood in front of the furnace and heaved a sigh of relief. Then the space beside him vibrated slightly and a figure stepped out. It was Wang Teng. Before the Devil Titans arrived, he had already left the blood god clone's body and hid the devour space in the furnace. All the treasures he stole from the treasure vault were with him and not with the blood god clone. The Devil Titans probably didn't expect someone to hide in the furnace. The energy released by the pill coincidentally caused a slight fluctuation in the space around the furnace. With the concealment of the devour space, even Devil Titans wouldn't be able to discover it. He did this to be safe. Actually, even if he hid the devour space in the blood god clone's body, Devil Titan Xagna might not notice anything. The devour space was the devour nihility beast's special divine talent. It could hide in any part of the body and could be big or small. The entrance could be so small that it was almost invisible. Besides the owner, it was extremely difficult for others to find the entrance to the devour space. In summary, the blood god clone passed this round. The blood god clone exchanged glances with Wang Teng and smiled. Then he disappeared on the spot. The blood god clone wasn't in a hurry to go out since he said that he wanted to absorb the enlightenment. He would do it. He had to put on a good show. He sat down cross-legged and recalled his alchemy enlightenment. This time, he managed to make 2 second-level saint-level pills with 100% efficacy. He had some gains. It would be much easier for him to make 2 pills at once in the future. After all, a saint-level pill wasn't like a Grand Master-level pill. It was already impressive enough if he could make 2 of them. After he became more well-versed, he could try making 3 at once. If St. Xaiduo knew what he was thinking, his eyes would probably pop out. 2 wasn't enough. Why did he want to make 3 at once? Seriously. After some time, the blood god clone finished absorbing the enlightenment and walked out. Boom. Amidst a series of explosions, the door of the alchemy room opened. Euphelia and Xarosa were shocked. They looked at the door. He's out. The two ladies' gazes landed on the figure who walked out from behind the door. They immediately went forward to welcome him. Your Highness Blood Son. Two sweet and seductive voices were heard. For a moment the blood god clone was in a daze. He felt that he had entered a female demon's nest. Although there were only two female demons, there was only one before this, right? He glanced at Ophelia and then at Xarosa. He raised his eyebrows. Why was this lady here? What's with that reluctant expression? Chapter 3483. Adaptive Xarosa. The harder you are, the softer she will be. 2. Was this really the Bloodslayer Devil Princess? He immediately looked at Ophelia and asked her with his eyes. What was going on? This lady is flirtatious. Ophelia gave him a look. Oh, I get it. The blood god clone replied with a look. Xarosa. She suddenly felt that she was an outsider. She couldn't join their conversation at all. She felt tired. However, she had already predicted this situation, so she wasn't discouraged. She gave a mesmerizing smile and said, It's my fault. Will the blood son bicker with a lady like me? Besides, the blood son snatched my bloodwood crystals first. Can't I have some resentment? The blood god clone looked at her strangely. Ophelia snorted. You must have a motive for being so humble. Xarosa's breathing stopped for a moment. She took a deep breath and looked at the blood god clone. Then she said sincerely, I just noticed that the blood son's martial arts talent is exceptional, and he has displayed great alchemy skills. I have no desire to defeat him anymore, and just want to shake hands with him. Is this not enough? This lady was undoubtedly smart. She knew that lying was useless. Instead, it would make people dislike her. It was better to tell the truth directly. After all, to the vampires, it wasn't embarrassing to bow down to the talent and ability of a powerful presence. The blood god clone was astounded. He didn't expect Xarosa to be so decisive. No wonder she was able to become an ultimate stage talent among mid-tier devil emperors. If she wasn't so unlucky, she might be able to surpass Ophelia in the future. Ophelia's gaze changed too. She looked at Xarosa with fear. This lady was indeed a formidable enemy. Your Highness Blood Son, you can't trust her so easily. She definitely has a demand. She might be asking you for help to make a saint-level pill. Do you know that Saint Zaiduo failed to make a second-level pill for her? She must be pinning her hopes on you now, she said, using voice transmission. Oh, the pill Saint Zaiduo made failed. The blood god clone was stunned. Most of his attribute bubbles came from Saint Zaiduo. Now that Saint Zaiduo failed, and he managed to make a second-level saint-level pill, this he had to admit that his alchemy mastery was stronger than his opponent's normal saint level. Alchemists couldn't be compared to him. When he just advanced to the saint level, he was able to raise his first-level saint-level pill to the second level with the help of external items. But now he felt that the younger generation was surpassing the older generation. The older generation was dying on the beach. Fortunately, Saint Zaiduo didn't know that he got attribute bubbles from him. Otherwise, he would feel extremely ashamed. Yes, Ophelia smiled. She said, using voice transmission, Saint Zaiduo failed. Your alchemy mastery is higher than him. It looks like Xarosa is a poor thing. Her only hope is gone. The blood god clone looked at Xarosa with sympathy. Poor thing? Ophelia felt the corners of her lips twitching. Cough. Even if she's pitiful, it has nothing to do with me. The blood god clone coughed awkwardly. A beautiful smile appeared on Ophelia's face. She squinted. The blood god clone looked at Xarosa and said slowly, All right, since you want to shake hands and make peace, I will not be your enemy anymore. Take care of yourself in the future. Then he led Ophelia past the other party and walked out. Xarosa was elated when she heard the other party's words. However, when she heard the last few words, her expression froze. Wait, what? That's it? Good luck. Ha ha ha, Ophelia said to her, using voice transmission. Xarosa was trembling in anger. Her breathing got heavier, but she wasn't willing to give up so easily. She chased after Wang Teng and smiled seductively. Thank you for your magnanimity, blood son. Of course, the blood god clone glanced at her and smiled. He wouldn't reject or take responsibility now. He would listen to whatever you say. Useless, Euphyllia snorted. Xarosa ignored her and continued talking to the blood god clone. She didn't care if the blood god clone replied to her, and acted as if they were close friends. The blood god clone was astounded. Xarosa had this side to her. Indeed, he had to use force in front of a lady. The harder you are, the softer she is. Euphyllia gritted her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't do anything to Xarosa. She couldn't chase her away forcefully. The blood son might be unhappy when he saw her acting on her own. She would be thinking too highly of herself. Outside, Zapuk had been waiting for a long time. He immediately came forward to welcome him. "Your Highness, blood son, why are you here?" The blood god clone asked curiously. "I came to send you off, blood son." Zapuk sniggered. The blood god clone looked at him speechlessly. "I have to thank you. There's no need for that." Blood Zapuk waved his hands frantically. "You can look for me directly when you come here in the future. I will definitely prepare the most suitable venue for you." "Haha, thank you." The blood god clone patted his shoulder. Of course. Zapuk nodded and bowed. "I won't disturb you then. Have a safe trip." The blood god clone waved his hand and turned to Euphyllia and Xarosa. "I'm going back to the Blood Sun Palace. You can go back too." "All right." Euphyllia glanced at Xarosa and nodded. "It should be the gathering day tomorrow. You should go back and prepare. Tomorrow is the gathering day." The blood god clone was shocked. "Yes." Euphyllia nodded. "All right, thank you." The blood god clone's thoughts went far away. He thanked Euphyllia and turned into a ray of light disappearing on the spot. Euphyllia glanced at Xarosa calmly and soared into the sky too. They are participating in the battle. Xarosa's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at their back view. A smile appeared at the edge of her lips. She took a step forward and flew in another direction. After the blood god clone returned to the Blood Sun Palace, he didn't hurry back to the cultivation room. Instead, he sat down on the sofa in the living room. The blood puppet poured a cup of red wine and stood beside him respectfully. The blood god clone took a sip of the wine and closed his eyes to recall the past. He sorted out everything. Devil Titan Shuesha, Devil Titan Zagnya. These were his current enemies. He was a blood son, so the other party wouldn't act personally. However, they might send a high-tier devil emperors, especially high-tier devil emperors at the 5th level and above. He couldn't fight with them now. He had to be careful. Oh, right. There was Devil Titan Shui too. The guy went to the front line, and he was going there too. They might meet at that time. Tisk, why do I have to offend Devil Titans all the time? The blood god clone touched his chin. He felt that something was wrong. He always knew his place and never provoked others. Why did all these troubles come to find him? Also, as a mid-tier devil emperor, why was there always a devil titan who didn't like him? Who did he offend? The blood god clone shook his head helplessly. At first, he was prepared to forge the teeth of the great black devil horn python into a saint-level weapon, but looking at the situation, he decided to give up. After all, he wasn't on the human side, so he couldn't display his talents recklessly. The most important thing now was to go back to the battlefield and make use of his blood son identity to do something. He wanted to see if he could kill some dark apparition talents. The blood god clone's gaze flickered. He was thinking about his next move. Chapter 3484, Black Devil Lightning. The tragic misfortune of the blood wind spirit devouring bird, One Blood Sun Palace. The blood god clone was the only one in the hall. It was dim and gave off a tinge of blood red, making the hall a little misty. The blood puppet stood behind him without making any sound. Its expression was stiff like a statue. The blood god clone closed his eyes in deep thought. Many thoughts went through his mind. In the end, they turned into a thought. He needed to have enough manpower. What's more, the higher the military strength, the better. He worked so hard to gain his status and position in the Darkland because he wanted to have the right to speak and command the military. Now it was time for the Blood Sun status to take effect. However, Everything would depend on tomorrow. He felt that it wasn't easy to gain military power. Even if he was the blood son, the higher authorities of the 13 vampire families might not choose him. No matter what, he didn't have a strong foundation. There were many powerful presences among the 13 families. Choosing the older warriors was undoubtedly more trustworthy than choosing the new blood son. Of course, he had supporters too. If he opened his mouth, the Gangrel clan, the Brute clan, the Spinel clan, and many other clans would give him their support, especially the Gangrel family. He was certain that they would support him. The 13 vampire families? The blood god clone opened his eyes slowly. His gaze flickered slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Besides the vampires, the other dark apparitions were troublesome too. The vampire race wasn't the only race in this war. There must be other dark apparitions too. The blood god clone twirled the wine glass in his hand gently. His face, which was covered with a blood-red, faceless mask, flickered in the dim room. In the devour space, a black bolt of lightning appeared in Wang Teng's hand. It twirled around his finger like a black lightning snake. Black devil lightning. Wang Teng sized up the black lightning on his finger. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He flicked his finger. Bang. The black lightning landed on a huge blood-red bird some distance away. It exploded and engulfed the bird. Screech, a blood-curdling screech, came out of the blood-red bird's mouth. It opened its eyes abruptly and glared at the person in front of it with hatred. "What do you want to do?" The blood-wind spirit devouring bird screamed in anger and agony. As an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast, it was now a prisoner and had to suffer torture. For the past few days, this person kept torturing it, preventing it from healing completely. It could only maintain its weak state and keep its last breath. It wouldn't die, and it wouldn't be able to escape. Also, the torture method was different every time. It was either barbecued, frozen, or both at the same time. It was a combination of fire and ice. He was so skilled, as if this wasn't the first time. There was even a special liquid that could corrode the body. In summary, none of its opponent's methods were normal when he started torturing people. It felt like dying. Now he had changed the lightning force, making it even weaker. It had never encountered this lightning power before, but its power was comparable to the heavenly calamity it met when it advanced to the ultimate stage imperial level. One could imagine how painful it was when it landed on its weak body. No, even if it wasn't injured, he wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning calamity. Who was this person? Why did he have so many terrifying skills in the past? The other party had already used 2 different calamity lightnings to attack him. Now, there was another one. There were 3 of them in total. Was this a power a human could grasp? Now, it was really frightened. This person was a devil who knew what he wanted to do. Wang Teng ignored the blood-wind spirit-devouring bird and looked at the black lightning in his hand. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Divine Calamity Lightning is another 3rd-rank Calamity Lightning. Black Devil Lightning, 1230,000, 3rd rank." He glanced at the attributes board and had a slight understanding of the Black Devil Lightning. Similar to the Ultimate Purple Lightning and the Blood Devil Lightning, they were all 3rd-rank Calamity Lightning, and their power was similar. The Black Devil Lightning was a special product of the Darkland. Normally, only the Darkland would give birth to Calamity Lightning like this. It was contaminated with the most basic dark force and gave off a strange and evil aura. If a light faction martial warrior touched this Calamity Lightning, it would be many times more troublesome than getting contaminated with the dark force directly. It was like a dark apparition meeting the Calamity Lightning of the light world, the ultimate Purple Lightning. I have 3 types of Calamity Lightning now. Wang Teng was surprised. Who would have thought that he had 2 Calamity Lightnings in the Darkland? He had more Calamity Lightnings than the Light faction. He had grasped the ultimate Purple Lightning for a long time, but he hadn't encountered any other lightning calamity. Yet he met one in the Darkland. What a drama. "I was already wealthy, now I'm even more wealthy," Wang Teng exclaimed uncontrollably. Round ball, Iceeth. The bloodwind spirit devouring bird. There was an eerie silence in the devour space. Wang Teng ignored them. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. Little White appeared in front of him. Caw. Little White cawed in a daze. It was sleeping when it was suddenly transferred over. It was a little stunned. When it saw Wang Teng, it asked, "Master, who do we hit?" Chapter 3485, Black Devil Lightning, the tragic misfortune of the blood wind spirit devouring bird. 2. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry.
"We won't hit anyone today. I'll treat you to good food, eat."
Little White's eyes lit up. The blood wind spirit devouring bird suddenly had a bad feeling. All its burnt feathers stood up. As expected, eat it. Wang Teng pointed at the blood wind spirit devouring bird. Little White also noticed the presence of the blood wind spirit devouring bird. It started salivating and nodded fervently. The blood wind spirit devouring bird. Damn it, this devil wanted to feed it to the mid-tier crow. It knew, this devil wouldn't let him go. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. He treated it as food. This wasn't just a physical humiliation, it was a psychological one too. "It smells delicious," Little White said. "Let's eat then," Wang Teng chuckled. He kept the blood wind spirit devouring bird because he felt that this bird with the wind and dark bloodlines would be of great help to Little White. Little White was only at mid-tier imperial level, hence he needed to raise its ability quickly and make it stronger. That way, he would be able to provide more help when necessary. "Caw," Little White shouted in excitement. Boom. The next instant, a ball of dark red flames spurted out of its mouth and engulfed the blood wind spirit devouring bird. This was Little White's special talent, ghost fire. This was a beast flame. Its power was not bad. Among all the beast flames Wang Teng had, this flame was a powerful presence. Of course, it couldn't be compared to a divine flame. However, Wang Teng allowed Little White to devour many divine flames, so the ghost fire underwent some changes too. Its temperature got higher and higher. The blood wind spirit devouring bird immediately let out a shrill cry. This blood crow wanted to cook before eating. This was outrageous. Normally it wouldn't be afraid of the flames of a mid-tier imperial-level star beast. However, it was weak now, and the constellation force in its body had been exhausted. It couldn't resist the power of the flames. The only consolation was that the ultimate stage imperial-level star beast had thick skin and was able to persevere. "Let me go." The blood wind spirit devouring bird struggled frantically. It flapped its wings violently, but most of its feathers had already fallen. Even its bones were broken. It couldn't break free from Wang Teng's devil ghost venom vine. Wang Teng smiled at the side. He had no intention of speaking. Little White had been following him for a long time and had learned how to eat cooked food. It wasn't used to the raw food anymore. It might be better to extract this little bird's origin blood and give it to your blood crow, Iceth said suddenly. "Little bird?" Wang Teng's expression turned strange. However, he still considered Iceth's suggestion seriously. Then he nodded and said, "That makes sense." He took out the blood whale Hellblade and walked towards the bloodwind spirit-devouring bird. "What are you doing?" "Wait, don't come over, don't come over." The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird heard Iceth's words, too. It felt goosebumps on its head when it saw her sharpening her blade. "Don't worry, it won't hurt, just a cut will do," Wang Teng consoled it. The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird. "Do you think I will believe you? Aren't you trying to release my blood of origin? Do you think I didn't hear you?" At this moment, the blood-wind spirit-devouring bird had never felt such despair. It was filled with regret. Why did it have to fight for the blood whale legacy? In the end, it didn't get the blood whale legacy. Instead, it got implicated. Now, not only was it going to be barbecued by a mid-tier imperial-level blood crow, but it was also going to be held at the throat and bled. Was there an ultimate stage imperial-level star beast worse than this? It even felt that it was better to be killed on the spot like the blood-patterned sea viper and the blood leech Huang. Wang Teng didn't know what it was thinking. He walked in front of the ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast and raised his blood whale hell blade. He made a few gestures on its neck. As for Little White's ghost fire, he ignored it completely. He even stretched out his hand and rubbed the blood wind spirit devouring bird's neck. He wanted to find a suitable spot to cut it. Aye! Aye! The blood wind spirit devouring bird was about to explode. This was outrageous. Why was this devil grabbing its neck? What did he think it was? At this moment, it was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, it let out a shrill scream. Please spare me, Wang Teng, Round Ball, Iceeth, Little White. This spare me came a little suddenly. The people at the scene didn't manage to react in time. They found it a little absurd. An ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast got frightened and started begging for mercy. No one would believe it. But everyone understood. Everyone was equal in the face of death. Let me go. Your blood crow is just a mid-tier Imperial-level star beast. I'm an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. I'm more useful than it. The blood wind spirit devouring bird seemed to have let loose after shouting, Please spare me. It kept promoting itself and emphasized its usefulness. It does seem useful. Wang Teng touched his chin. I'm useful. Very useful. Keeping me alive is definitely more useful than eating me. The blood wind spirit devouring bird replied hurriedly. Caw, Little White looked at Wang Teng pitifully. Didn't you say that you will feed me? Ah, I don't have a choice. You saw it too. My pet beast wants to eat you. Wang Teng shook his head. The blood wind spirit devouring bird wanted to cry. Is it all right for you to dote on your pet? It suddenly felt a little envious of this blood crow. What was wrong with it? It seemed good to have a master like him. Wait, what was it thinking? The blood wind spirit devouring bird felt confused. Was this the time to be envious of the blood crow? The blood wind spirit devouring bird screamed in fright when it saw that the other party's blade was about to land. Spare me, the shrill pleas for mercy were heartbreaking. Anyone who heard it would cry. However, Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. He raised his blade and chopped the blood wind spirit devouring bird's neck. The sharp blade slit the throat of the ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast in an instant. Blood spurted out. Blood God's holy grail, Wang Teng shouted in his heart. A strange wine glass appeared in his hand. It gave off a glow and a suction force erupted from it, sucking all the blood wind spirit devouring bird's blood into it. Screech. The blood wind spirit devouring bird felt its vitality draining away quickly. It was terrified and kept chirping. It looked like he was releasing blood from a chicken. So this is how it feels to bleed an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast, Wang Teng lamented. Silence, Round Ball, and Iceeth were speechless. They wanted to complain, but they didn't know where to start. After some time, the blood wind spirit devouring bird's voice became faint. As its blood was sucked dry, its vitality was almost gone at the last moment. Wang Teng blinked and stopped the absorption of the blood god's holy grail. Are you planning to spare its life? Round Ball asked. An ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast is quite useful. Wang Teng nodded. Round Ball didn't say anything else. It knew the blood god clone's current situation. The blood wind spirit devouring bird would be useful in the future. Either way, an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast was quite useful. Raise your head if you don't want to die, Wang Teng said calmly, as he stood in front of the blood wind spirit devouring bird's head. The blood wind spirit devouring bird was at its last breath. When it heard Wang Teng's words, it didn't doubt the authenticity of his words. It used its last bit of will to raise its head and looked at Wang Teng. The next instant, it saw a pair of deep eyes shimmering with crimson light. An unstoppable will was etched deeply in his soul. In an instant, the blood wind spirit devouring bird lost consciousness. Done. Wang Teng smiled. He successfully planted the enchantment seed in the ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. The other party's consciousness was extremely weak, and he had no thoughts of resisting. He succeeded in an instant. As for whether this ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast would betray him in the future, it wasn't a problem. Wang Teng's spiritual power was at the peak of the Heaven Lord realm, so he had no problem dealing with this ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. The blood, wind, spirit devouring bird's spiritual power was only at the high-tier Imperial level. It hadn't reached the ultimate stage Imperial level. If it was the blood-patterned sea viper, Wang Teng wouldn't dare to use enchantment on it. The other party had spiritual kinesis, which meant that his spiritual power wasn't weak. Chapter 3486, Little White's Transformation. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird surrenders the gathering of talents. One, after planting the enchantment seed, Wang Teng realized his conscience. He looked at the half-dead blood-wind spirit devouring bird and shook his head. He took out a Grandmaster-level healing pill and stuffed it in its mouth. The medicinal effect spread throughout the blood-wind spirit devouring bird's body. The wounds on the blood-wind spirit devouring bird's body were healing quickly. Even its burnt feathers regained their luster. The feathers that fell started growing back. Huh. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. What just happened? Where am I? Oh, right, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Many thoughts flashed through its mind then. A flash of white light appeared and it regained its senses. It raised its head and looked in front. It saw an ambiguous smile staring at him. You're awake, Wang Teng smiled calmly. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird's eyes trembled a few times. Hatred, fear, unwillingness, all kinds of complicated emotions flashed past its eyes and turned into sighs in the end. For some reason it couldn't summon any thoughts of resisting anymore. Master. Then a respectful voice came out of his mouth. Recuperate first. You will be useful in the future, Wang Teng said calmly. Yes. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird replied instantly. Wang Teng nodded. He ignored it and sat down cross-legged. He activated the blood god's holy grail in his hand to purify and refine the blood of origin inside. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird. That seemed to be its blood of origin. Little White was a little disappointed, but its gaze was immediately attracted by the blood of origin. It felt that the blood had a special attraction to it and might be of great help to it. Boom. Wang Teng activated his 5th-rank blood god physique, and the blood god shadow appeared outside his body. The blood god clone's blood god physique had reached the 5th rank, so he naturally obtained this physique. He could use it now. With the appearance of the blood god shadow, the blood god's holy grail landed in his hand. Then the runes on it started to give off a dazzling blood gold glow. The refining speed of the blood of origin in the Holy Grail increased. After some time, a cup of purified blood appeared in the blood god's Holy Grail. There was a hint of gold in it. However, this gold wasn't as thick as Wang Teng's blood whale origin. There was only a trace of it. Even so, this cup of source blood was more attractive to Little White than before. Even the blood-wind spirit devouring bird widened its eyes in surprise as it stared at the blood in the blood god's holy grail. It was puzzled. Was this really its blood of origin? For some reason, it felt completely different. It even had the illusion that if it changed all the blood in its body to this golden blood, it might be able to reach the Titan level. No, this wasn't an illusion. His blood had undergone a transformation in an instant. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird's gaze turned intense. It stared intently at the cup of golden blood, unable to shift its gaze away. Caw. Little White blocked in front of it protectively. The blood-wind spirit devouring bird, it was infuriating. Although it had submitted to Wang Teng, it knew that its status wasn't as high as this mid-tier Imperial-level star beast. This cup of blood was prepared by his master for this blood crow. However, it was also its master's pet now. Did that mean that it would have the chance to get this blood in the future? After all, this wasn't the only strange wine cup that seemed to be able to extract this blood at any time. It had submitted to the other party. As long as it performed well, he might have a chance. The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird started building itself up. In the undying blood sea, it had no one to rely on and no background. It wasn't easy to reach the ultimate stage Imperial level. It might be a good thing to seek refuge with this master now. It wondered who this master was. What was his relationship with the vampire's blood son? Their auras were similar, but there were some differences. It was unable to distinguish them. Little White. Wang Teng didn't know what the blood-wind spirit-devouring bird was thinking. He called Little White and waved his hand. The blood in the blood god's holy grail poured down and flew towards Little White. Caw, Little White opened its mouth wide and sucked the golden blood into its mouth. Slurp. The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird moved its throat. The golden blood rolled into its stomach under the blood-wind spirit-devouring bird's envious and longing gaze. Boom! The next moment, a powerful aura seeped out of Little White's body. A dark red glow erupted from its body and turned into a ball of light enveloping it. It looks like the blood of origin has a special effect on Little White. It can transform. Wang Teng smiled. Normally, the blood of a star beast of the same element will be beneficial to it. The origin blood of a bird is more suitable. However, this blood-wind spirit-devouring bird is a wind element star beast, while your blood crow is a fire element star beast. If it didn't have blood and dark elements, it wouldn't be suitable. I wonder what benefits it can get from this, Iseeth said. Either way, this is the blood of origin of an ultimate stage Imperial level star beast. Even if the attributes are different, there will be some benefits. Wang Teng nodded. The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird felt uncomfortable when it heard Wang Teng talking about its blood. It felt that its blood was being sold. Chapter 3487. Little White's Transformation. The blood-wind spirit-devouring bird surrenders the gathering of talents. 2. All right, let's wait. Wang Teng put away the blood god's holy grail and stretched his back. It wasn't easy for him to take care of these beast pets. A night passed in a blink of an eye. The next day in the Blood Sun Hall, the blood god clone opened his eyes abruptly. The war is imminent. The talents from the various races will be participating in the war. We will gather today. Blood Sun, please head to the plaza of the vampire ancestral ground. The Blood Sun token flew out from his body. The runes on it shimmered and gave off a blood-red glow. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from within. The plaza of the vampire ancestral ground. The blood god clone thought of the plaza where he obtained the Blood Sun's identity. He stretched out his hand and put away the Blood Sun token. Then he got up and walked out of the cultivation room. Ask Swordfish Jing and the others to meet me. An order entered the blood puppet's ears. The blood puppet standing outside the cultivation room responded immediately and went to inform Swordfish Jing and the other talents. The blood god clone blinked and came to the hall. Swordfish, Jing, and the others were already waiting there. Your Highness, Blood Sun. These talents from the blood swordfish race had signed a spiritual contract, so they didn't dare to be disrespectful to the blood god clone. When they saw him, they fell on one knee and bowed respectfully. The Darkland is declaring war on the light universe. The talents from the various races are participating in the exhibition, so I will be going too. You will follow me. The blood god clone glanced at everyone and said calmly, A war with the light universe? Swordfish Jing and the other talents from the blood swordfish race were shocked. They didn't expect to face such a huge matter the moment they left the undying blood sea. They had some understanding of the light universe. Especially after coming to the Blood Sun Palace, they had already learned a lot about the Darkland and the light universe through the introduction of the blood puppets. This was what the blood god clone wanted them to know. After all, the talents from the blood swordfish race were following him. If they didn't know anything, he would be the one getting embarrassed. The blood god clone didn't care if they were dead or alive. They were just dark apparitions, but he wanted them to be useful. He would never accept useless people. Why? You don't dare to go. The blood god clone looked at the talent from the blood swordfish race and asked calmly, It's just a war with the light universe. Why won't I dare? Swordfish Jing was unconvinced. He widened his eyes and shouted, In that case, why aren't you saying anything? The blood god clone glanced at him and asked, We are not afraid of battle. We pledge our lives to follow the Blood Sun. The talents from the blood swordfish race regained their senses and shouted in unison. Very good. A sharp glint flashed past the blood god clone's eyes. He said, "As long as you can display your usefulness, I promise you won't die." Yes. Swordfish Jing and the others were stunned. They immediately replied in low voices. It wasn't hard to tell that the Blood Sun didn't care about their lives. If they were useless, they would become cannon fodder on the battlefield and never come back. "Let's go." The blood god clone turned abruptly and walked out of the Blood Sun Hall. A blood puppet had already turned into a bird and was waiting for the blood god clone to board it. He stepped on the bird's broad back. Swordfish Jing and the others followed closely behind. Boom! The blood puppet flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It turned into a beam of blood-red light and flew towards the plaza of the vampire's ancestral ground. A large number of vampire dark apparitions had gathered in the plaza of the vampire ancestral ground. All the vampires with powerful auras were either standing alone or in small groups. They stood in different parts of the plaza. There seemed to be an invisible area where they were standing. The others were segregated and wouldn't get close. These dark apparitions were the talents of the 13 vampire clans. They were famous, and all of them were powerful. Thus, wherever they stood, they would form small circles. There would be people surrounding them, viewing them as their backbone. Of course, some talents were always alone and cold-blooded. Outsiders didn't dare to get close to them. These lone talents were all powerful presences. Just one of them was enough to overshadow all the other talents. The 9 talents who fought with the blood god clone and lost to him, including Zabek and Sasataf, were here too. They stood in their clan's area and discussed in low voices. They kept looking at the sky as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. There were also top talents like Xakirs, Zadong, and Zekerli. They had encountered a bloody sandstorm with the blood god clone in the dark virtual world. Zekerli even challenged the blood god clone, but he lost terribly in the end. These talents wanted to trample on the blood god clone, but they lost to him. It was humiliating. If they wanted to regain their reputation, the best way was to gain military exploits. Thus, heading to the battlefield was a must. Also, they heard that the Blood Sun would represent the vampires on the battlefield and fight with the talents from the various dark apparition races. If he was able to shine on the battlefield, they would appear even dimmer. Challenges in the past were as laughable as fireflies challenging the bright moon. As talents, they wouldn't allow this to happen. They wanted to grab this chance to rise on the battlefield. Battles were the best way to train one's body. The Blood Sun was in the limelight now, so they wouldn't be able to fight with him face to face. In that case, why not have a duel on the battlefield? Also, a war wasn't a personal affair. Most importantly, it was the military, as the talents of the various races, their foundation, couldn't be compared to the Blood Sun. They had the help of the various clans and had military power in their hands. They might be able to win against the Blood Sun in this aspect. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the plaza. Many dark apparitions looked up at the sky. An enchanting figure was falling from the sky. Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia. Why is she here? Is she participating in the battle too? I heard that she went to a defense planet in the light universe and fought with a human martial warrior. Unfortunately, she lost. She's probably unwilling to give up, so she joined the battle again. Euphelia's talent is not bad. Her ability has increased greatly, and it's enough for her to participate in this war. If she performs well on the battlefield, she has a high chance of becoming a rising star of the vampire race. Discussions were heard everywhere. The arrival of the Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia attracted many people's attention. In terms of ability, Euphelia was only a low-tier Devil Emperor. However, her reputation was not bad. She was comparable to mid-tier Devil Emperors. What's more, her talent was recognized by the Devil Titans. Hence, she displayed her potential. She mustn't be underestimated. Euphelia is here too. Sasataf's face turned black in the Vanstone clan's area. I heard that she's very close to the Blood Sun recently. Is it true that the Brute family wants her to marry the Blood Sun? Zekerli was a talent of the Vanstone family too. He stood at the side and looked at Euphyllia as he asked with a cold expression. Yes. Jealousy flashed past Zasataf's eyes. He nodded. He had heard of this piece of news, too many news. Couldn't be hidden between the various families. What's more, Euphyllia was walking with the blood son blatantly without any intention of hiding. Anyone with eyes could tell. He's lucky that I didn't meet him in the undying blood sea. If I did, the blood whale might not be his, Xaqiro said unwillingly. He entered the undying blood sea, but he didn't meet the blood god clone. Instead, he found opportunities in other places. This was supposed to be a happy thing, but after he came back, he heard the news that the blood god clone had obtained the blood whale's legacy. Everybody even talked about the reputation of the blood god clone. He killed an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast and stirred up a storm in the undying blood sea. Then, he made a saint-level second-level pill. Every single piece of news was astonishing. How could he accept this? How could he not be jealous of the blood god clone chapter 3488, Xasalin of the Blood Slayer clan? Ultimate high-tier Devil Emperor talents, arrival. 1. Xaqiro was confident in himself. He had a great opportunity after entering the undying blood sea. To him, besides a certain level of ability, luck and bloodline talent were the most important factors. He didn't lack anything in those aspects. He felt that the blood son was just lucky to be able to get the blood whale's legacy. Xasataf glanced at him and sneered in his heart. Xaqiro was too arrogant. Did he think that the blood son was just lucky? Since he was able to reach this stage, his ability mustn't be underestimated. When he lost to him, he knew how powerful the blood son was. Normal, low-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. Now that he had advanced to mid-tier devil emperor, he must be even stronger. He was unconvinced, but this was the truth. It might be a good thing to see the truth clearly. If Xaqiro continued to look down on the blood son, he would suffer greatly in the end. He was lucky the previous time. He lost to the blood son in the dark virtual world, so he didn't suffer much loss. This time, it was hard to say. Euphyllia landed from the sky and scanned her surroundings. She didn't see anyone she wanted to see, so she found an empty spot and waited there alone. Many dark apparitions were astounded. The Bloodslayer princess didn't meet up with the talents from the Gangrel clan and was standing there alone. Also, she seemed to be waiting for someone. Just as they were thinking about this, 2 more rays of light appeared in the sky and flew towards him. The 2 beams of light were different. One was a warship with a hideous blood-red skull, while the other was a warship that looked like a giant fish. The 2 warships flew over from different directions and landed slowly on the plaza. It's the Blood-Slaying clan and the Blood-Shark clan. Oh, it's them. These 2 races sent their talents too. I wonder which talents from the Blood-Slaying race and Blood-Shark clan will follow the vampire race. Ha ha ha, after all, they're just vassals. The vampires must take the lead. Discussions resounded in the plaza. To the vampires, the Bloodslayer race and the Blood-Shark race were just subordinates. Talents like them didn't care. At this moment, many figures alighted from the 2 warships on the Bloodslayer race's side. The leader was the Bloodslayer devil princess, Xarosa, and 2 other men from the Bloodslayer race. There was a huge difference between the males and females of the Bloodslayer race. The females were beautiful, while the males were fierce and hideous. They were intimidating. Naturally, vampires looked down on ugly Bloodslayer race males, but the ladies from the Bloodslayer race were extremely beautiful. Half of the Bloodslayer race was enough for the vampires. Xarosa. I didn't expect it to be her. This is a talent who became famous 1,000 years ago. What a pity. She didn't manage to snatch the legacy of the blood whale this time. I heard that she failed to ask Saint Haiduo to make her pill, and is still stuck at the mid-tier Devil Emperor peak. What a pity. The other 2 seem to be famous talents of the Bloodslayer race, too. What's their name? Wait, that looks like Xasalin? Many vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed. They recognized one of the men from the Bloodslayer race. This was a renowned talent from the Bloodslayer race. In the past, he was even more famous than Xarosa. Looking at him now, he seemed to have advanced to a high-tier Devil Emperor.
Gasp! I didn't expect it to be him.
Some vampire dark apparitions gasped and turned serious. They looked at the Bloodslayer race man fearfully. Sasaloon has already advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. The expressions of Xaqiro Zasataf and the other talents changed slightly. They looked at the burly and hideous figure in bewilderment. Although the vampire didn't like the appearance of the Bloodslayer raceman, they had to take some talents seriously. This was another reason why the vampires accepted the Bloodslayer race as their subordinates. The Bloodslayer race's talent was not bad, and there were many talented warriors in this race. Even the vampires had to be careful of them. This was the first high-tier Devil Emperor to appear. They didn't expect it to come from the Bloodslayer race. Some vampire dark apparitions were unconvinced. They were anticipating the appearance of high-tier Devil Emperors from the vampires. However, at this moment, the situation on the Bloodshark race's side attracted the attention of many vampire dark apparitions. Look, that's Exodia, the beloved daughter of the Bloodshark race 1,000 years ago. Gasp. She's a high-tier Devil Emperor. She's indeed a high-tier Devil Emperor. Her aura is much stronger than a mid-tier Devil Emperor's. I didn't expect her to advance to the high-tier Devil Emperor level successfully after suffering a setback in the Undying Blood Sea. She's much luckier than Xarosa. The vampire dark apparitions were astounded when they saw a lady alighting from the Blood Shark race's warship. This was the talented Blood Shark race warrior Exodia, who fought with the Blood God clone for the Blood Whale's legacy in the Undying Blood Sea. She was a high-tier Devil Emperor too. On the Bloodslayer race's side, the high-tier Devil Emperor, Sasaloon, turned and looked over with a serious expression. She has reached the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. Xarosa's expression changed entirely. They had worked together in the Blood Whale's nest before. At that time, their abilities were on par with each other, so the difference wasn't huge. But, in a blink of an eye, the other party managed to advance to a high-tier Devil Emperor. Compared to her failure, the other party's success was even more outstanding. The emotions in her heart that was gradually accepting the reality rose again. Chapter 3489. Sasaloon of the Bloodslayer Clan. Ultimate High-Tier Devil Emperor Talents. Arrival 2. At this moment, Exodia noticed her gaze and turned to look at her. A smile appeared at the edge of her lips. Xarosa swiveled her head away expressionlessly. The envy and unwillingness in her heart caused her to be unable to look into the other party's eyes. She felt that Exodia was showing off to her. Her eyes were filled with pride. Xarosa, this might be your last chance. But it's also the most dangerous one. Sasaloon glanced at her and said calmly. Xarosa's gaze flickered. She didn't say anything. Have you considered my suggestion? Sasaloon asked. I'm sorry. Xarosa took a deep breath and said, It looks like you have your own plans. Are you going to seek refuge with the vampires? An ambiguous glow appeared in Sasaloon's eyes. Xarosa turned silent again. Sasaloon felt helpless. He didn't probe further. As the talents from the Bloodslayer race and the Bloodshark race entered the arena, the vampire dark apparitions started discussing in low voices. Then they gradually regained their composure. These two races were vassals, so they wouldn't place much importance on them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few rays of light shot over from different directions and plummeted down from the sky, exuding a domineering pressure. Xaqiro, Xanosky, Xakins. With the arrival of the three dark apparitions, the vampire dark apparitions below started to get restless. There was fanatical admiration on their faces. It's the talent from our Vanstone family, Xanosky, as expected. He has advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. Xakins. Xakins from the Brute family. He's a high-tier Devil Emperor, too. Xaqiro from the Lesson Ba race. He has advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage, too. Good, good, good. The three talents of my vampire race are all high-tier Devil Emperors. Who can fight with them? The blood shark race? The blood slayer race? They can't be compared to us vampires. The vampire dark apparitions were extremely excited. Some of them even shouted the names of Xaqiro, Xakins, and other talents as if they were welcoming a celebrity. The foundation of the vampire race is indeed not something we can compare with. On the blood slayer race's side, Zasalun shook his head with a hint of envy in his eyes. In the entire blood slayer race, only he had advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. The others were either mid-tier Devil Emperors or were too old to be considered talents. Yet 3 vampires appeared at once. How could they be compared? Xarosa felt the same way. Envy appeared in her eyes again as she looked at Xaqiro, Xanosky, and the other talents. On the other side, Xadia looked at the 3 high-tier Devil Emperors and took a deep breath. Now she was on the same starting line as the vampire dark apparitions again. It was hard to say who would win in the future. At least she didn't fall behind like Xarosa. This was good enough. The Bloodshark clan didn't allow her to get married anymore. They gave her much freedom. This was the status and position brought about by one's talent and ability. Also, during the war with the Light Universe, she gained much support from her race and was appointed as the leader of the Bloodshark race. All the talents had to listen to her orders. Naturally, there were some who were unconvinced. However, because she was a high-tier Devil Emperor, there was no point in being unconvinced. They could only hold it in. Now she had some confidence in front of these vampire talents. Xaqiro, Xakins, and Xanosky sized up their surroundings after they landed. They were surprised when they saw Xadia. This talent from the Bloodshark race had advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage too. Xadia was astounded by their advancement. They were astounded by hers too. There was a huge gap between a mid-tier Devil Emperor and a high-tier Devil Emperor. It was normal for those who couldn't pass to waste a few thousand years. Once someone stepped over it, they would have a bright future ahead of him. Of course, it was better to say this now. The Devil Titan stage was thousands of times harder than the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. Even talents like them could only enjoy a bright future now, after all. They just became high-tier Devil Emperors and felt that they could do it. But no matter what, they treated Xadia as one of their kind. As for Xarosa, she was completely ignored. There was even a hint of disdain in their eyes. Their gazes only paused on Xarosa for a moment before shifting away. This almost caused Xarosa's giant breasts to explode in anger. Her chest heaved up and down violently. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down and ignore these snobbish bastards. Sadia, congratulations on advancing to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage. Xanosky walked towards Xadia and smiled. Same here. Sadia glanced at him and smiled. Her eyes shimmered. They had cooperated with Xarosa in the Blood Whale's nest before and were both high-tier Devil Emperors now. Some small talk was understandable. They might be able to cooperate on the battlefield. The 2 dark apparitions, Xakins and Xaqiro, exchanged glances with each other. However, they didn't go forward to strike up a conversation. They just stood on the spot and closed their eyes to rest. Another few minutes passed. Another vampire dark apparition came. However, this time it was only a peak, mid-tier Devil Emperor. There wasn't as much commotion as before. Zadong, blood Xakirs. In the crowd, many vampire dark apparitions were talking about the 2 talents who just arrived. Zadong and Xakirs weren't high-tier Devil Emperors, but they were famous talents among mid-tier Devil Emperors. They were powerful too. Xaqirli looked at them with shimmering eyes. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. These 2 fellows had competed with him in the bloody sandstorm in the dark virtual world. At that time he lost to them. However, now that he had obtained the opportunity from the undying Blood Sea, they might not be his match. He must trample these 2 fellows in this war. Brother Xakins. Xaqir scanned the crowd and immediately saw the outstanding Xakins. His eyes lit up and he greeted him with respect. Xakins opened his eyes and nodded calmly. I'm willing to follow Brother Xakins on this trip to the Light Universe, Xaqir said. In front of Xakins, a talent who became famous 1,000 years ago, Xaqiro's attitude was extremely humble. His arrogance could no longer be seen. "Follow me. We're both from the brute family. I'll take care of you if necessary." Zakins nodded. "Thank you, Brother Zakins." Xaqiro's was elated. The battlefield was ever-changing. No one knew what would happen. It would be safer to have a high-tier Devil Emperor supporting him. A hint of disdain flashed past Zedong's eyes when he saw this scene. Xaqiro's might be as famous as him, but he was smooth and flattering. He looked down on him. In martial arts cultivation, one had to rely on oneself. Relying on others was nothing. Boom, at this moment. An explosion occurred in the sky. A few powerful auras were closing in on the sky above the plaza. Another high-tier Devil Emperor is here. There are many auras. I wonder which clan they are from. What an astonishing aura. It's even more terrifying than when Xaqiro, Zakins, and the other talents appeared. There was an uproar among the vampire dark apparitions below. They stared at the sky in astonishment. Even Xaqiro, Xaqiro, Xanosky, and the other high-tier Devil Emperors frowned and looked up. 3 high-tier Devil Emperors. Another 3 high-tier Devil Emperors. All the dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They didn't expect the vampires to have 6 high-tier Devil Emperors. This foundation astounded the talented warriors from other races. Within a few seconds, the figures arrived in front of them. The dark apparitions saw their faces clearly. Of course, the 3 high-tier Devil Emperors were the most eye-catching. However, there was a special presence among them. There were more than 10 figures on the back of a giant bird. The leader wore a faceless blood-red mask and stood behind the bird with his hands behind his back. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and his crimson eyes were calm and indifferent. He gave off a special aura that made people unable to look at him directly. Chapter 3490, Blood Devil, Zalanbo, Myriad Races Devilland, Euphelia's Choice 1. The appearance of the few figures in the sky caused the dark apparitions in the plaza below to turn silent for a moment. Then there was an uproar. Blood Sun. All the dark apparitions recognized the figure on the giant bird. Almost everyone in the vampire race knew about the Blood Sun. Even the talents who just came out of seclusion had heard of this Blood Sun. Now that they saw his iconic faceless blood mask, anyone would think of the Blood Sun immediately. It's the Blood Sun. Why is he here with the high-tier Devil Emperors? That's the talent of the Gangrel clan, Blood Devil Zalanbo. Blood Devil. Oh my God. Even he has appeared. I heard that he's cultivating in the Myriad Races Devilland. Why is he back? It looks like this isn't an ordinary battle. Even the Blood Devil is back. The other 2 seem to be the talent from the Spinel clan, Zanir, and the talent from the Great G clan, Zasiri. It's them. They have been famous for a long time. It's astonishing that they appeared. Did you notice that the 3 high-tier Devil Emperors seem to be surrounding the Blood Sun? This, gasp, no way, they are high-tier Devil Emperors. Discussions erupted below. The 3 high-tier Devil Emperors were immediately recognized, especially the Blood Devil Zalanbo. The moment he appeared, he caused a huge uproar. Many vampire dark apparitions were astounded. Blood Devil Zalanbo, the expressions of Xanosky, Zakins, and Xaqiro, the 3 high-tier Devil Emperors changed. They stared at the figure grimly before turning to look at the Blood God clone on the bird. Blood Sun. How did they end up together? At this moment, the talents couldn't remain calm anymore. At first, after they became high-tier Devil Emperors, they looked down on the Blood Sun. They felt that he couldn't be compared to them anymore. As for the rumors that he killed a few ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts, they didn't take it to heart. To a mid-tier Devil Emperor, killing an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast was an impressive feat. If they were mid-tier Devil Emperors, they would be flabbergasted. But now that they had advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor level, their perspective was different. They wouldn't view it as something amazing anymore. With their ability, they could deal with some ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts. This was the difference between a genius and a normal martial warrior. After they advanced, their ability would increase exponentially. Normal, high-tier Devil Emperors couldn't be compared to them. The ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts in the Undying Blood Sea couldn't be compared to them either. But when they saw the Blood God clone and the other talents, they were astounded. The ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts couldn't be compared to the talents such as Xanier. Even they didn't dare to say that they could win against the other talents, especially the Blood Devil Zalanbo. They had no chance of winning. It could only be said that the appearance of the Blood Sun had exceeded their expectations. Blood Devil Zalanbo. Blood Sun. On the Bloodslayer race's side, Xarosa and Sassalun were looking at the sky, too. They were slightly astounded. They were familiar with the Blood Devil Zalanbo. They had long heard of his notorious name. Hence, when they saw him appearing together with the Blood Sun, they were flabbergasted. On the other side, Xadia's eyes kept flickering. Her gaze landed on the blood-red figure on the bird's back, and her mind was in a mess. This Blood Sun left a deep impression on her when they were at the Blood Whale's nest. Even though she was a high-tier Devil Emperor now, she still couldn't see through this Blood Sun. This was unbelievable. However, she remembered that this mid-tier Devil Emperor managed to kill a few ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts in the Undying Blood Sea. Hence, she didn't dare to underestimate him. As compared to the high-tier Devil Emperors, this Blood Sun was the greatest surprise. Also, at this moment, he appeared with 3 high-tier Devil Emperors. What did this mean? Did they know each other? No. This Blood Sun came from the lower realm. He wouldn't know the famous talents like Zalanbo, Xanier, and Xasiri. This made her even more puzzled. The 3 high-tier Devil Emperors didn't seem unfamiliar with the Blood Sun. They were waiting for him to come down with them. Xadia had mastery of observation. Before the others noticed this, she had already noticed something amiss and was even more astounded. At this moment, the Blood God clone noticed the commotion below, but he ignored it. He brought Swordfish, Jing, and the other talents from the Blood Swordfish race down from the back of the Blood God clone Ixalanbo. Xanier and Xasiri landed on the ground too. There are many talents in my vampire race. Xanier scanned the people below and saw a few high-tier Devil Emperors. He was surprised. This is nothing. It's nothing compared to the other Dark Apparition clans. Xasiri shook his head and looked at Zalanbo. Brother, Zalanbo, you have been to the Myriad Race's Devil Land, so you should have some understanding of it, right? The other Dark Apparition clans have more talents entering the Myriad Race's Devil Land than us vampires. Zalambo's voice was a little hoarse. Chapter 3491. Blood Devil Zalanbo. Myriad Races Devil Land. Euphilia's Choice. 2. Myriad Races Devil Land. The Blood God clone was surprised. He heard the discussion below just now. He didn't expect this quiet-looking talent from the Gangrel clan to be called the Blood Devil. What's more, he had been to the Myriad Race's Devil Land. It sounded fierce. He wondered what kind of place the Myriad Race's Devil Land was. Blood Sun, the Myriad Race's Devil Land, is a forbidden ground for all the Dark Apparitions. Xanier noticed the Blood God clone's confusion and explained with a smile. The Dark Apparitions conquered thousands of races and massacred countless worlds. They gathered all the undead in a land of death and used the power of darkness to breed and evolve it. Hence, it became the Myriad Race's Devil Land. It is extremely dangerous, but there are many opportunities hidden inside. But it's not easy to enter. Anyone from the Dark Apparitions who wants to enter must have exceptional talent and ability. They need to pass the test before they can enter. Even the talents who pass the test will have a high death rate if they enter. Anyone who can come back from the Myriad Race's Devil Land successfully must be powerful. Brother Zalanbo is one of them. As he spoke, he looked at Zalanbo with respect. They were both high-tier Devil Emperors, but he knew the difference between him and this Blood Devil. If they really fought, he wouldn't be his match. He was just standing beside the other party, but he already felt a sense of threat. This situation hadn't happened for a long time, ever since he became a high-tier devil emperor. Even the high-tier devil emperors couldn't give him this feeling. This proved how terrifying this blood devil was. He even knew that this was what the other party felt when he retracted his aura. If he didn't, the sense of danger would be even stronger. The blood god clone turned serious. He looked at Zalonbo even more seriously. When he first met this vampire dark apparition, he felt that he was extraordinary. The other party was a first-level high-tier devil emperor, but the feeling he gave him was on par with the other high-tier devil emperors he met in the past. It was even more dangerous. This was unbelievable. A first-level high-tier devil emperor was equivalent to a high-tier devil emperor who just became a high-tier devil emperor. Yet he possessed such frightening ability. This person was definitely a genius among geniuses. He knew that after becoming a high-tier devil emperor, the difference between each two levels was huge. It would be extremely difficult to jump levels and fight with someone of a higher level. Hence, this blood devil must be extremely fierce. He didn't expect the Gangrel family to send such a talent to help him. Naturally, he was surprised. Wasn't it better for the Gangrel clan to support him if they allowed him to gain military exploits on the battlefield and make a name for himself? Is it for the blood god altar? Many thoughts went through the blood god clone's mind and finally stopped at the blood god altar. He didn't have anything worth their attention. The only thing was the blood god altar. Of course, he neglected one point, which was himself. Now, the Gangrel clan had high hopes for the blood son. They felt that he had a chance of becoming a devil titan within a short time. What's more, he would be an extremely powerful devil titan. That was why they didn't hesitate to call Zalonbo back and asked him to cooperate with the blood son so that he could shine on the battlefield and surpass the talents of the other dark apparition clans. Of course, there was another reason why Zalonbo was sent to the battlefield. That was the last guarantee. If the blood son couldn't perform well, Zalonbo would hold up the reputation of the vampire race so that they wouldn't lose terribly. No matter what, Zalonbo was a talent who came back from the myriad races devil land. There was no doubt about his ability. He wouldn't be weak, and the myriad races devil land, Wang Teng turned serious in the Devour space. He didn't expect such a forbidden ground to exist in the Darkland. The dark apparitions conquered thousands of races and massacred countless worlds. They gathered all the undead in a deadland and used the power of darkness to breed and evolve them. The myriad races devil land was built on the bones of all the races in the light universe. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel furious. The dark apparitions were too evil. They massacred all the living creatures in the universe. They deserved to die. As a member of the light faction, Wang Teng couldn't accept this. This was a natural enemy. There was no reason for it. Xalenbo, Xanier, and the other vampire dark apparitions didn't know that the blood son in front of them had a dark skin but a light heart. They were still very enthusiastic towards him. The blood god clone met these three high-tiered devil emperors along the way. However, he felt that there was no such coincidence. They were probably waiting for him. Then they came to the plaza of the vampire's ancestral ground. After all, the families these three talents belonged to were the families that were on good terms with him. They landed on the plaza. The dark apparitions were still staring at them in astonishment. They finally realized that the three high-tier devil emperors came with the blood son. What the hell? When did this blood son know these three talents? Xanosky, Xaqiro, and Zakin's expressions changed. They were still doubtful before, but it was confirmed now. The blood son knew Zalonbo and the other talents. If Xanier and Sasiri were the only ones standing beside the blood son, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation. However, the blood devil Zalonbo was on the blood son's side too. They couldn't help but feel fearful, but before that they needed to confirm. Your Highness, blood son. Just when Xanosky and the other high-tiered devil emperors were prepared to test the waters, two voices were heard from afar. The blood god clone was stunned. He looked into the distance and felt speechless. It was Euphelia and Xarosa. He felt speechless. Were these two ladies planning to create trouble here? Euphelia and Xarosa's words stunned the dark apparitions around them. The two flowers of the vampire race were waving at the blood sun. In an instant, many vampire dark apparitions felt that they had fallen out of love. Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other dark apparitions' faces turned black. They felt exasperated when they saw the two ladies walking towards the blood god clone enthusiastically. Blood Sun, Yorili Xanier and Zasiri were astounded too. They couldn't help but give the blood god clone a thumbs up. Even Zalanbo looked at him in surprise. Huff. The blood god clone coughed awkwardly. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm innocent, Blood Sun. You don't have to explain. We understand, Xanier chuckled. Silence. What do you know? The blood god clone didn't have the energy to complain, so he stopped explaining. He didn't want to make things worse. At this moment, Euphelia and Xarosa had arrived in front of the blood god clone. They looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. They collided in front of the blood god clone. He could almost hear the crackling sounds. Blood Sun, may I follow you to the battlefield? Euphelia snorted and retracted her gaze. She looked at the blood god clone. You want to come with me? The blood god clone was stunned. Yes. Euphelia nodded. Aren't you going with the brute family? The blood god clone asked. It's all right. I think it's more interesting to follow you. Euphelia chuckled. More interesting? The blood god clone was speechless. Do you think you're going out to play? His head was hurting. Wasn't this lady afraid of getting tricked by him? Were they that close? If she followed the brute family, her safety would be guaranteed. However, she might not be able to stay safe while following him. Also, he planned to kill the dark apparitions. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Euphelia, why aren't you moving with your clansmen? Do you even care about the brute clan? Chapter 3492, a high-tiered devil emperor is no better than this, establishing authority. Euphelia was stunned by the voice. She turned her head uncontrollably. It was Xakins. He was a talent from the brute family. Now that he had advanced to the high-tier devil emperor level, he was more powerful. Naturally, his aura was stronger. The brute family supported the blood god clone, but a high-tier devil emperor wouldn't be convinced easily. Euphelia frowned. There was fear in her eyes. She didn't dare to treat this high-tier devil emperor lightly. The other party's sudden attack was out of her expectation by. Right. Her clansmen wouldn't care about this matter. However, the identity of the Blood Sun was too sensitive. All the talents were watching her, so her actions were unknowingly placed in the limelight. The blood god clone's heart skipped a beat when he saw the person. However, his gaze remained calm. He wasn't afraid, even though the other party was a high-tier devil emperor. Based on Xakin's ability, he was still a distance away from being able to deal with him. Xakin's gaze landed on the blood god clone's face, too. Their eyes met and they seemed to be competing with each other. Many dark apparitions were attracted by this scene. They looked at him with interest. Now, the Blood Sun's name was getting more and more famous. Many dark apparitions had acknowledged his identity and even respected him. However, this didn't mean that all the talents would bow down to him. The war was imminent, and all the talents from the different races were dispatched. There would definitely be people challenging the Blood Sun's reputation to increase their reputation and power. Xakins was a talent from the brute family and had reached the high-tier devil emperor stage. He had enough confidence to deal with the Blood Sun. He wondered if he could shake the Blood Sun's reputation. Euphelia frowned and broke the silence. I've already asked my ancestor. The clan allows me to move freely. I don't have to be restricted to the clan. Ancestor's intention? Xakin's expression turned grim. He knew that the brute family was supporting the Blood Sun, and there were rumors that they wanted to marry Euphelia to the Bloodslayer princess. It looked like they weren't lying. If Euphelia was allowed to move freely, she would definitely follow the Blood Sun and create opportunities for them. So you chose this Blood Sun and disregarded the talents of the brute family. However, Xakins didn't plan to give up just like this. When have I ever looked down on the talents of the brute family? Euphelia frowned. Are you looking down on our race by not working with them? Brother Xakins might be a high-tier devil emperor, but you can't frame others, right? There was a moment of silence, especially the talents from the brute family. Their expressions changed slightly. Euphelia was going to fight Xakins face to face. A cold glint flashed past Xakins' eyes as he glared at Euphelia. This lady was so insensible. Euphelia, how can you speak to Brother Xakins like this? Xaqiro's immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Brother Xakins is thinking for you. Isn't it safer to follow a high-tier devil emperor than a mid-tier devil emperor? On the battlefield, status isn't very useful. It depends on one's ability. He was undoubtedly saying that the Blood Sun was inferior to Xakins. He almost called him by his name. However, the Blood God clone didn't care. He smiled ambiguously as if he was looking at a clown. No one needs to know my decision, Euphelia said coldly. Even if I die on the battlefield, it's my own decision. It has nothing to do with others. Do you think that I need to rely on others just because I'm a lady? The moment she said this, many dark apparition ladies agreed with her. They looked at Xaqiro's with unfriendly gazes. Xaqiro's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say yes, but he didn't dare to say it in front of so many female dark apparitions. These female dark apparitions had mid-tier devil emperors and high-tier devil emperors like Xadia. He didn't dare to offend all of them. I think you should take care of yourself. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly came from the side. Be a lackey. No one is stopping you, but don't embarrass yourself in front of us. Who was it? Who had such a sharp tongue? Euphelia was stunned. She turned to look at Xarosa. She didn't expect her to speak up for her. What's more, her words were so vicious. Xarosa glanced at her indifferently with a calm expression. You, Xaqiro's expression changed slightly. Xarosa called him a lackey. She was so direct that she shed all pretenses on the spot and didn't give him any face. In an instant, Xaqiro's expression turned ugly. Many dark apparitions sniggered secretly. They looked at Xaqiro mockingly. Xaqiro glanced at him in disdain. This person was as famous as him. What a waste of his reputation. Zedong shook his head. The contempt in his heart grew stronger. He had completely eliminated Xaqiro from his opponent list. Xaqiro's expression turned worse. His face turned green and white as he glared at Xarosa. If he wasn't worried that he couldn't win, he would have acted already. Although Xarosa hadn't advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage, she was a talent on par with Xakins and the other dark apparitions. She wasn't a normal presence at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage. Chapter 3493, a high-tier Devil Emperor is no better than this, establishing authority. 2. Xarosa. Xakins couldn't pretend that he didn't see his lackey getting humiliated. He frowned and looked at Xarosa. Are you going to be my enemy? Why are you trying to suppress me with the ability of a high-tier Devil Emperor? Xarosa sneered. I might, Xakins replied calmly. Boom! The instant he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body and surged toward Xarosa. Xarosa's gaze turned cold as she snorted. A powerful aura erupted from her body, too. Bang. Their auras collided in midair, giving off a dull thud. Xarosa's expression changed slightly, and she took a few steps back. Did you see the difference between us? Xakins looked at her with disdain as if he was looking down on her. Anger and unwillingness flashed past Xarosa's eyes. At first she wasn't afraid of Xakins, but now that he had advanced to a high-tier Devil Emperor, the gap between them widened. Difference? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind Xarosa. I don't think so. His calm tone was accompanied by a powerful aura. It surged towards Xarosa and Euphelia like a tidal wave, pressing down on Xakins and Xaqiro's. Xaqiro's expression changed entirely. His face turned pale, and he released his aura to resist the powerful pressure, but it was all in vain. Pff! A mouth of blood spurted out of his mouth. His aura dwindled instantly. The surrounding dark apparitions were flabbergasted. One aura was enough to injure a mid-tier Devil Emperor like Xaqiro's. The Blood Sun was so powerful? How is this possible? Xaqiro clenched his fist as if he saw something unbelievable. He stared at the blood god clone in disbelief. Zedong widened his eyes slightly. He felt that this blood sun was more terrifying than the last time he met him. It looked like the rumors were most likely true. Xasataf, Zebek, and the other talents looked as if they had seen a ghost, too. At first, the other party was stronger than them, but the difference wasn't huge. Now just his aura alone was enough to injure a mid-tier devil emperor. The difference was huge. They even felt that they couldn't see through the blood sun. At the same time, Zakens didn't have the time to care about Xaqir's. He was also suppressed by the blood god clone's aura. His expression changed entirely. Boom! A loud explosion came from his body. His aura exploded and congregated into the outline of a bat above his head. It gave a shrill cry. Squeak! There was even a spiritual attack in the voice. The people around him frowned uncontrollably when they heard it. Their heads were hurting. Small tricks. The blood god clone stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. He didn't even frown. His tone was calm. Roar, a strange and angry roar, came from his aura. A bloodthirsty and malicious aura descended from the sky, suppressing the bat shadow formed by Zakens. Zakens' expression changed entirely. This aura reminded him of the blood whale. It was exactly the same. Boom. Explosions echoed in the air. Invisible ripples spread out. In an instant, the bat phantom formed by Zakens shattered, and his aura collapsed. The bloodthirsty, ferocious, and ancient aura landed on Zakens' body. His expression changed entirely, as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. He couldn't help but retreat.
Are you trying to run?
The blood god clone sneered. His aura enveloped the sky and he slammed towards Zakens like a blood whale. Bastard. Zakens' expression turned ugly, but it was too late. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. The force of presence slammed into Zakens' body violently, throwing him backwards. He slid for a few hundred meters before he managed to stabilize himself. However, the aura on his body kept fluctuating. His face was clean and his clean clothes were in a mess. His blood-red hair seemed to have been blown by the wind. He looked miserable. Gasp! The surrounding dark apparitions were even more astounded when they saw this scene. There was an uproar. Even a high-tier devil emperor like Zakens suffered in front of the blood sun. Most importantly, the blood sun seemed relaxed. He didn't even move. He didn't seem to be using his full strength. This result exceeded everyone's expectation. He knew that the blood sun was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other high-tier devil emperors turned serious. At first they thought that once they became high-tier devil emperors, they would be able to surpass the blood sun. But from the looks of it now, that might not be the case. Exadia, Sazalin, and the other talents looked at the blood god clone too. They couldn't hide their astonishment. Xanir and Zasiri looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. No wonder their clan allowed them to befriend the blood sun. It looked like their judgment was right. This blood sun wasn't simple. Even Zalanbo started to treat the blood god clone with more seriousness. The feeling this blood sun gave him was no weaker than the talents he met in the Myriad Races Devil Land. Chapter 3494. A high-tier devil emperor is no better than this, establishing authority. 3, however, he would only know how powerful he was after fighting with him. A strong glow appeared in Xarosa's eyes. The blood sun was indeed abnormal. Her choice was right. Euphelia heaved a sigh of relief. Then her eyes lit up. The stronger the blood sun, the more it proved that her judgment was right. Now she wanted to see who dared to say anything bad about her. At this moment, Zakens stood 100 meters away with a black face. He stared at the blood god clone with an ugly expression. He didn't expect his high-tier devil emperor aura to be so weak in front of his opponent's aura. How powerful was this fellow's aura? Also, didn't he use the blood whale's corpse to release his aura? How was he able to release such a terrifying aura? Ekans felt that he had miscalculated. Everything had deviated from his expectation. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. The high-tier Devil Emperor level? Is this it? The Blood God clone looked at Zekins calmly and said, "You haven't improved much. Why are you being a busybody?" At first, he didn't plan to act, but Zekins went even further. The guy actually attacked his subordinates right in front of him. Wasn't this a slap in his face? He had to protect the reputation of the Blood Son. Not everyone could step on him. He took much effort to make a name for himself as a Blood Son. He even offended a few Devil Titans. He wouldn't allow others to ruin his reputation. Zekins was blind, but he could use it to establish his dominance and make the vampire Dark Apparitions more afraid of him. The Dark Apparitions' expressions turned strange. This Blood Son's words were even more vicious than Xarosa's. What do you mean by this is the high-tiered Devil Emperor? What did he mean by there was no improvement in his ability? He was a high-tiered Devil Emperor, but he was said to be worthless. Only this guy dared to say this. Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other talents didn't look good either. They felt that they were being dissed and implicated. Zadia's expression turned strange. She didn't know what to say. Why was he looking down on a high-tiered Devil Emperor? You? Zekins felt humiliated when he heard Wang Teng's contemptuous words. His expression turned cold and he glared at Wang Teng. Do you want to fight? The Blood God clone said calmly, "You can do it now. I'll accompany you until the end." Zekins' pupils constricted. He was filled with fear when he saw the other party's expression. He was on fire. He couldn't move forward or back. At first, he thought that he could suppress the other party since he was a high-tiered Devil Emperor. He didn't expect this to be the result. He failed to establish his dominance and destroyed it instead. What the fuck? The atmosphere tensed up in an instant. Zekins glared at the Blood God clone coldly. He was forced into a tight corner. He couldn't retreat whenever he wanted. If he retreated just like this, where would he put his face? Boom! At this moment, an explosion occurred on the platform in front. The Dark Apparitions in the plaza turned their heads. The space above the platform started distorting. A glaring blood-red glow appeared. You all look energetic. A cold and majestic voice came from the high platform. It wasn't loud, but it resounded in the entire plaza and entered the ears of every Dark Apparition. The Dark Apparitions were astounded, and their expressions changed slightly. Chapter 3495, Meeting Devil Titan Bloodslayer Again. What a terrifying military force. I'm just a little excited. 1. Everyone's gaze was focused on the high platform. A figure appeared there. The figure surprised Wang Teng, Devil Titan Bloodslayer. In the devour space, Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. The Dark Apparition that appeared on the platform was Devil Titan Bloodslayer, who appeared in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. He didn't expect this scene when the other party appeared in front of him again. An ambiguous chuckle came out of Wang Teng's mouth. There was no expressions on his face, and his gaze was extremely cold. He stared at the Devil Titan through the Blood God clone's eyes. Lord Devil Titan Bloodslayer. It's Devil Titan Bloodslayer. I didn't expect it to be him. Isn't he on the battlefield? Why is he here? The Dark Apparitions in the plaza were in an uproar, too. They looked at the figure with respect and fanaticism. Wang Teng was a little surprised. Was this Devil Titan Bloodslayer so popular among the vampires? He turned to look at Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other talents. He saw a glimmer in their eyes. They seemed excited, but they were trying their best to control it. Silence. Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't care how fanatical and worshipful the Dark Apparitions below were. His expression remained cold as he shouted. The entire plaza was silent. Devil Titan Bloodslayer scanned the people below and glanced at Zekins. Finally, his gaze landed on the Blood God clone, he said calmly. If you have the energy, why don't you save it for the battlefield? You can fight with the human martial warriors and the other Dark Apparition clans. Zekins heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He glanced at the Blood God clone before bowing to Devil Titan Bloodslayer. Yes, the gazes of the Dark Apparitions landed on the Blood God clone. Actually, there's no need to exert much strength. It can be solved with one hand. Just treat it as a warm-up, the blood god clone replied calmly. Silence. In an instant, the entire plaza turned silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. You could hear a pin drop. All the dark apparitions looked at him in a daze. Wasn't this blood son a little too bold? How dare he refute Devil Titan Bloodslayer's words? Didn't he know what kind of person Devil Titan Bloodslayer was? Oh, right, he came from the lower realm, so he didn't know the name of Devil Titan Bloodslayer. One hand. Xakins was infuriated. This brat dared to look down on him. However, when he looked at Devil Titan Bloodslayer, he sneered in his heart. His gaze was filled with mockery as he looked at the blood god clone. Did he really think that the Devil Titan wouldn't do anything to him after refuting his words? Euphelia was stunned for a moment before turning anxious. She looked at the blood god clone and said, using voice transmission, "Blood son, apologize to the Devil Titan. He's not as easy to talk to as the other Devil Titans. He must be unhappy that you refuted him. He might make things difficult for you. It's all right." The blood god clone glanced at her and knew that she was worried about him. Hence, he replied to her using voice transmission. Xanir, Xasiri, and the other dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone too. They were flabbergasted. This blood son was too powerful. Devil Titan Bloodslayer was a Devil Titan. There was no need to refute. It wouldn't do him any good. This blood son is a reckless person. Sazalin from the Bloodslayer race shook his head secretly. You're looking for death. Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other talents sneered in their hearts. They looked at the blood god clone as if he was an idiot. This fellow, Zadia, opened her mouth. She didn't know what to say. This blood son was a little bold. What was he thinking? What good would it do to offend Devil Titan Bloodslayer? This was unwise. He's dead. Shui Jue is dead. Ha 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 ha. Zebek, Sasataf, and the other dark apparitions burst out laughing. Shui Ju must have gotten addicted to teasing others along the way. Now that he had offended the Devil Titan and Devil Titan Bloodslayer, he had kicked an iron board in the past. The Devil Titans couldn't do anything to Sui Ju because of various special reasons and circumstances, but now they were heading to the battlefield. When he reached the battlefield, would Devil Titan Bloodslayer still spoil him? At that time, he would suffer on the high platform. Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't expect this new blood son to refute his words. He was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but remember the rumors he heard in the past. It was said that this fellow had talked back to Shu Kan and Shu Sha. He even talked back to the manager of the treasure vault, Devil Titan Zagnya. In the end, none of them could do anything to him. Shu Kan went to the front lines, and Shu Sha suffered in silence. The Devil Titan Zagnya even apologized to the Blood Son personally in front of everyone. Interesting. Very interesting. Devil Titan Bloodslayer looked at the blood god clone strangely when he thought about the rumors. There was a crimson glow in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. If you really have the ability, I don't mind seeing your performance on the battlefield. After a moment of silence, Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't blame the blood god clone. Instead, he praised him with a smile. The dark apparitions below the plaza were stunned once again. Was this Devil Titan Bloodslayer? Why was his reaction so strange? Shouldn't he be furious and reprimand the other party? Chapter 3, 496, Meeting Devil Titan Bloodslayer Again. What a terrifying military force. I'm just a little excited. 2. Yet Devil Titan Bloodslayer was still smiling. There seemed to be a hint of admiration in his eyes. Seriously, Xakins' expression froze, and the cold smile on his face froze. He looked a little funny. This script wasn't right. Did Devil Titan Bloodslayer have such high hopes for him? He didn't even want to reprimand him. In an instant, Xakins felt his vision turning black. He was filled with anticipation. Zasalun was astounded. He stared at the blood god clone in astonishment. A moment ago, he thought that the other party was reckless, but now this result completely exceeded his expectation. Did Devil Titan Bloodslayer like others to refute him? Should he refute too? Zasalun immediately shook his head to throw this ridiculous thought out of his mind. He believed that if he really did that, he would have a terrible ending. Xadia, Xanier, Xasiri, and the other talents were astounded too. They stared intently at the blood god clone. Phew, you scared me to death. Euphyllia heaved a huge sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat just now. It was too stimulating. She rolled her eyes at the blood god clone. This fellow was always so courageous. The person he offended every time was a devil titan. Can't he stop for a moment? Her small heart couldn't take it. Of course the blood god clone was surprised by the devil titan's reaction too. He looked at the devil titan fearlessly and nodded. Good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Devil Titan Bloodslayer nodded. Recently I've been getting tired of hearing your name. The Devil Titan will see it. The blood god clone smiled. No one noticed the strange glint in the depth of his eyes. Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't feel anything either. He glanced at the dark apparitions below and said, "It's time. Those that haven't come will be considered to have given up. Now I will activate the space teleportation array and bring you to meet the talents from the other dark apparitions. I hope that you won't tarnish the reputation of the vampires. Do you understand?" At the start, his voice was calm, but towards the end, his voice turned into a roar. It resounded in the plaza and invigorated all the dark apparitions. "We will not tarnish the reputation of the vampire race." All the vampire dark apparitions shouted in unison with a stern expression. His voice resounded in the sky above the plaza and soared into the clouds. The stench of blood erupted from the vampire dark apparitions and congregated into a ball. It gave off a terrifying aura. Very good. Devil Titan Bloodslayer nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and took out a token. He activated it. Buzz, numerous runes lit up on the token. Then they flew out of the token and circled in the sky like a belt of light. The light belt circled the sky above the plaza. It contained the power of space and sprinkled down. The blood god clone sized up this scene with a strange gaze. Then he had a sudden thought and looked down. Boom, the ground vibrated violently. The huge rocks that formed the plaza sunk down. All the dark apparitions flew into the sky and looked at the strange scene below. However, most people weren't surprised. They seemed used to it. The blood god clone's gaze was calm. Nothing could be seen. He lowered his head and looked at the scene below in deep thought. As the giant rocks on the surface sunk, another giant rock appeared on the original position. A large number of runes were carved on the new giant rock. These runes formed a huge array that enveloped the entire plaza. Boom, the next instant, a large-sized array appeared. It interacted with the rune belts in the sky. Get ready. The space teleportation array is about to be activated. The Devil Titan's voice was heard. All the dark apparitions were shocked. They didn't dare to be careless and immediately landed on the ground. Devil Titan Bloodslayer landed from the platform and entered the array. He shouted, "Array, activate." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the rune belts in the sky shot down towards the center of the array and merged into the core. The blood god clone felt a tremor under his feet. Then the array started spinning quickly. Thick space power enveloped the entire plaza. It's a directional teleportation array. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, a beam of light shot up from below his feet and enveloped all the dark apparitions. Then he felt a familiar sense of weightlessness. The blood god clone remained calm. He had experienced this feeling many times and was used to it. What's more, he had the 5th rank space physique. He could pretend that this sense of weightlessness didn't exist. After some time, the blood god clone felt his feet on the ground again. The light in front of him dissipated, and he opened his eyes to look around him. A strange scene entered his vision. All the dark apparitions regained their senses and looked at the scene in the distance. They were in awe. There was a huge and desolate plain in front of them. It was impossible to see the end of it. Only a long black line could be seen at the intersection of heaven and earth. The plain was densely populated with dark apparitions. Endless dark apparitions. They weren't the low primary rank dark apparitions with no intelligence. Instead, they were the advanced rank dark apparitions with intelligence. They lined up in an orderly manner and set up their camp. They formed neat areas on the plains. Terrifying evil and chaotic aura gathered above the plains. The sky turned dark, as if an indescribable presence was overlooking the land. Shocking. This was the first time he saw this scene. He was flabbergasted. Even high-tier devil emperors like Xanosky, Xaqiro, Zakins, Zanier, and Zasiri couldn't remain calm when they saw this scene. They were in a daze for a long time. Is this the military strength of the various races? Euphelia muttered. She had been on the battlefield before. She had appeared during the battle on the No-29 defense planet. But when she saw this scene, she was still astounded. The aura emanating from the plane in front of them was too frightening. There were numerous dark apparitions, and every one of them gave off a terrifying aura. The military strength of the No-29 defense planet couldn't be compared to them. Not bad. Devil Titan Bloodslayer looked over and said calmly, "This is the advanced rank troops of the various dark apparition clans. This is just part of it. Every world will send a large number of troops into the battlefield in the lower 6 levels of the Darkland. It never stops. This is the advantage of the dark apparitions. Even if we lose a large number of troops, we can replenish them quickly. How can the martial warriors from the light universe fight with us?" There was arrogance in his voice. He was filled with confidence in the dark apparitions during the battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. They achieved their goal and saved the Lord. They also opened a dimensional rift that led to the light universe, but personally he was greatly embarrassed, especially by the human cosmos stage martial warrior. He suffered a huge loss. This was undoubtedly an embarrassing thing for a devil titan. This time, the dark apparitions launched a huge attack. He must turn the light universe into a river of blood. He must find that brat, skin him alive, and suck his blood dry. The dark apparitions are the most powerful presences in the universe. The darkness is the final destination for all living creatures. I can't help but want to drink the blood of the human talents. Ha 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 ha! Creatures of the light universe, wait for our arrival. The vampire dark apparitions in the array were ignited. Their ferocity was ignited. Crimson glow appeared in their eyes as they laughed hideously. Euphelia licked her lips, too. There was a crimson glow in her eyes. However, when she saw the blood god clone, she was stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just getting a little excited. The blood god clone regained his senses and kept the coldness in his eyes. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 3497, The Name of the Blood Sun. Investigation, increase in black bone talent, Emperor Bone. Euphelia didn't think too much. She would never have thought that the blood sun in front of her was a human martial warrior. In the Devour space, the coldness in Wang Teng's eyes didn't subside when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the dark apparitions to mobilize such a frightening force. The auras on the barren plains in front of them were all low-tier devil emperors, and above, mid-tier devil emperors and high-tier devil emperors could be seen everywhere. There were many devil titans, too. They were like pearls in the dust, conspicuous among the dark apparitions. Wang Teng didn't use his real eye, but he could still feel their presence. Also, from the devil titan's words, they could tell that this was only the military strength of the 6th level of the Darkland. There were more dark apparitions gathering in the 5 levels of the Darkland below, preparing to enter the battlefield of the light universe. They might even have entered the light universe. Wang Teng closed his eyes to hide the coldness in them. He took a deep breath uncontrollably. What kind of sufferings would there be if so many dark apparitions entered the light universe? He didn't dare to think further. Wang Teng wanted to bury all these dark apparitions here, but he knew that he couldn't. There were so many dark apparitions, how could he kill them alone? What's more, there were many powerful high-tier devil emperors and devil titans. Thus he could only bear with it and wait for the right time to appear. Outside, the blood god clone scanned his surroundings and saw the attribute bubbles dropped in the teleportation array. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up silently. Space 10, space 15, space 10. Only space attributes. Wang Teng was stunned. He felt a little disappointed. He thought that the teleportation array would drop some array attributes, but it was just the space attribute. It looked like the ancient space rune attributes he received in the blood whale's nest allowed his grasp of space array to reach a high level. Hence, normal space arrays weren't enough for him to raise his level. As for the space attribute, it could only thicken his space power, but it was still useful. It could strengthen his space power. He couldn't achieve a breakthrough to the 5th rank space physique, so the thicker the space power, the better. Let's go. The vampire army has been assembled. We're just waiting for talents like you. Devil Titan Bloodslayer rose slowly and flew into the distance. Blood Sun, follow behind me. After flying for some distance, another voice was heard. The vampire dark apparitions present were stunned. Then they looked at the blood god, clone, enviously. As expected, Devil Titan Bloodslayer treated this Blood Sun differently. Jealousy flashed past Zakin's eyes. Why? Why did Devil Titan Bloodslayer treat Shui differently? Even a high-tier Devil Emperor like him couldn't be compared to him. He wasn't convinced. Envy appeared in the eyes of Xanosky, Xaqiro, and the other talents. However, they didn't say anything. Their gazes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Xadia, Sazaloon, Sasiri, Zanir, and the other talents looked at the blood god clone enviously, but they didn't take it to heart. They stood on the spot and waited for him to go first. Euphilia and Xarosa looked at the blood god clone and followed him closely. The blood god clone scanned his surroundings and smiled. Then he followed Devil Titan Bloodslayer without saying anything. The other vampire dark apparitions saw this and immediately followed him. They dashed into the distance. The space teleportation array was on the plain. It wasn't far from the gathering spot of the dark apparitions. Devil Titan Bloodslayer brought the vampire dark apparition to the plains quickly. The arrival of the vampire talent attracted many people's attention. The dark apparitions below looked up with different expressions. Some were disdainful, some were serious, and some were calm. The vampires landed in an area under the lead of Devil Titan Bloodslayer. This area had already been segregated. All the vampire dark apparitions were gathered here. These vampires looked up when they saw Devil Titan Bloodslayer and the other dark apparitions. Devil Titan Bloodslayer is back. Devil Titan Bloodslayer brought back a talent from my vampire race. Look, that's Xakin's, the talent of my brute family. Oh my God, he seems to have reached the high-tiered Devil Emperor stage. That's the talent from my Vanstone family, Xanosky. He's a high-tiered Devil Emperor too. Also, those are the talents from the great Xi race and the Lesenba race. Wow, I didn't expect our vampire race to have so many high-tiered Devil Emperors. The talents from my vampire race are finally here. The talents from the other dark apparition races have been flaunting their power everywhere these few days. Many of the vampires got beaten up. I can't bear with it anymore. With the vampire talents here, the other dark apparitions won't be able to cause any trouble. Look, who's the leader wearing a mask? He's following Devil Titan Bloodslayer. He's different from the other talents. He's just a mid-tier Devil Emperor. How can he be more powerful than the high-tier Devil Emperors? The vampire dark apparitions below discussed fervently. They were invigorated by the arrival of the vampire talents. At the same time, many vampire dark apparitions noticed the presence of the blood god clone. It was surprising that he was able to follow Devil Titan Bloodslayer. Chapter 3498. The Name of the Blood Sun. Investigation. Increase in Blackbone talent. Emperor Bone, too, mind you. Even the high-tiered Devil Emperors were some distance away from the Devil Titan and Devil Titan Bloodslayer. They mustn't get too close. This treatment was different from the other vampire dark apparitions, I know. That's the blood sun of my vampire race. Blood sun? When did my vampire race have a blood sun? I only left the vampire race for a few years. Why don't I know that there's a blood sun in my race? That's right. The blood sun's status is not to be underestimated. This fellow wearing a mask is just a mid-tier devil emperor. What right does he have to be a blood sun? Shh. Are you looking for death? That blood sun isn't an ordinary person. What do you mean you know? Ha ha, I do know about this. I went back to the ancestral ground to deliver some goods, so I heard about the blood sun. A vampire dark apparition sniggered. Aubrey, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. The vampire dark apparitions were curious. They started urging Wang Teng. In that case, I'll talk to you properly. The vampire dark apparition called Aubrey seemed to like to be in the limelight. When he saw everyone's reaction, he smiled and said, Let me tell you, this blood sun is amazing. It's said that he came from the lower realm and obtained the legacy of an ancestor. The legacy includes the blood god altar, hence the ancestor took notice of him and appointed him as the blood sun. What? Blood god altar? The dark apparitions were flabbergasted. This was an important legacy of the vampire race. It could raise their ability. They didn't expect it to appear in the hands of the blood sun. Now you know that this blood sun is extremely important, Aubrey said, but he came from the lower realm, and the blood sun is the most powerful talent of our vampire race. How can he be appointed as the blood sun just because of the blood god altar? That's right. We can just keep the blood god altar and give him some compensation. However, the dark apparitions immediately noticed something amiss. How could a talent from the lower realms be compared to a talent from the vampire ancestral ground? How could he become the blood sun? You don't know this, right? This blood sun not only grasped the blood god altar, but he also awakened the blood god physique, Aubrey said. Blood god physique. The vampire dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise. This was the top physique of the vampire race. It was rare to see one in tens of thousands of years. He didn't expect it to appear on this blood sun. No wonder he could become a blood sun. Now they understood. He possessed the blood god physique, so he had the right to become a blood sun. But, Aubrey suddenly said, but what? The vampire dark apparitions were surprised. However, many higher authorities from the 13 vampire families didn't want him to become the blood sun. A devil titan objected immediately. Guess what happened in the end? Aubrey kept them in suspense. A devil titan objected. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. But he still became the blood sun in the end. Could it be? That's right. The devil titan couldn't do anything to the blood sun in the end. I heard that the blood sun reprimanded the devil titan furiously, Aubrey said happily. How can he remain unscathed after angering the devil titan? The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. The devil god came personally and appointed him as the blood sun. He even punished the devil titan and sent him to the front line, Aubrey explained. Gasp. The vampire dark apparitions gasped in shock. The devil god came personally. He punished the devil titan for the blood sun and even sent him to the front line. Everything sounded magical. Are you sure you're not lying to us? A vampire dark apparition couldn't help but ask, Why will I lie to you? You can ask around and you will know that I'm speaking the truth, Aubrey said. This is unbelievable. The vampire dark apparitions found it unbelievable. If this was true, this blood sun's achievements were legendary. All the dark apparitions didn't dare to underestimate the blood god clone anymore. Your Highness, it looks like many people here have heard of you. Euphelia's laughter entered the blood god clone's ears. The discussions below couldn't escape their ears. The blood god clone was caught between laughter and tears when he heard what the guy said. He shook his head. Your Highness is renowned. Even before you arrive, your name has already spread far and wide. It looks like not many people will be unconvinced by your Highness, Xarosa said using voice transmission. The blood god clone was stunned. He didn't expect Xarosa to bootlick him, but, thinking back, this lady had been following him ever since he came to the plaza. Her motive was obvious. He remembered Euphelia's words and felt more certain. The other party was probably here for the pill. He wondered how far this lady could go. The blood god clone smiled with interest. Since the other party wanted to curry favor with him, he could make use of her. He didn't have many dark apparition talents under him, so he might be able to use Xarosa. These thoughts flashed through the blood god clone's mind. Then he smiled uncontrollably as if he enjoyed it. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.